ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basani ka ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya brand si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. And when I'm better Mingarti, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty, yo go to phone it bunny bucket as your party. Ay, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fije nange jamalengin bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
There it is. You know where that guy always gets me is when he goes shifty number knee. I don't know what he's saying, but give that guy a contract. So give him a contract. So the newly discovered talent, Nigerian rap artist of Fulani extraction. I bet you never thought you'd ever hear those words uttered. A Nigerian rap artist of Fulani extraction. So there it is. What better way to start the session? So good day to you. I hope you've had a glorious day and hope the day continues to glory as we spend time together. So good to have you here. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? So all that. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The subscription numbers are going up, but they're not at the pace that we need them to be going up. And the like buttons, I don't really have to explain too much what that means. You all know what it means. It signals to YouTube that there is activity going on there, and then it's recommended to people that might have similar taste to what we're doing here. So let me put it that way. So click on the like button. It's very, very important. It's more important than a super chat, by the way. Clicking on the like button is more important than the super chat. The two most important things on platforms like this are the subscriptions and the likes. So the super chat is just an additional bonus. You're just nodding in the direction of the presenter or the host or whoever, or the video, if it's a video, to say well done. But really, the real support for a platform are the like buttons and the subscriptions. So that's why everybody is always canvassing for that. I know difference. So click on the like button. So there is a Chioma starting the session off in just the way the sessions should start off. So thank you, Chioma. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come join us on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. That hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your open invitation to come and participate. So as soon as you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it puts you in a studio space. As soon as I finish presenting the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll invite your thoughts. There's nothing more complicated or more complex than that. It's an open microphone space, and the open microphone, do you know what an open microphone is? I don't know the culture, but where you are, but the culture in this country, they have, usually on Friday nights in pubs and clubs, they will just have a little podium, and then they'll put a microphone there. And then anybody can just walk up to that microphone and give a rendition, no matter how good or how painful to the ears it is. So that's an open microphone. It's an open invitation for you to straddle the microphone and present your thoughts. So not dissimilar. So an open microphone, if you want to come join, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So now the Tinubu administration begins in earnest, and what a beginning they are having. So what a beginning the Tinubu administration are having. Supplementary budget, 2 trillion naira, in excess of 2 trillion naira, the supplementary budget that Tinubu has presented. Out of that 2 trillion naira, about 605 billion naira goes to the security forces, to the security agencies. So now it's a supplementary budget, by the way. So when you have a supplementary budget, that is to say that there's a shortfall in what you have budgeted for the year. And you are now requesting approval from the parliamentarians for you to borrow or take additional money in order to meet obligations for that financial year. So now what is a financial year in Nigeria? A financial year in Nigeria runs a calendar cycle. So that's what a financial year is in Nigeria. A financial year in Nigeria, it runs a calendar cycle or circle. Circle, yeah. So essentially, a financial year in Nigeria runs from January to December. So that's a financial year. So now you don't have to look at your calendar to know we're in November now. So essentially, they are borrowing or requesting in excess of 2 trillion naira to spend within 2 months. That's essentially what the Tinubu administration are requesting, because of course their own substantive budget kicks in from January, which hopefully they would have perfected and they will send to the parliamentarians. But it's quite a thing, you know, it is quite a thing. And what then is embedded in that 2 trillion naira? Well, this is some of the things embedded. Tinubu to spend 5 billion naira on presidential yacht, over 19 billion naira on state house vehicles, renovation of president and vice president's lodge amidst hardship. So you can leave the amidst hardship. So the amidst hardship is the subjective view of the writer. So amidst hardship, we all know it's amidst hardship, but spending 5 billion naira on a presidential yacht. I mean, who are you? Are you the Sultan of Brunei? What's going on here? Yeah, I mean, what is? Are you the Sultan of Brunei? What's going on? Are you the Prince of Saudi? That you are buying president? If you want a yacht, you looted enough from Lagos State. Go get yourself this is the thing. Now, people are very angered by this. So let's just go. I wasn't actually looking to bring it to you from. I wasn't actually looking to bring it to you from Sahara Reporters, because the way they color some of these things sometimes. But let's just go with it. Tinubu government to spend 5 billion naira on presidential yacht, over 19 billion on state house vehicles, renovation of president, vice president lodges amidst hardship. President Bola Tinubu's administration has proposed to spend 5.095 billion naira on a presidential yacht. This is part of the expenditures proposed in the 2023 supplementary budget, the president submitted to the National Assembly for approval. The budget has scaled the second reading at the House of Representatives. The Nigerian Navy has let me take it from the top again. President Bola Tinubu's administration has proposed to spend 5.095 billion naira on a presidential yacht. This is part of the expenditures proposed in the 2023 supplementary budget the president submitted to the National Assembly for approval. The budget has scaled the second reading in the House of Representatives. The Nigerian Navy has proposed a capital expenditure of 42.3 billion naira and a recurrent expenditure of 20.42 billion. So it's always just so painful when you read through Nigerian financial figures. So here is what is it? That's 28%. Here is nearly 63 billion naira in budgeting being proposed, and 20 billion of that is on recurrent expenditure. So that is to say, salary awards, ESTA code, etc., etc. At least half of what went on the capital expenditures has gone to recurrent expenditures, and that's just the thing. This is really what rankles Nigerians. The Nigerian Navy has proposed a capital expenditure of 42.3 billion naira and a recurrent expenditure of 20.42 billion naira, with 5.095 billion going into the acquisition of a presidential yacht. So I think the presidential yacht is a Nigerian Navy project, but then of course that would have been signed off by the presidency. So certainly nobody exonerated from that. Despite the unprecedented level of poverty and hardship in the country, the administration also budgeted the sum of 19.3 billion naira to buy vehicles for the president and renovate the president and vice president lodges in Abuja and in Lagos. Also, the sum of 3 billion naira will be spent on what was tagged acquisition, renovation, and rehabilitation of 2 Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) fortified quarters as State House Complex at Guzape and Mabushi, respectively. The breakdown shows a purchase of SUV, 2.9 billion. We're still hewing and crying over the parliamentarians spending however much on SUVs. The breakdown shows purchase of SUVs are 2.9 billion naira, replacement of operational pool vehicles. So why are those vehicles being replaced? Because every single Buhari budgeting cycle, it included vehicles for the presidential pool. So are we saying that a barely 1 year old pool of vehicles is already out of date and out of use? Or did Buhari cut away all of the presidential fleets that he bought to be replaced by Tinubu? It's just... you scratch your head, when you read some of these things. The breakdown shows purchase of SUVs are 2.9 billion naira, replacement of operational pool vehicles are 2.9 billion naira, renovation of residential quarters for Mr. President, 4 billion naira, renovation of Aguda House, Vice President's residence, 2.5 billion naira. Now, this one, there is no other thing to think than this is a scam. A computerization and digitalization of State House. Are you telling me that the State House is not already computerized or digitalized? Oh, Macho, what a pity. What a pity for that country. It's unbelievable. Computerization and digitalization of the State House, 200 million naira. Construction of office complex within the State House, 4 billion naira. Renovation of Dodan Barracks, official residence of the president, of the president are 4 billion naira. Renovation of official quarters of vice president in Lagos are 3 billion naira. In his reaction, the candidate of the African Action Congress in the 2023 presidential election, Omoyele Sowore, said Tinubu took fuel subsidies from poor Nigerians, floated the naira, and introduced school fees to enable his government fund their luxuries whilst Nigerians remain in misery. Sowore on his Twitter handle said, the artificial ABAT dynasty of thieves, they want to buy a presidential yacht for 5 billion naira for a man who has never been to a stream before. They want to renovate the presidential lodge in Lagos for 4 billion naira for a man who just built a mansion in Lagos that stretches from Bodilion to Queen's Drive in Ikoyi. Reason the joker was grandstanding about his son, Sheyi sneaking into the FEC meeting just to fool the unwary. They took fuel subsidy from the poor, floated the naira, and introduced school fees so they could fund their luxuries whilst they remain the miseries of so it ends off in that sort of tonality. So not far off Sowore in that sentiment, I have to say. Not far off Sowore in that sentiment. It's just, it's unconscionable. It's unconscionable. You cannot rationalize it, you know. You can't, I mean, did they not even hear all of the rage and fury about the 160 million naira? So the parliamentarians get away with it now, of course, you know, and Rufai Oseni, this will be meat and drink for him for the next, you know, however long, until Tinubu jumps, until Tinubu drops another boo-boo. Reno Omokri speculates person who included purchase of 5 billion naira presidential yacht in 2023 budget. So who's the culprit? Reno Omokri, the former special assistant on social media to ex-president Goodluck Jonathan, said whoever included the contentious 5.095 billion naira presidential yacht allocation in Nigeria's budget is likely to be a fifth columnist. Arise Television reported on Wednesday, November the 1st, that the federal government in the 2023 supplemental budget proposed the allocation of 5 billion naira for the Nigerian Navy, which will be used to acquire a presidential yacht. Omokri alleges attempts to undermine Tinubu's government. This has generated furious reactions on several social media platforms. Omokri shared his thoughts and alleged that an infiltrator is responsible for the controversial addition, according to him, to undermine the Tinubu administration. The opposition figure also said that the claim that President Tinubu is unaware of it still makes it wrong. He wrote on his verified Twitter handle, "It does not matter if the presidential yacht is for the Navy, and the claim that the president is unaware of it still makes it wrong. Whoever included it in the budget is likely a fifth columnist who wants to undermine the administration. It is highly provocative, coming at a time when Nigerians are facing monumental economic challenges. The president ought to realize that his name is at stake, and if he does not want to go into history as a Nero who fiddled whilst Rome burnt, he didn't really need to tell us that who fiddled whilst Rome burnt. If he says if he doesn't want to go down as a Nero, we already know the Nero narrative. So it's a bit of a tautology to tell us who fiddled whilst Rome burned. The president ought to realize that his name is at stake. And if he does not want to go into history as a Nero who fiddled whilst Rome burned, he should permanently delete this from this and subsequent budgets. We can't be laboring under a crippling debt and engaging in such frivolous expenditures. Additionally, he would be wise to find out who inserted such a vexatious item in the budget and take necessary action to prevent such sabotage against his regime. So yes, I mean, you know, what can you even say? Is rank stupidity, isn't it? Rank stupidity, but there it is. All right, let's go. Oh, all right, let's go on to this one. Wike lists 3 major reasons he is plotting to impeach Rivers State Governor Fubara. So let's go. The former governor of Rivers State and the former governor of Rivers State and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, on Wednesday, November the 1st, gave reasons for his fight with his successor and former ally, Simi, whatever it is, Fubara. Mr. Wike, after a meeting with some People's Democratic Party PDP governors in Abuja, accused Fubara of being with his political adversaries. From his meeting with the PDP governors, Wike mentioned that 1, Fubara is trying to take control of Rivers PDP. 2, Wike also notes that Fubara is working hand in hand with his enemies in Rivers State. And 3, the FCT minister also mentioned that Fubara is working to outshine him in Rivers State, doing things outside of their agreement, and after he single-handedly worked for his emergence as governor of Rivers State. They actually have a clip on that. Sorry, somebody's texting me furiously. I hope I'm being heard. Oh, all right, okay. All right. So somebody has sent me a full sheet of the supplementary budget. So it looks as though we'll be having fun with that. Let me see how it opens up. All right. Let's get back to Wike and Fubara. So yes, you can. The FCT minister explained the above reasons below. You cannot work, and people will begin to bring enemies. Those who fought you when you were struggling for that person to be in office. Nobody does that. Wike, the current minister of the Federal Capital Territory, was quoted as saying by the news agency of Nigeria. So there it is right there. The former governor, who denied he was seeking financial gratification from his successor, suggested that Mr. Fubara was trying to take control of the PDP structure in Rivers State. I am not a political ingrate, but I don't touch the political structures of the state. I would not shut my eyes, I am not a political ingrate, but don't touch the political structure of the state. I will not shut my eyes. So that's Wike fighting essentially for his continuing relevance within that space. So that's Wike fighting for his relevance. Let me just give you a couple more. So I'm only really going to go to the headlines for the next. That's still a bit of Wike. So do I want to show you this one? All right, Tinubu threatens to sack ministers who are not performing and a complete overhaul of the policing system. For complete overhaul, Tinubu set up committee on police reform. So I think that is still going back to that answer space, isn't it? Let's just let's rush through this and then we'll leave it there. President Bola Tinubu has set up a constitutional review committee to carry out comprehensive police reforms. Bala Mohammed, governor of Bauchi State, announced the development while speaking to State House correspondents at the end of a meeting of the Nigeria Police Council chaired by Tinubu on Tuesday. The council at the meeting confirmed Kayode Egbetokun as the substantive Inspector General of Police. Pardon me. According to Mohammed, members of the committee include Ibrahim Giadam, Minister of Police Affairs, Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, Solomon Arase, Chairman of the Police Service Commission, and Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak, Governor of Kwara State and Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. The confirmation of the IGP prompted further discussion on the Nigerian police force, and the president has formed a special committee to look at all the gaps in the 1999 constitution with a view to bring harmony and synergy, closing technology and manpower to the Nigerian police force. Yes, police reforms. How long have we been hearing police reforms? We believe the reforms when we see it. The committee comprises Minister of Police Affairs, NSA, Chairman of the PSC, and the Chairman of the NGF. They will work together with a view to make sure that the Nigeria Police Force is reformed. Dapo Abiodun, Governor of Ogun State, said the council observed that no meaningful reforms have taken place in the police since its creation in 1861. So there it is right there. And that tells you all that you need to know. So it's essentially the abandoning of the Police Act and the writing of a new one. Also speaking, Dapo Abiodun, Governor of Ogun State, said the council observed that no meaningful reform have taken place in the police since its creation in 1861. He added that the committee would develop ideas that would lead to reforms that will characterize the new Nigeria Police Force. So long overdue, but will it be meaningful is the thing. Tinubu threatened to sack ministers, give reason. So if you don't perform, you get sacked, essentially was what he said there. But I will believe that when we see it. We're seeing quite a few of them not already performing. But what has it done about it is the question. So that's enough of that. Let's play the Kegite music and let the panelists in and kick off the conversation. But first, of course, I know you've been waiting. I know how much you enjoy it. And here they come, the Kegites.
Water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. I was going to start with you, Edmund, and you left. So Edmund, come back and introduce yourself to the platform. So Edmund, that was just here a moment ago. So Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So now, I want this session to go in the direction that Chioma has already pointed it. So, light up that comment section like a Christmas tree with those super charts. The elegance of Joel of Nashville are always a delight. It's always guaranteed to be a banging session whenever joins us. So that's Joel of Nashville right there. So it was here yesterday, back again today. Long may that continue. That's Larry in the house. Patoski joins us in good time today. Always good to be in the company of Patrick. King Emeka, who especially wants to speak to the supplementary budget, Your Majesty, a delight in your presence. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko, there he is right there, the one you really come here to listen to. Jide, who took the center stage yesterday with a real lecture on Yoruba history, his back, and to keep things ticketable, General Thomas in the house as well. So there's still spaces, by the way. If you want to hop on, hop on. Especially if you're a new voice. I thought we had a new voice just a moment there. Edmond turned up, and then I think he bailed out in the last minute. Just the panic of it, you know. So Edmond, come back and introduce yourself at least. So as we await, let's do a whiz round before we. I suspect that the bulk of the conversation will wrap around the supplementary budget, but let's do a quick 5 minutes opening phase with everyone, just so voices are documented. We kick that 5 minutes off with Larry to land on the majestic Joel of Nashville. Unmute Larry and speak to us. So what did you see in the news today, and what are you making of the lineup that we have? Larry.
Yeah, good evening, woman.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's I need to be very candid. You know, sometimes we have leaders that would think they need to lead by example, but unfortunately, they don't really want to lead by example. And seeing this, everybody is hungry because this is not what we think Nigeria actually need now. And for us to say it, to me, I still believe probably it's not real, right? Because what does Nigeria need a yacht for? What does the president need a yacht for, right? With everything that is happening to Nigeria, I think this is the best period that Nigeria actually is supposed to use this opportunity to get back to its feet. A lot of things are not going right, but I think if the president can just lead by example and make us know that he could actually, cut this expenditure is really, really getting crazy, right? We keep borrowing every day. We believe that it's not bad to borrow, but all those things, are we going to say these are the things we're going to be borrowing for? Right. I know, yeah, he actually had some things for security, for some other thing. I'm very sure you still see a little bit more when people start going into details as to regards all the expenses. Because I still don't believe that he knows about this, because I still need the president to come out to come and tell everybody, every Nigeria, why they need a presidential yacht. Why are they really budgeting money for the president's wife's office? What do they need that for? Right? Because as far as I'm concerned, the president's wife was not elected. Right? It's not an office recognized on the Constitution of Nigeria. So why are we really spending on that? For me, I believe Tinubu himself is rich, right? And when he was campaigning, he actually said he's coming in to help Nigeria. But now this is contrary to what we were expecting. I need to be very candid because seeing this, right? This is just supplementary budget, and this is what is happening. What if we have the main budget? What's going to happen?
The main budget is going to be the biggest budget that Nigeria has ever seen.
Yeah, that's just it, right? We are seeing supplementary budgets, right? This is how many months to go, and they are bringing things like this. So for me, I don't really think it's going to do what we're expecting. We thought things are going to be different, but I can actually tell you that with what we are seeing, things are not going to be different, right? You keep telling people to endure with you. How would they endure in this kind of situation? Do you expect people to endure with you when you are spending this? You're going into all this frivolous expenditure. How do you want labor to listen to you, right? People are really suffering. And how do you, as in psychologically, how do you want them to reason when people are suffering and you as a president, you don't even care? Because as far as I'm concerned, it seems as if these people don't really care. Because you can't be in villa, right? And all those things. Okay, the last time it was the National Assembly, they were buying cars, and now it's the executive, right? So what's the difference? It's just all the same people. It's the same people. I don't see any different. I don't see any change. But I just think he needs to just sit down now. He needs to work on himself, work on his family. He needs to really face what we want in Nigeria. We know he's going to be there for 4 years, but we'll still need to let him know that we Nigerians are not really happy with this. This is not what we want from him.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady. Larry, we actually have a breakdown of the budget, which has been sent into the platform. So we're going to be looking at the breakdown of the budget in due course. But that 5 minutes, just to document everybody's voice, let's take that 5 minutes on to Patoski. Patrick, 5 minutes. What we've missed in the news, the lineup that we're looking to discuss. Good to see you.
Yeah, one man. The major one that really interested me was the retreat they are having now, and the way Tinubu said, well, if you meet the objective, we'll review, and then if you fail, you leave us. To me, that is accountability. You understand? It's bringing like the corporate dimension, the private sector dimension into governance, so that people will know that, look, it's not just political. Yeah, you might have worked for the party and we put you there, but we're not putting you there to just sit down there and not add value to the system. And if objectively we are sending you away because you didn't perform, nobody can blame us. And he said, look, we are putting Adiza there. He said, if you have issues with her, see me. You understand? You know what? If you have issues with her, you're on your own. That's what he's telling them. I hope he's going to be able to stand by that and hold people accountable and deal with those non-performance on time. About 6 months is gone from his administration now. He has just 3.5 years left. He needs to start working seriously. Thank you, Oma.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. I think we actually have a clip on that, which somebody sent in. Whoever sent it in should resend it just so that we can play it to the platform. So we take that 5 minutes on and we take it to Thomas. So Thomas, you're up next. A 5-minute monologue. What did you miss in the news and what are you making of the lineup? Thomas. Thomas, I like my boy.
Thank you, Waman. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Do you want to speak on the topic you just a little bit here on this topic here?
No, we're not. We are just doing a 5 minutes introductory, so you're not really in play yet. It's just really a fight, just so that everybody gets the chance to say something.
Yes.
Did anything catch your attention in the news?
In the news, really, I'm busy making dollar. I don't even check the news. So nothing catches my attention. But what catches my attention is what you just read to us now about the news we are talking about today. But let me leave that till it will come to my turn. Yeah, you can go to the next person.
All right, brilliant. Jide, you are up next. A 5-minute monologue. What did we miss, and what are you making of the lineup in terms of the headlines? Jide.
One man. Good morning to everyone.
Good day to you.
Yeah, for me in the news today, the major thing was the retreats and what the president said. And from what he said, I see some level of how do I put it? Some level of demand for accountability, and at the same time, he said something like, "All of you should sit down here, brainstorm." He said it is not bad to borrow, but you need to prefer and prefer local solutions to our problems. So he said, "Thank you, World Bank, thank you, IMF, for being a good business partner, but we need to prefer local solutions to our problem." And I feel for me, that means that they are looking the other way. It's not going to be the over reliance on loan sourcing like the past administration did. So that's the major thing for me on the news. When we get to the budget thing, we'll talk on it. Thank you all.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Judy. So, Ajale Kogo, you're up next. 5-minute monologue. What caught your attention in the news, and what are you making of the headlines that we have lined up? Good to see you, Ajale Kogo.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. We haven't done so. What I think I joined you towards the end. I didn't really listen from the beginning. I don't know what you have on the news item. Do you want to give me some highlight? So maybe I can just...
Yes, but it's just really 5 minutes introduction. But what we are looking at is Tinubu has put forward in excess of a 2 trillion naira supplementary budget, and if you are considering that the Nigerian financial cycle runs with the calendar cycle, which is to tell you that is requesting for 2 trillion naira for 2 months. So embedded then in that request, what is requesting this money for is the purchase of a presidential yacht. And this seems to annoy people quite intensely, to buy a presidential yacht in this climate. So that's one of the things we're looking at. We're looking at the back and forth between Fubara and Wike. That's still ongoing. And then a root and branch reform of the Nigerian police. Actually, in the course of the reading out, what Dapo Abiodun, because this is they had an executive FEC meeting around policing, and when they were coming out to speak with State House correspondents, this is what Dapo Abiodun said that actually struck me. Also speaking, Dapo Abiodun, governor of Ogun State, said the council observed that no meaningful reforms have taken place in the police since its creation in 1861. So essentially, to all intents and purposes, the Nigerian police is still functioning on the colonial format, and that really struck me. So that struck me. Tinubu threatens to sack ministers, give reasons. So you don't perform, you are out. Essentially, a retreat that they've gone on, and he's read the Riot Act that is not business as usual. So that's pretty much what we're wrapping it around so far.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Let me start with.
Adale Koko, you don't have the floor at the moment. I'm just giving everybody five minutes to say something. Then I'll come round and then we have the full session.
Okay, yeah. So the supplementary budget that Tinubu sent to the Senate, I think is it really needed. We all know the financial state of the country, but what is included in it concerning this Yacth, I don't want to believe that Yacth though. Maybe tomorrow they will respond, they will debunk it, but I don't want to believe it because I don't think that the state we make provision for that. Know about vehicle, some other thing like accommodation or residential and stuff like that. But for Yacth, for what purpose? What purpose is he going to start? Where is he going to have it? In Nigeria or in United States or where? So I don't want to believe that of Yacth. I believe by tomorrow they will come out and debunk it. But you know, the amount they allocated to himself, I mean his office, his wife. I mean, it just shows that these people.
So can I interject you briefly? Is it okay, or you want to go ahead?
No. Well, okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So that yacht, right, is based on circumference. It's not actually from the budget of the State House. It's from the Nigerian Navy, right?
Yes. No. Hold on, Emeka. Let Ajanle Koko have that 5 minutes. I'm coming to you after him. So you may well, yeah. So Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Okay. So I think billions of naira that they allocated to himself for to buy SUV and some other vehicles, and to the office of his wife, First Lady, which we don't have any constitutional provision for at all. So it just tells me that these politicians, they are very, very shameless, and what do you call it? The assembly did in their own case to allocate 160 million. I mean 160 million each for themselves. It's following the same suit. We would have expected him that as a president, he would have stopped it or say something against the senator, but he kept quiet. Now he's taking his own destiny to them. So at this difficult time, this is the time for them to sacrifice. But unfortunately, they are allocating huge sum of money for the state. That's bad. And the one for Wike, I think Wike is very clear. Wike is he has hinted us why he's in conflict with his governor. The governor is romancing his political opponent and is trying to destroy the the structure of his group in the state. So he has to fight to let him know, look, you can't do this. So I don't see anything that Wike is doing wrong. He's trying to fight for his to keep his political relevance, and the only thing he can do to keep his political relevance is to keep his structure in place. So if he don't have no structure, there's nothing they can use to win an election and to keep his relevance across the country. So Wike have said it clear, and I like him. He didn't hide it, and the governor said too that there's no any fight. I mean, the fight between the father and the son can be settled. So it looked like they have started to see how they can settle this problem. I particularly want to see both of them, reconcile and get back on track the way they used to do, so that the political relevance for both of them can be kept intact. So that's my take, woman.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Emeka. So a 5-minute monologue, especially something we may have missed in the news cycle, but really what we have lined up as well. Emeka, you're up next. Mekus.
Good evening, everyone. Please like, share, subscribe, and invite your friends, loved ones, and enemies to this show. This is a platform where intelligent minds gather. It's not like other platforms where you have therapeutic centers for crying, weeping, wailing, and struggling. So here we have intellectual minds giving sound opinion and factual reasonings. Quickly on the budget, right? You see, why I like this supplementary budget coming out is because certain things cannot hide in different budget heads. If it was the full budget, we probably would not be seeing some of these budget heads or budget items that are coming out in the open. You might either be seeing them as fixed assets or you might be seeing them as recurrent expenditures, or you might even be seeing some items as miscellaneous items within certain budget items or budget heads. So, but the beauty about this is that we could see so many things and we could query those things, like the yacht. Like I said just quite a few minutes ago, it's just psychopathy from the Nigerian Navy, and it's not from the State House; it's from the Navy. And I don't think the president is not aware. He's not aware of this. I think because the president is from Lagos State, and at some time will probably would want to visit Lagos during his course of administration. The Navy was hoping maybe they might just try to show him a few of the fleet that they have, and it's a sad one that the Navy is considering purchasing a presidential fleet, a presidential yacht for the president at this point in time when we're having some economic downturn. This is not the time. It's not okay. And also, if you look at other countries, even the United States sold this yacht, the last one they had in 1976. So most countries, the only big country that has a presidential yacht is Russia. The others are just I think a handful, or 5 or 7 of them that has a presidential yacht. So we don't need one. We don't need one, and no African country has one, so we don't need it. I think whether Egypt, probably, yeah. We don't need it, and we don't deserve it at this time. Then you could tell that there are good things in that budget, and there are bad things in that budget, that supplementary budget. The good thing there is the Ministry of Work, which is going to be spending 300 billion naira for road rehabilitation, repairs, and construction of roads.
Emeka, when we go through, we'll come back to you, and then you will take us through this budget because you sent it in. So you don't have to go into the budget fully just yet.
Yeah, okay. Let me just close up with some of the things that I feel were just a bit funny. There are some funny things on that budget that needs a lot of, I don't know if this.
Take us to other news items instead, so that when I've gone to Baba and Maurice, then I'll come back to you and then you talk about the budget. Yeah.
Wike and his godson, you can tell that the president has intervened, and both of them are looking towards reconciliation. I think Wike, based on his recent interview after the visit of Fubara to the Aso Rock, I think he's still maintaining his ground, saying nobody's going to take my political base. That we're all struggling for it. That's our political relevance. And if you ask me, I don't know what other people. I've been hearing a lot of contrary opinion, but I think Wike is right. That base, he worked for it. He has paid his due for it, and he has to maintain it. Somebody cannot, especially someone he installed, cannot come and take his political base away from him. And if that's the case, that's a huge betrayal, and the current governor of Rivers State should pay. What caught my eye today in the news was 2 things. The president telling his ministers, if you don't work, I'll sack you. So it puts them on their toes, ensures that they have to deliver on their respective KPIs and get things done. I think the other one that caught my eyes, it just came off and it left my brain. I think that is very, very important.
All right.
When I remember, I would
yes. When I look back around, yes. So Baba, you're up next. Good to see you, Baba. 5 minutes monologue. What caught your attention in the news cycle and the lineup for today, Baba?
Well, good evening, woman. Thank you for the opportunity. I salute you all. I think when we come into the program, I'll properly acknowledge everybody. Please like, share, and subscribe to this program. It's a platform, a marketplace of ideas where opposites attract. By all means, please click the like button right now and enjoy the program. Probably later you subscribe and make sure you share it anyway so that you can invite your friends to what you are enjoying every day. Yes, one man, I think since it's a monologue, I know this budget is going to elicit a lot of negative castigation and all the rest is going to be brought to bear on the budget. So let me quickly put it up front, because we are going to hear a lot of multidimensional poverty, extreme poverty, and things like that here. let me tell our folks here and those that are listening in the background, Tinubu did not invite poverty into Nigeria. Poverty has always been with us. Let's get that clear. Tinubu did not bring poverty to Nigeria. He met it and is trying to ameliorate it. And if we are patient enough, we are going to eat the fruits of our patience. Poverty has always been with us right from the 60s. It was, I think, Thomas Carlyle who said, sing me the song of a time, and I'll tell you the soul of that time. I've always loved music. And I think even as a kid of 8 years or 7 years, I listened to musicians talking about austerity. That's the first time I come across the word as a kid. Austerity measures. I think it was Adeolu Akinsoya. And there was Roy Chicago who said, Ìlú le o, kò sówó lóde, ọkùnrin ń kígbe, obìnrin ń kígbe, kálukú ló ń kígbe owó. This was, I think, 64, 65. So we've had it. It's a cycle. Even the Bible, I think in Matthew 26:11, please correct me if I'm wrong, Jesus Christ said, the poor will always be amongst us. So it behoves of us who still have our daily bread, who can eat, to share with the poor. So don't come here and castigate this budget and cloak it in the guise that, oh, this is wrong because we have multi-dimensional poverty. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. Excellently put. Up next, Maurice, 5-minute monologue. Let's hear from you, Maurice. Unmute.
Thank you, one man.
Good
morning, good morning, everyone from Copenhagen. With all due respect, there is no way someone would defend something that is very, very clear, or come up with cheap excuses to defend something that, just to defend someone that the person will not look, with all due respect, foolish and stupid for coming up with cheap tertiary excuses to defend frivolities. 1.7 billion for the cars, only for the office of the First Lady. It's not even in our constitution. There's nothing like office of the First Lady in the first place. It does not exist anywhere. I know some lawyers on this platform will try to somehow to smuggle in something that, no, it doesn't exist anywhere. Now, 4 billion naira to renovate Dodam Barrack, Tinubu's the president official residence. Now, I can't comment on the 5 billion yacht. I cannot comment on that because I haven't read that one yet.
Excuse me, are you by any means calling me stupid and idiot?
No, except if you attribute that to yourself. I never mentioned your name. I only say people coming up with cheap, tertiary excuses, third-class excuses, just to defend someone and defend frivolities. There's no way they will do that without not sounding stupid and foolish. That's what I said. Except you attribute that to yourself.
Well, I'll leave it to my time.
Let me continue, please. Let me
go on with your foolishness.
Okay, that means you accepted that you're in that category, but I never put you there. You put yourself there. I don't even know who you are. Now let me continue.
And I don't care to know who you are too.
Listen, we're here to contribute. We're not fighting. I don't feed you, you don't feed me.
No, you don't have manners. If you have manners in a discourse like this, you don't shoot out insults to other people. This is a marketplace of ideas.
You know why you took
it upon opposite attract.
You took it upon yourself because you felt that you were giving cheap excuses. I never mentioned anyone. Everybody on this platform has.
I asked you a question and you gave me a response, and I have the right to call you out on it.
Simple.
But then if you're calling me that means you are foolish and stupid. I never mentioned it.
Oh, you are dumb ass. Simple. You
Okay,
are dumb
one man,
ass.
please.
Baba, let us take it easy.
You don't have common
I yield the
sense.
floor to somebody.
Morris,
I don't know who this clown is. Please,
Morris,
let someone else speak.
Please, I want to appeal to both gentlemen to let us take it easy. It's too early. We just started.
Yes, I'm making a speech. I never mentioned anybody. I wasn't even thinking of him.
But Morris, you know, we are all adult. There's a way we talk, and you know, somebody can perceive it that you are talking against them or you are talking at them, even though you don't mention name. He just finished talking before you, and then when you started your own, your comment contradicted in totality what he said, and then you landed.
What was I referring to his comment?
No, you didn't mention name, but you know.
But if it looks like a dog, quacks like a dog, walks like a dog, for God's sake, it's a dog.
Yes.
Okay, so does it mean that you're using frivolities to
my
defend?
friend, get out.
I mean,
you are just a stark illiterate, pretending to be one wearing sheets on your shoulder. You
Morris,
are nothing, absolutely nothing.
Morris, what
I don't listen.
Is that
I don't know. Maybe I don't know why this guy is attacking me.
Morris,
What did I do to you now?
You don't call people stupid. You don't abuse people. You don't throw abuses anyhow in a forum. You don't do that.
No, I didn't mention you. But if you are stupid, I will tell you. One man will tell you. If you're stupid, I will tell you directly. You can't do nothing to me.
I'll give you back. I'll give you back in good measure. I will not go home to bring response to you. I'll give you in good measure.
It's not too early, guys. It's not too early, guys. It's too early, guys.
Listen, bro. You don't know me. I'm respecting.
You don't know me too.
I'm respecting you. I'm respecting
you. Are not respecting me.
One man.
You are not respecting me. You are abusing me. And I will not take it from anybody.
No, I have no respect for you. I have no respect for you. I respect one man. If not because of one man, I will. If you know me, you will not even start with me. If you know half of me,
what's going on? What's going on?
You be nothing.
What's going on? How did things get here? Baba,
can you guys just let us?
I mean, he opens up and starts abuse, talking through words around stupid, idiot.
I said,
you don't do that in a.
One man,
you know what debate is about. It's always robust ideas, not abuses.
Okay.
One man, you know what I said? I said there is no one. Please, one man. I said respectfully. I said respectfully. There is no way somebody like now when you talked about the 5 billion yacht, I said I cannot make any statement on that because I have no knowledge of that. I'm only making reference to what I read and what I followed in the news today. And I said there is no way somebody will try to find a tertiary third class excuses to defend frivolities that the person will not respectfully, I'm saying, sound foolish and stupid. And this clown on this platform, I don't even know him. I don't want to know him. One man, I'm respecting him. Tell him.
Let them play it back and listen to yourself. You are just only coloring it now.
I talk to you, you won't sleep. You cannot sleep for 2 weeks.
Hold on. I've muted you and I've muted Baba. So what we're going to do is we'll have a factory reset. So we have a factory reset. So Morris, good to see you. Give us a 5-minute monologue. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but if everybody's agreeable, let's have a factory reset and just start.
Okay. I said 1.7 billion. 1.7 billion.
Sorry, Morris. Hold on for Dale Coco. Yeah, Dale Coco.
Morris. I think we have to respect each other. All of us here must respect each other. We come here not to abuse each other or to call each other names. So the fact that you mentioned, you landed with, the way you ended it, you are throwing it to anyone among us here who did not, who fall in line with your description of, you know. So, but we shouldn't be talking to each other here. Though you did not mention his name, but I mean, we should be able to respect each other here. The way you landed it is not good. So it means that whoever that supports the federal government or do say something in support of Tinubu, it means that that person is stupid, and the way you describe it, that is the way you describe it. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Anybody can support Tinubu. People that doesn't want to support Tinubu, they have their own, you know, choice.
But that's not what I said.
All right. Let's just can we just...
Ajele, let me do my monologue, 5 minutes monologue, and then I'm going to say what I said. 5 minutes. Then let one man judge. Okay. At least he's not partial. Let him judge if I said anything wrong.
All right.
One man, I said 1.7 billion for the office of the first lady. It's not in our constitution. There's nothing like office of the first. Nobody voted for the wife. And then budgeting 1.7 billion for new cars. The office of the first lady right now has a lot of cars in her entourage. What happened to those cars? 1.7 billion. We are going through, look at our economy. People are suffering, and the economy already tanked. Now, 4 billion naira to renovate Jordan Barracks as being used as an official residence, because the other one, the Marina House, which I realized sometime is being handed back to the Lagos state government. Now, another 3-point-something billion for the official residence of the vice president when he comes to Lagos. Now, another one, another 4 billion or 4-point-something billion for renovation of one wing of the what do you call it, the Aso Rock. And in the same Aso Rock, another 2-point-something billion to renovate another part of the wing of the Aso Rock, and also to 2.7 billion again for new fleet of cars. And we saw all the cars during Tinubu's inauguration. Even all the time he's going to office, he's coming back or going for his assignments or arriving at work, he has a fleet of a convoy of expensive cars. What happened then? My question is, what is going to happen to all those cars? Why are we budgeting in this climate? We are suffering. People cannot even find the economy. They are still struggling to see how to stabilize it. 1.7 billion. Now, if anybody, then I said, anybody that comes out out of sentimental, with looking for the cheap tertiary, that means third class excuse to defend such frivolity, can never do that without respectfully sounding foolish and stupid. And this clown on the platform here attacked me.
All right.
Where did I wrong him now? I don't even know him. I don't even know who he's
all right. Thank you, Maurice. Let me just say this. The word clown, you probably want to delete that, because that's not you started this platform with us now, so you know how we are funny with language. So you can't be calling people clowns. But
look at him, good face.
Yes. Look, so what?
You the jealous my face. I find past you now.
Are you sure?
I put my picture there, make you see me. It will be street at the street.
Why in the hiding place? I dey show my own.
I don't say. I put the camera on.
All right.
Look me.
Let's have a
you wear the black anyhow. I know they even see you. You know see my own.
Look me. I find pass you 10 times.
My guy, you know fine. You do like this chair with my friend house.
Face. You be like
so it's an
useless human being.
To be black.
No, but you're black now ugly one. I find this guy now. Talk through now. Look this guy.
All right, okay.
Well,
you think
my guy, I don't defend for you. I don't know you.
I'm not fit no person like you. I'm not fit no person like you, because you wear chip on your shoulder, and I don't do that.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
Foolish move.
Baba, you know, go fit challenge me. Forget, make we leave this thing.
If
Na
I see
platform
for
where we
street,
dey.
I go look. The thing I go do, you no go believe. I be street. If na education, I get am.
You know what people dey call studio gangster.
You dey
If dey another
craze.
country, so you go deal with me. You know where I dey.
Mumu
One man,
like
I beg,
you.
make you talk. I know the best for this guy. If he talk, he go tire.
Me are the best for you. Don't pretend. And so now
I
go go
don't care
back,
if
go
you vex
front.
for me.
You
Now,
know
yeah,
the
no
vex.
be your
One
heart
moment
to
you
take
dey
the
abuse
vex.
me.
Now, your heart to take the
You know
vex.
well. You know well.
Listen, I go insult you well. I go insult you now. And now one man I dey respect. If I tell you two words, you go go cry. You know go even sleep for sleep.
You yourself. You know what you go meet from my mouth. You know what you go meet from my mouth.
Calm down. Calm down. This is how we're going to say.
Calm down. Baba, am I being no education?
No, ajá
What do you dey beg am for? You dey beg
àwọn
am
kìíní
people
yìí
wey
kò
dey
yẹ kí
like
wọn máa
you.
fún wọn ní 1 inch.
Baba, you know, Baba, I beg, the jewel of Nashville, I beg. Calm down.
Joel, no mind this guy. No, he own too much. I don't dey watch am since.
But Baba, you ugly, oh.
Yeah, you carry me for mind. You the best.
Agree.
You go the best. The thing go the.
No, look
The
at
thing
this
go the
guy.
pay you
What are
for
you
church.
doing now?
Jewel of Nashville, that one.
You dey watch me. I be woman. I know they follow man. I know they follow one man. I beg, tell and say me. I know they follow man. Say you they watch me, sis.
I don't know.
I beg, go sit down for one place. Not turn am into joke. I dey serious with you. Who be
I'm
man?
not saying you dey see me well. Big glass wey you carry for eye. So that one dey like TV. Dey like 16-inch TV.
All right,
Say you dey follow me. I don't say I dey follow man.
Trace dey your head. See your face.
Put them
Of
behind.
this face.
Put them behind.
I'm going to be. No, I don't know.
Both of them behind the scene to cool up.
No, I've muted them both, and I know they will not mute. But I've put it to public opinion. No fine pass. So, hold on, everybody.
Man, you want to turn the show
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Apart from Ajanle Koko, everybody, hold on. Let's have a bit of calm. So you are both good-looking gentlemen. Oh, I have to say that. But the first time that Baba switched on his cameras, everybody was all the ladies on the platform. They were sending me messages that do I have his telephone number? So Baba, he appeals to the ladies, so I know that because they send me messages. In fact, Baba, I will start passing your numbers on. So if you start hearing female voices calling you, you can thank me later. No. Let me just say this. We have to be moderate with the language on the platform. You all know that. We have to be moderate with the language on the platform. But I don't want to over-moderate the language on the platform. So I rely on everybody to self-regulate. But ever since we started this platform, there's always been an element of spike to it. Not spite, but spike. A bit of bite. That's always been there. But we often instances don't cross the line, and I'm hopeful that going forward we still would not cross the line. So Ajanle Koko, if you was to round up that space, and then we hear Joel's monologue.
Well, I just want to appeal to both of them that this international platform is good for all of us to respect each other, and because we are all here for the good of our country, and we shouldn't allow our sentiment to drive us to abusing each other or, using foul language against each other. Please, I appeal to both of you. We are all good people. We are all Nigerian, and by God's grace, it go better for Nigeria in our own time. So, thank you, woman. Let's move on.
All right. All right. So thank you, gentlemen. And you're up next, Joel. Joel, a 5-minute monologue from you.
Yeah, one man, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville, one man show. Like, share, subscribe. And one man, my mission on this show today is will be concise and direct. Two things. I listened to the budget, the supplementary budget today, and I felt most of the things I was saying in the past is coming to bear. Secondly, I'm going to take you to the history of River State and how we got here today in respect to Wike versus Simfubara. And that is the political part of it. But lastly, one man, I am going to speak on two people on this show because for the past 3 days, I've not been feeling good. I've not been feeling good not because I'm sick. I've not been feeling good because of what they said. And that is with respect to Babaja and Madam Sita. So one man, that is my, so it's going to be an interesting show. So I'll wait for my time. I don't want to take so much time.
All right. I'm going to reverse the decision somewhat, and I'll start from you and then go straight to Emeka, because I think the audience wants to hear what you have to say on that space, and then they want to hear from Emeka regarding the budget. But 5-minute monologue to Ekene at the Ikemba of Maiduguri. So yes, the Basharon of Maiduguri. Ekene, how far?
Oh man, I did fine.
How about it?
We push and small, man. Everywhere they're cool. We are watching Nigeria. Well, thank you everyone on the platform. And one man, the platform is nice. I was just listening. Everybody to his own opinion. And I think, for me, this budget, I don't know where we are heading to. I don't know. I don't really know. But I keep watching the government to know that positive impact they're going to make in our economy. Because I still believe that cutting costs is the way to go to rebuild back this economy the way it ought to be. I always make that point here. But if the government says no, and they have to be eating fat, or they are telling us to tighten our belt, I think they are deceiving themselves. So I don't know what their plan is to rebuild this economy without cutting costs. All this nonsense allocation that I've just made, the office of the First Lady, Yash, and all that. I don't know. Those things are just, I don't know. When are they going to be belly food? Every time they want to eat everything. Would they make at least some little sacrifice for the benefit of our dear country? Must they eat everything? It's not nice. It's not nice. So, but another thing is that the NLC president was beaten up in Imo State today.
Yeah, and he was arrested as well. Yeah, I saw that. In fact, I saw him bruised up and really roughed.
Yeah, serious beating. They wanted to do some protest against the governor of the state as a Hope Uzodinma. But he ended up being beaten by some gang, which he says is from the governor, which I don't know, but from their word, they say those gangs were from the governors. They tried to stop them.
Who was beating?
The chairman of the NLC, the president of the NLC.
Oh, wow.
I'll show you the images. It was a real. He said they gave him a thorough beating.
They gave him a serious beating, a serious one. And the guy is in the hospital now. So that's to show you the kind of government we are running.
So if you made a statement, Woman, you made a statement that the police arrested him. No, the police have come out to say they came in to secure his life, to take him to safety.
No, it doesn't. The beating was not involved with it. It's the talk. It's form of talk.
With Popo, they secured him with good Popo. That's what I wanted to talk about that I forgot. They beat him very well. He's not supposed to be in Imo State. What is he doing there?
Is he not from Imo State?
Are you serious
That's
now?
what we are saying. He's the chairman
He's
of
from Imo State now.
Yes,
No,
he's
are you serious
politicizing
now?
NLC. He's politicizing
Yeah.
NLC. So what are you? So there are three gubernatorial elections that is going on: Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo State. So why is he in Imo State? It's because he's from there. He has interest there. From the guy in Labour Party.
The guy made
So he has
some
hold on now, hold
he
on.
brought us some issue that the government is owing workers pension and all that.
My brother,
And
forget that.
there
This
was
man has
this
politicized
strike
NLC.
issue.
He
This
wanted to
strike
go and
issue has come
campaign.
up
He wanted to
for some time.
campaign for the one-arm senator, the Labour gubernatorial candidate. That is why he was here. And you can't do that with Hope Uzodinma now.
Can I carry on with your monologue? Emeka will never ever say anything good in that. Just carry on.
When something is bad, something is bad. You don't politicize a trade union or a labor movement. So
Don't mind Emeka. You already know Emeka where he stands.
When you want to play politics, right? Then politics will play with you. So if you are not a politician and you want to play politics will play with you.
One man,
Let's
the other guy carry. The other guy still has the platform.
Emeka, let Ekene carry on with this monologue, and then we still have Charles and next and Enigmatic, and then we'll open it.
And that is
Ekene, do you know what Carol White is? You must know what Carol White is.
Is it not a breaching claim?
Do you think this guy is it not? You know the Carol White that he has been using. You can see it from the beating, can't you?
One man. They say people are naturally light skinned, though. They say people are super light skinned.
No, this one is not naturally light skinned, though. This one is.
I'm not saying it's not, but they say people are light when it comes to competition.
You know, Maurice. I've been trying to research because I want to do a session on why Igbo people are light skinned. So I look forward to that in the future. I want to do something around that.
Okay, I will do my own research as well.
Yeah, and notify me. I want to find out why Igbo people are light skinned. Yeah.
One man, and I'm interested in that because I have those in my family too.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear. Yeah. Yes. And
even my father-in-law, like, it's crazy.
One man, please tell Baba also to do research on why people are light skinned.
God, leave Baba alone. No, Baba will have you. Baba is not anybody's Error. It's not Error. But back to you, Ekene, back to you.
Okay, one man, thank you very much. But I must tell you that the way you support criminality in our country, I don't know how you want our country to grow.
This man is the criminal. He's not a politician.
No, you didn't. The last time.
Hold on. I'm going to meet Emeka. Yeah, thank you for meeting Emeka. Ekene, if you call Emeka out, then you will. Then he has to respond. But you are just meant to give us a 5 minutes.
Maybe he will respond, but let him allow me to speak because I will not hide my mouth to call him out. Because I will still call him out because the last time in River State, I saw how he supported what is going on there and all that. And most of the time, I came here for at least to hear from intelligent people like him. But what I got is otherwise. So if who is going to rescue our nation? If all the intelligent people we have in the nation staying abroad are supporting the criminalities going on in our country, who is now going to teach the younger one? Who is going to teach our generation that all these criminalities and thuggery is not good for our politics? Who is going to teach them? When our intelligent men are the one using good English to paint everything to look nice to us, who is going to teach us? In the words of Lucky Dube, who is going to teach our younger generation? When everything has gone wrong, when our dignity has been stolen, when our nation is going down, it only requires a man of integrity, a man of uprightness to come up, to stand to build another nation for us. People of integrity need to stand up to build another nation for us. Then where are they? Where are those men of integrity? Where are those men of character, especially our educated ones? Where are they? In the face of the difficulties we are facing, If this our politics continue like this is the NLC chairman going to his state to protest. Then what now happens to me, an ordinary man, when I come to this to the streets to protest about ill governance? So they want to shut up every means where poor men can lay their views against this governance. What is happening? So nobody can speak anymore. You do any little thing, they bring out. This is not even politics. These are talks. It's a confirmed talks that came up to beat this man like this. He was secured by policemen, taken to the hospital. How can I explain this? No matter the political differences, a governor of a state doing this to NLC chairman, national NLC chairman, and the people that are supposed to put some.
So sorry, has it been established that Hope Uzodinma is behind it? Because you are giving the attribution. Has that been established?
Yes, the man said it. Not only him, all the members of the NLC was attacked, but they necessarily decided to bounce on this man very well. Took him somewhere, beat him very well. Then the police now go and rescue him. Almost all of them, they gathered to do a protest today. That protest has been arranged for some time, and they wanted to do it today because they said the governor is owing some pensions, some salaries, and all that. And they beat him up like this. So we should be careful when citizens are supporting all these things, because it means that I cannot take anybody worse here for anything. It irritates me, one man. It irritates me very much that the people I'm looking up to help us put up their voice there to make sure that these governors and the president do the right thing, because governance is all about the common man. It's not all about themselves. When it doesn't favor them, they begin to react in a way. It doesn't make sense to me. They should be the father of the land instead of destroying it. Thank you, one man. I will still wait to hear other people's voice to interject.
All right, thank you, Ekene. I will still come round. I'm just trying to innovate this new system so that every voice is documented somewhat. To document next, Charles are next. So you know those educated people you were talking about. This is one of them. It's going to confuse us with big grammar now. Charles, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. So which one do you want me to talk about? Okay, let me talk about the.
Yes, whatever caught your attention. Okay. So it's just a 5-minute monologue so that everybody says something. But you don't necessarily have to talk to the talking points. You can.
Definitely.
But if there's anything that especially caught your attention, you can bring that to the fore as well.
Okay, so I'll talk on two things. One, the private Yacth or whatever it's called. You see,
it's pronounced yacht, by the way. I'm not quite sure. Yacht.
Yacht is, I mean, Nigerian yacht or yacht. So one, I'll tell you that I've given up on Nigeria. Okay, I've just given up on it. Like, I understand the system now. It's rotten to the core. There's no even need of good governance. We can never have good governance, because since democracy and everything, even when things are going good for Nigeria, no leader even thought it fit to even buy a private yacht or whatever it's called. And now that things are bad, like terrible, our leaders are thinking of buying jeeps, yacht. It just shows that there's a form of disconnection between the people and our political class.
It's quite crass, isn't it?
Yeah. So look, let me just tell you the truth about it. There's only one. Nigeria is going to end in there's only one way out of this situation. See, at one point in time, it's just up to the Nigerian people to just say enough is enough, and it's going to be bloody. That's the only. There's nothing like election.
Sorry, Charles, it's a monologue, but consider this as well. Reno Mokri came out on this particular matter, and he was suggesting that it was a fifth columnist that embedded that yacht into the supplementary budget to embarrass the government. Do you go along with that line of thinking?
Honest, I don't know. I think Reno is. I don't know. Reno is doing too much. I don't even go along with it. But I think I won't even believe Reno anymore, because we already know. It seems as if we know what Reno's antecedents is, where he's going. He's doing so much to please this government to notice him. So
if he comes up with that, I won't believe him. I'll just believe that he's just trying as much as possible to seem relevant to the people, to the government, to back them up and stuff like that. I don't believe him one bit. The other part of the NLC chairman, you see that one there? The only reason why the government will have, you know what they call carrot and stick in Abacha, and it's Abacha that brought up that this thing. They will give you carrots. When you come close, when you chop it, as you bring them out to it, they will use stick and hit you. That is what has happened to this guy. He's been compromised, and that is why they have the effrontery to beat him up. There are two things I expect from him. If he's not compromised, they will shut this country down. In fact, they will even take not rubbish again. They will shut it down. But if this man has been compromised, they're just going to mumble and keep short. He deserves it. As much as Nigeria is a bad place, and I won't tolerate violence and everything, but I believe he's been compromised, and that is why the government or thugs or whatever can be set on loose to this guy. And he deserves it. And any person that goes against the people should get it hard. Anybody that goes against the people's mandates, that takes advantage of serving the people for their own personal benefits, this is what everybody will go through at the end of the day. So as much as anything, if he knows that he's in the right standing, he should go and protest, shut the country down, and demand justice. If not, he should keep quiet and chop his beating. That's my own.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. We'll still loop round. Enigmatic, you're up next. 5-minute monologue from you. Enigmatic, Hyundai. Enigmatic. Look at that.
Yeah.
There you are. Yes. Let's hear from you.
Okay. So, first of all, who brushed this guy's face like this? They don't even brush and wear self.
They don't brush and wear. They close the two eyes. You are politicizing labor.
If you want to be a politician, you
exactly.
be a politician. If you want to be a whatever you want to be,
an activist. If you want to be a union
why
activist,
is it not in other states?
You are playing
the wrong governor.
Yeah,
you are playing politics.
It shows the wrong fight. You cannot mess with politicians now. You are dabbling into the arena that you are not meant for. So you already know they are thug. You already know what they are meant for.
Thank you, and your head is correct.
Election is in a week or 2 weeks, and you already know political contest in Nigeria is high stake for the people, not for Lily Livered. Now you are crying, oh, they beat me, gun, man. Shit. I was laughing, man. So he said he was going to fight for pensioners or whatever in Imo State. Why did he leave pensioners in Abia State and move into Imo? At least he has an LSC governor in Abia State. He should have been there. So he should be very careful so that he doesn't waste his life in the hands of politicians. He will just kill himself. He has shown his hands all this while, right? People without sentiments, they know where he belongs. So he needs to choose where he belongs now, either being a politician or being a civic leader. That's how I'll leave that. Then on the part of Wike and Fubara, right? The simple...
Enigmatic, let me play you a 10-second clip, which will set the scene for what you're about to say. So watch very closely Fubara. Ignore Wike, but everybody watch Fubara.
Okay. Yeah.
And the fight is not over. The fight has just begun.
Yeah, but this is not a recent start. I think this has been during the pre-electoral campaign periods. But
right.
one thing that before I even say this, I think it is very clear now that Nigerian politicians, I think they don't really learn, right? And I understand that there's no way you want to do it. You just want to at least anoint a successor after you. But from what we've seen from Obaseki and Oshomole, from Akpabio and Udom, from Bindao, right, and Danjuma Goje, from almost all the predecessors installing their successors, right? We've seen them, basically having this kind of political
imbroglio and the brouhaha behind between them, and they should just leave it that way and let people just come to power, because this guy doesn't even know how he became governor in the first instance. And then finally you could see that sense actually prevailed on him. But beyond that, one thing that I see in this is the leadership capacity that has been demonstrated by Asiwaju himself, where somebody is missing, and this is again, an indictment on the leadership capacity of Atiku. Atiku, who is supposed to be the father of all in PDP, you could see his men taking sides already. Voila, within 2 hours of that moment on Monday, he was all over the place. Same as Dele Momodu and some other people within his camp. What Tinubu did, right, is what an intelligent leader would do. In the midst of chaos, if you're a phenomenal leader, known to turn chaos into triumph, that's what he did. He did the same thing during the election, right? He benefited from the chaos in PDP. And now from Rivers State, he's benefiting from the chaos because he needs Rivers State. And he needs to find a way to ensure that, look, Wike and Fubara, they remain on the same team. And they would have called him. Don't forget that those PDP governors, all of them, just shortly after the tragicomedy, quote unquote, press conference that the perennial loser in the political space, Atiku, right? The unfortunate press conference that he actually came out to give, and they basically railroading and lampooning all the institution of government, not looking at his own mistakes, because he wouldn't stop pointing fingers at everybody, but not pointing fingers at himself. Now, all the governors, the PDP governors, and even by extension, the leadership, all the conglomerates and the apparatchiks that, make meaning under PDP, they came out, vociferously in one voice, right, to vote to pass a vote of massive confidence in Asiwaju, and then to tell Atiku, basically, get F out of our way. Elections has come and gone. You've taken it to court. Supreme Court has made a judgment.
Is that a good thing, though? Because then where is the opposition to this government going to come from?
Yeah, the opposition. The opposition will not
has already surrendered.
The opposition will start if Atiku is not trying to get out of the way. And as I said it maybe 2 weeks ago, these people are tired of Atiku in their party. They need to reform PDP, but Atiku is trying to kill himself in PDP, and they are not trying to drown themselves with Atiku going forward. That's why you see they are getting their clear departure from Atiku now. The governors are taking a stand, and they are trying to see, okay, because they need people like Saraki, right? They need people like Donald Duke, all those young folks, right, to see if there's a possibility to galvanize the party and make a strong claim at the presidency in 2027. They need to see if Peter Obi can come back. They need to see if Kwakwanso can come back, right? They need to see those young folks, not Atiku, who is always pulling the party down with his perennial bad luck. He needs to move on, and that's why they told him there must be an end to litigation. And beyond that, right? What Asiwaju did is he has seen that what Fubara is doing. Fubara is not a politician. Fubara is just a typical civil servant. He rose from the ashes of the civil service cadre to the brim of it, Accountant General of the state, right? But Wike brought him to politics. Now he saw the hands of Atiku and Amechi, right, in what is happening in Rivers State, and he knows that what he needs to do is basically to capitalize on the void of Atiku's leadership. That's why he provided the leadership. And by the time they called him to Aso Rock, coincidentally, the governors were there, and they would have told him, look, it's better you stay in bed with your Wike, right, rather than going to bed with a serial betrayer and serial treacherous individuals like Amechi and Atiku. And you do not forget that this man had a very big EFCC case ahead of him. before he became governor, right? You remember what happened to Fayose? It's just a Fayose treatment they could have given him if it was OBJ and Atiku's moment then, right? They will leave the situation to further to the chaos to fester, and after a while declare a state of emergency, get him out of power, then go full blown on his EFCC case, and then get an administrator there to run another election. If they actually want to go OBJ and Atiku those days, but I'm just trying to see the political capital that APC is drawing from the chaos that was supposed to have actually manifested, right, in Rivers State. You will see the tone of Fubara. They've prevailed on him. He has spoken with his fellow governors who probably at a point in time were very close to Amechi and Atiku, and they would have, like Bala Mohammed. If you see the body language of Bala Mohammed, who is the chairman of PDP Governors Forum, he has been a long-time ally of Atiku and Amechi. They've been in the trenches, they've been in the political trenches, and they know who is who. They would have told him, hey, look, all these guys, where were they, right? Look at the same Atiku. Atiku is trying to benefit from where he has not sown. They're trying to create chaos. And Ashwaju himself knows that whatever problem that Wike is attracting from all these folks, it's not just about Wike alone, right? The bigger picture is even Ashwaju himself. Because for every small thing, they will be calling the president to fire Wike, that Wike will bring his government to disrepute. And Ashwaju knows that.
But is Wike not already bringing the government to disrepute?
No, you can say that, but when we are talking politics now, when you talk about politics, do not forget 2027 is already on course. And that's what I want you to put your mind at now. And 2020, everything you are seeing in Rivers State, right, and you will see in subsequent weeks, if it happens, 2027 is already full blown. There are so many elements who do not want Atiku in that political party again. For instance, Peter Obi will leave Labour Party. If you know politics very well, you know Labour Party is not his party. He will leave that party. So where does he go? Kwakwaso NNPC is depleting on a daily basis. There's a possibility that they can go to Kwakwanko and then woo such people back into PDP to form a formidable opposition to APC. But how would you do that when this octogenarian is not trying to move out of the way? And he came with a bunch of lily-livered Lilliputian, like lightweight like Voila and the Daily Momodu, who basically they have zero political capital. So they have to find a way to ease them out of the game. So Ashwaju now knows that anything that happens in Wike is the pivot wheel, right, for that South, because they know they cannot rely on Southeast, and they are not getting anything from there. Even bring Jesus Christ to Southeast, they won't vote for him. They hate him viciously, so he knows. So he needs to find a way to continue, right, his relationship with South, and if they can maintain it, Rivers State is part of it. So Fubara, we will see what will happen in the coming days, but now he has seen that politics is different, right, from where he was coming from, or what he thinks it is. So they would have opened his eyes, they would have opened the books to him, they would have told him, this is what is happening, this is what is on ground. Do they really love you? They don't love you. All they want is for you to have a clash with this man so they can regain Rivers State, right? And then by that extension, APC wouldn't have the capital in Rivers State in 2027. And it is in the best interest of APC, right, to secure peace in Rivers State so as to have the advantage going forward in Rivers. So that is the two games that they are playing over there. But on the other side, I've told you what Atiku is going to face. Because I see Saraki, all of them, mounting prayers very soon. I see all these Tambua, all of them mounting prayers in PDP. Try to tell the man to go and find his level and let them reorganize PDP. And then, of course, you see the people that were happy about that, the usual suspects. There's somebody who will start a fight, but there are other people, the headless mobs, right, who will carry the gala on their face, and you see within 24 hours they are kind of quiet. So they are. Let's just see how it goes, and this will be my monologue for now until we come back to the substance of the conversation in the previous, in the subsequent conversation. But I'll leave it at this. But the take home is Atiku once again has shown his leadership dereliction by looking by not even trying to settle a fight. It's like a boy and a son. I mean, two friends are fighting, and you are supposed to be the leader of the party. You're already taking side. Then you are not a good leader then. And that somebody showed that leadership. And that's why you see the PDP government.
You know, the one thing that surprised me about Atiku, I mean, the one thing that was really highlighted in the course of this cycle is that Atiku has no, you know that leadership is based on instinct, isn't it? Really, so you make an instinctual decision, but ultimately you don't often get it all. Nobody ever gets it all right. But more often, you should be getting more right than you should be getting wrong. And on the big decisions, you should really be getting it right. And what we have seen, what we have seen with Atiku is that it doesn't have leadership instincts. It doesn't.
Yeah, the biggest problem is
the way he managed the Wiki space, the way he managed Peter Obi, the way he managed
is having now is that
he is the one that lost that election. It wasn't even that Tinubu won it, and it's all down to him not being able to make leadership decisions.
Yeah, the biggest problem Atiku is having now is the leadership mutiny, right? That is suffering now from PDP hegemony now. When you have the governors of your party not in sync or not in line with you, that's a big problem for you already. It means they are giving him a signal, Ogbeni, Yara and brain, get yourself some brain and leave us alone. Because Bala Mohammed, all of them will be done 2027, and they will be looking at, I'm still young, I can throw my heart into the presidency. You know what I'm talking about, one man. I think they have like almost 4 governors from the Northwest or between the Northwest and the Northeast now that will be completing their tenure of office this 2027. And they have a chance, right, to muzzle at least, to show their strength at the political and the presidential arena. But this man who is going to be 82 in the next 4 years is still trying. So let's assume that even they want to go to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, look, we want to bring you back to APC, to PDP. You know quite sure, one man, there's no way Atiku will be in PDP and Peter Obi will get a ticket. There's no way Atiku will be in PDP and Kwakwanso will not struggle, and they will become another show of shame, and they will play into the hands of APC again, and they will start crying. And there's no way that is not going to happen, because Atiku is not going to go easily. So let's just leave it at that for now.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So we open it up now, and we open it with Joel of Nashville. Joel, you have the floor, but we'll be moderating it so that nobody exceeds about 10 minutes thereabout, I think, roughly.
Okay.
Just so we keep it lucid and fluid. So Joel, you said that you had matters to address. Joel.
Yes, one man. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So good morning, afternoon, evening once again. And one man, I was looking at the supplementary budget, and it clearly shows what our priorities are. Our priorities as a nation determines where we go.
Never don't come up light, Joel.
No, I wanted to put my camera on because this is very important to me.
Yeah, go
on. Between the National Assembly and the presidency, we are spending over close to $200 billion naira on this. And
you're breaking up.
Sorry. So these cars are being purchased from foreign countries, usually Japan and all the rest, while we have our own local automotive industry. One man, I was going through the supplementary budget as well. $5.5 billion and 5.5 billion naira allocated to student loan. Over 10 billion naira allocated to renovation. Over let me just say over close to 20 billion naira when you consider the presidency, the wife of the president, and all that going on. Woman is unfortunate. Agriculture, 200 billion. It shows where our priority lies as a nation.
200 billion or million?
Say?
Did you say 200 billion or 200 million?
No, 200 billion. To agriculture. Seedlings and all that.
But that's a decent budget, is it not?
No, it's not decent, woman. Far from it. If you consider the inflation, the exchange rate, it's peanuts. That is why I was talking about where is Tinubu actually, declaring a state of emergency. Look, one man, Tinubu is a guy man. He can go get a yacht. I don't really care, just a Lagos boy, I don't really mind. But what are your priorities? What are the priorities of this nation? It is sickening, one man, that education, student loan, that is a loan. A loan. I believe that should be made clear. 5.5 billion naira. Over 200 billion naira expended or allocated for the National Assembly, the wife of the presidency, which is not even in our constitution, the presidency, renovation. Woman is sickening. And anyone trying to justify this carnage must be living in La La Land. It is unfortunate that we have gotten to this state. Woman, I told you this quite prior to the election. Let's look at it. The Yacth, let's accept without considering that Yacth was called, that is going to cost us 5.5 billion. I have someone say that Urano post of a post that she was the one that put an order. That was kind of trying to save face. 5-point-something billion on a presidential yacht. 5.5 billion on student loan. Who are we trying to impress?
Did you see that
in this nation?
Can I interject you 1 minute? The 5-point-something billion for the yacht, did you see it in that supplementary budget?
What I'm just saying is this.
It is there. Let me bring it up and highlight it. Carry on.
So it shows where our priorities are, one man. I told you, one man, that governance in Nigeria, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. And I'm starting to believe those that said that the qualification to be the president of Nigeria should be a high school certificate.
Sorry, can you look at this highlighted item here? So the last item on the Navy budget, presidential yacht, 5 billion 5.095 billion. So that's presidential yacht.
Where are we headed? Where are we headed?
That's insane.
Where are we headed as a nation? It clearly shows where look. Let me tell you, one man. Look, I listened to Tinubu today, talking about the ministerials, the ministers and performances. And if you didn't notice, Tinubu is looking younger now. Something about the presidency.
I thought you guys. I thought you guys said it was going to kill over and die within that.
No man is God. No man is God, but we have to go by what we see and what we saw at that time.
I know they shake anymore. Look at this guy.
At that time, one man Tinubu wasn't good, but probably with the presidential money and all that, he's feeling good. But I look at him. I mean, he's looking good. Tinubu is looking good. I have to tell you that. But what are the decisions being made? So, one man, I have clearly shown over 600 billion naira on security, and I must accept that there seems to be some kind of, serene environment, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, compared to when we had Buhari. And that is why I keep telling people that security in Nigeria is not also rocket science. It's about the man in power. We don't normally see the herdsmen slaughtering and all that. They were doing that because they knew they had a president, and the president supported their way of living. These days, we don't normally have that no more. We don't normally hear about it no more. So I give credit because I know it's not just because Tinubu was just being an expert in the whole thing. It is just because he is just from the south. The man that was propelling them to do all those nonsense they were doing in the past have left power. So I would love him to consolidate on that. 600 billion on security, that's no problem. But I hope that as we move forward, that as the year goes on, that the budget on security is actually going down. Because I would want to think that the reason why
you don't want
such a budget.
Hold on. You don't want the budget on security going down, no? You want it
No.
Security is the linchpin for everything, is it not?
Yes, it is. But the issue is this. I know for a fact that we have not invested that we have not how do I put it down? We have not sincerely invested in security. It is not that we don't allocate money to security. It's just that it does not really get to where we want those monies to get to, which talks about the corruption in the police space or in the security space. We have spent so much on security. There's no reason why you should go to a police station and you still have police, writing report on with lanterns and candlelights. I have seen that first time I went to the police the last time I went to Nigeria. There is nowhere you go to Nigeria and the police station are living good. If you go even to the police quarters, it's even messier. So that is what I'm talking about, one man. Is the money allocated actually getting to the police, getting to where we actually want it to be? I do not have a problem with that. But if it actually does, then it means that as the year goes by, we should be able to say, okay, we have invested in this, in the heavy issues. Then we might just come down, we get to an equilibrium where we say, okay, this is the amount we actually need for security. That's my point. That was a good one. So, one man, I'm going to leave that issue to talk about. So, just to let you know that the supplementary budget is just a supplementary budget from now to December. And we have seen the mess that is going on right there. It's quite unfortunate. One man, I want to take you to this particular issue because I said I was going to be concise. And it has to do with what is going on in River State. For many of you who do not know, River State has been a state where you have many political warlords. Right from the time of Orderly, Rotimi Amechi, and we Bara. And the issue is just quite simple. It's because of the amount of money that gets into the states. So if you're a president, whatever you are, if you're in a position, you want to have such states within your reach. What Wike is doing in River State is what he did not accept from Rotimi Amechi. In case you do not know, the three people that started this journey, the three musketeers, were orderly, Rotimi Amechi, and Wike. And in all of this, Wike has always been the one doing the dirty job. So when you talk about the thugs and all that, Wike is the one that is in charge. And that is one of the reasons why, when he had problem with Rotimi Amechi, one of the reasons why we were looking at him like he was too crude to be the governor of River State. But as God may have it, he became the governor of River State. And most times when people talk about development, I was talking about this prior to the election. Wike, fine, people were saying that he was building bridges. But what about the lives of the people in the River State? It was a mess. What about promotion? What about how the people were going to live? What was going on? Would you have beautiful cities with poor people? That was the situation in River State. There was nothing going on in terms of human capital development. And this man ran through, and the reason why he was building this was just to have that publicity, national publicity. And he invites all the media houses, and he just to do what? To commission a bridge.
All right, Joel, you have about 4 more minutes. What did you say?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So the reason why I'm saying this is this. I listened to Ajele Koko and Madam Zita yesterday, or 2 days ago, and they were supporting the acts of Wike trying to impeach the governor. And I asked, to what extent? Look,
hold on now, Joel. Do you concede that Wike single-handedly orchestrated the governorship for that guy?
He did.
Right. Do you also concede that before he did that, they would have had an understanding that he was essentially only going to be in that seat as a puppet?
He did.
So why is he now refusing? Why is Fubara now refusing to have his streets?
Because he may have realized that the people are the most important in such arrangements. Look, one man, let me tell you something. I come from a state where, can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? I come from a state, Anambra State. And in Anambra, we had Emekofo with Mbadinuju. We had Ngige and Chris Oba. One man, within these years, it was hell in Anambra State. So I know what godfatherism looks like when it comes to governance. It's a vicious setup. You cannot live by that. At the end of the day, the people suffers. When you look at governance, you look at it from the angle of who does governance benefit? Does it benefit the godfather or does it benefit the people? If the latter is the affirmative, then you should look at it from that angle. Yes, we had an agreement, but you cannot stand for the people. That is what happened in Anambra State. It happened in the Southwest. And I think probably in the Southwest, I think probably people are more comfortable because we saw it with Adedibu, where Adedibu came on national television and said that a part of an allocation from the state government should be going to him. That the appointment of commissioners and all that should be left in his hand. It was on national TV. We had the same thing going on in Lagos State. So probably it's a southwestern thing. But that cannot fly in the Eastern region. It is not going to be possible. And what we use in the Eastern region is this. We stoop to conquer. What Fubara did was that he liberated He
Bring it
liberated
home,
the
man. Bring
people.
it home, man.
Yes, I'm bringing it home. He liberated the people of River State by that action. And I implore him to keep going on. Do not go for any negotiation. Stand firm. Work for the people. Let the people notice you. Let the people know that you care for them. The people will vote for you. Forget Wike. Wike is in Abuja. He is not on ground. And you are the governor, for crying out loud. So to the likes of Ajele Koko and Madam Zita that came out here to say that they went to the same school, that Wike is the fighter and all that. Power is transient. I don't know how you people sleep at night to think that the Fubara should in any way compromise the people and uphold the excesses of Wike. That is purely seen to the people of River State, a state that have lived in. Nice people. You cannot do that to them.
One man, can I say
And
something?
the strength,
One man,
let me say this.
Joel, take
so that
the interjection. Yeah, take the interjection.
You have a better appreciation. Do you know? Let me just say why it was because when they are talking about godfatherism in politics, they always want to refer back to Anambra situation. But why Anambra situation was kind of a topical then was because of OBJ's falling out of with Ngige, and he had the Uba brothers right on his side. So he had the presidency, and if you look at the trajectory of the old cases that actually brought this guy to power eventually, and that's why you see the judiciary very vexed at him, very mad at him now, because this is raw fact that I'm telling you. OBJ played a major role, right? Running what's his name, and Chris Ngige out of power, and ensuring that this guy becomes the governor, and that's why you still see their relationship up until now. So the role of the central government, right, means a lot when you are trying to play that kind of game. And then I refer you back to Ekiti State, when the same OBJ ran Fayose out of Ekiti State, when they declared a state of emergency and they had an arbitrator called General Tunji Olurin, right? So what is happening in Rivers State? The governor that does not even know how he became governor, he doesn't even know. If they tell him to go to the podium to campaign, he doesn't even know about that, how to campaign. Godfatherism in politics is everywhere. Peter Obi was godfather to Obazi or Seluka, but they lost together. He was a godfather to Valentine Ozigbo. They lost, and probably he's going to be the godfather again in 2024 election against what's his name, the incumbent governor Soludo. But it depends on the role, right? On the agreement on the table before the election. If, for instance, in Rivers State, where you had the likes of Rotimi Amechi, Peter Side, Dakuku, right? Tonye, the money bags versus Fubara, who was just a favored and blessed civil servant, accountant general. Tell me how he would have funded that election.
Okay. No.
I'm not trying to counter you, but I'm just talking.
I feel you. No. Enigmatic, you made perfect sense. You made perfect sense.
Godfatherism or no godfatherism in politics, because in politics as we speak now, right? In the next election, and I put it to you, the next election in Anambra State, as a Labour Party candidate, Peter Obi will play a major role, right? Peter Obi's factor will play a major role. And he was his godfather 2 years ago or 3 years ago, same as Obazi or Zeluka. So if they became the governor and they never had issues, right, it depends on the agreement. Do not forget, may so continue to rest in peace, Jim Inkemba, right? He was Peter Obi's godfather at a point. So there's always going to be situations like that, except in some cases. And we shouldn't just make evil out of these godfathers. They invested their money. It's about interest.
I understand.
But one man, I thought he said he wanted to interject.
But he took over. He took over the
Don't worry
floor.
yourself. I've already
That's
interjected.
not interjection.
But this is the thing, Edmatic, right? I understand where you're coming from.
All right, go
But the
ahead.
thing, the issue is this: it happens. We saw it even you're talking about Oba, and we saw it even with Mbadenuju and Ofo. And Ofo was loyal to Atiku. So we saw all these things. This is my thing. What is the agreement all about? If the agreement, whatever agreement you're making, if it's against the will of the people, if it is in support of oppressing or denying the people the right or the fruit of governance, then it becomes something that is a sin to the people. We cannot do that. And now, hold on, please. For some people will be like, okay, let me stoop to conquer. And we have seen that in the case of Ngige. And he came out and he did good for the people. Now we are seeing Fubara stooping to conquer. It does not matter if it is 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. At the end of the day, the people will judge Fubara based on what he did in governance or why he was still there. So I see no reason why somebody will be using public property like the private jet of the place. Even though they've denied it, but I mean we've seen activists upon activists come out to say that he has a certain cover or a limit to which he can, dispense with monies of the state. No, you cannot do that. Knowing who Wike is, I know that there's some element of truth in what is being said out there. But thank God that the people of River State has been liberated. Let Fubara go out there, work for the people. The people will determine. It does not matter the Austin Opera, what they call them, Magnus Abbey. Been there in the political scene. Have they won? No. Magnus Abbey was part of the setting with Wike, Rotimi, and Odile himself. It was the same circle. Has he been able to win after that? No, he has not been able to win. He should work for the people. The people will determine if he's going to make it to the next election, he will make it the next election or not. We have seen it with Peter Obi. We have seen it with many other political leaders that have worked for the people, and the people showed or supported them back when it came to re-election. Thank you very much, and God bless.
All right, Billion. So that's the excellent duel of Nashville. Inimitable, one of one. There's only one duel of Nashville. Only one duel of Nashville, and only, of course, one King Emeka. Emeka, you're up next.
All right, good evening. So just a quick 1 minute response to Ekene, my brother Ekene. Ekene, you see, I think Enigmatic has actually landed that point, and that's why I said I would use 1 minute. Ajero is playing politics. You may not agree, but I would try to explain it to you so you will understand. Ajero is trying to use the structure of Nigeria Labour Congress to push political ambition. Now, he did it with Peter Obi. He campaigned for Peter Obi during the presidential election. I don't know if you saw it, but it was wide out in the open. Now he's going to Owerri to do the same thing. There are 3 gubernatorial elections that is currently going on on November 11th. Obi, Imo State, and Bayelsa. And I will tell you, go and look. The governors are all owing their workers. There are issues with workers there, not being paid their salary as at when due, and not being paid on time, and as well as pensioners that have not collected or seen their pension. So if Ajero wants to be a politician, he should throw in his hat into the ring and come out in the open and tell us he wants to be a politician. Don't try running ring in circles. And then we are hearing that Nupeng wants to go on warning strike because of what happened to him. Politics is a dirty game. Politics is not a child's play. If you have been involved with it, you know it's a do or die in Nigeria. It's a very, very dirty game. And then in Imo State, the election is highly contested. between the former senator, the one-armed senator, and the governor who is trying to, by all means, to be re-elected. And notwithstanding, people have been calling that governor a Supreme Court governor. I think there's
May I
noise.
just give you information, just 10 seconds? Ajero is from Imo State.
I know
And he has political agenda.
Yes,
Ambition too. He wants to be governor.
And that's what I'm trying to say now. If he wants to be a politician, don't hide your hand. Throw your heart into the ring. Come out. Stop hiding behind the structure in place.
Emeka, can I say something?
No, wait now. Let me finish now. No, wait. When you spoke, I interjected you, and I'm sorry for then. I kept quiet for you to go.
I just want to chip in something before you continue. Just a little one, because you said you said he's a politician and all that. I don't argue that because he already come out.
He's not a politician, but he's not.
He didn't deny it now. Even in his last interview, when I listened to him, he didn't deny it. They own a political party. He said it. Labour Party. They own a political party.
No,
if he's pushing it,
there's a difference. He doesn't.
No, let me finish now, because you are saying if he's
part of the board of trustee, right?
Yes,
and again, wait. I know that space very well. So the Labour Party and Nigerian Labour Congress have gone to court over that, and the Labour Party has the severe ties. It is because Labour Party now is now looking like they have some headway. That's when they are now bringing in the Labour Congress, Nigerian Labour Congress as a structure to run with. A lot of people are saying that Labour Party don't have structure. So I know that space very well. I know what is going on. I know what Ajero is doing. So
he did not deny, because if he's pushing the agenda of his party, I don't think he's doing the wrong thing. But my point is the rascality. The rascality.
Let's say what is right and what is not right.
No, there is nothing wrong. There's nothing right there. He owns he's a member of Labour Party. He said it, and he's not shying away from it. If that is politics, going to his state to make his statement, and that protest was not a plan today.
Look at this, young gentlemen. Look at this. Under the industrial law, right? If Ajero cannot declare to be a member of any political party?
Exactly. The Labour Congress is a political.
Does not have. It will be the moment he does that, they have the right to kick him out of office.
Exactly.
Look, even when Oshomole was NLC leader, right? We understand they are humans, right? They may have their political leanings, but you have to hide it. You have to find a way to be balanced, because you are not representing labor. You are the face of the labor union in Nigeria, of all workers in Nigeria. Not so that what he's doing now. That's why they will continue to popo his head wherever he goes.
So when Emefiele declared to enter politics when he was CBN governor, why didn't
that was wrong? That was wrong.
Because the rule only applies to certain people. It doesn't apply. Nigeria is a jungle.
What you just said.
To have. You are bringing Emefiele. Emefiele is an antithesis of everything, right?
That is wrong.
That is wrong in Nigeria politics. It shouldn't be an example of anything good. We cannot pray to go back to Emefiele's CBN on a very good day.
At all, in any shape or form. No.
Even if we had a president, respectfully now, right, who was intelligent and who was smart and who had the capacity to do the right thing, Emefiele should have been fired within 2 minutes with what he did. Because it did not actually violate the CBN's law, right? For you, don't you know you are not? This is economics 101 now. You are not supposed to even talk politics. You are not even supposed to even go close to them.
Emefiele is not even supposed to be seen.
He shouldn't be seen at all.
Emefiele is not supposed to be seen.
The equivalent of Emefiele, the equivalent of CBN in the US, the Federal Reserve Bank, Jerome Powell.
Okay, you're not the one speaking, right?
Maurice. Can I interject, please?
Just let me make this point. The Jerome Powell is always having issues with the government in power. When Trump was there, they fought for 4 years. He's already fighting with Biden. That's how Emefiele or any CBN governor should be doing. You are not supposed to be on the side of government. You are supposed to be facing the policy and the frameworks, that work for the country. Basic. So Ajero will continue to collect as
many people.
As
many people as they will come.
If he doesn't
no,
know
he's very lucky that they did not even kill him.
Can I interject, please?
They play with
After your
Oma.
interjection, please, let me carry on with my monologue and move on.
But the problem with Emeka is that your monologue will never finish. You're ready to talk for the next 2 hours.
We have one man to moderate me to tell me when it's over now.
Let me interject, please. Listen, Ajero is the NLC chairman, and say he cannot be political. But you don't forget that Labour Party is a child of NLC. It's just a child of NLC. It's the political wing of Nigeria Labour Congress, Labour Party. And when Labour Party came out to contest for electoral position, the NLC came out openly to back it because that is their own child. So I would say indirectly, they're all political. I mean the NLC, including the chairman and the members. But that's not the reason they went there. I know that it's very convenient to say because it's election period, that is why he's going to campaign for this. No, it's going there because if I'm from Imo State and you don't know how many months and some pensioners are not paid for years and the condition of the workers there. I go to the ministry very often to do one thing or the other. And I see how it is that place. Even the workers there, how they lament. Do you know that a lot of the workers in the state ministry, they have to, they created a market inside the state ministry, state secretariat. And that market, even people sell beans and rice because they take all those things on credit. The lady that does all my, does CFO for me on all these things, any paperwork, she was also telling me, I said, why do you people create market inside the state secretariat? He said, because without this market, we're not supposed to do it, but we cannot survive. They give us items. Sometimes we pay them end of the month. Sometimes we pay them 2 months end, after 2 months. So he's going there to complain, and this is not first time. Even before, way before the election came, this election is coming now. Way before it, they came to Owerri also to protest. So it's not because of election, but we my brother Maurice, right? But Emeka, but to be honest, when Emeka, when you said what you said, I didn't even think it twice, or I didn't even consider it. I just let you talk. You know why? Because you are the same guy who also said P2B cannot even win 1,000 votes in the whole of Southeast. You understand? So I know where you stand. So when you talk, anyways, I don't really consider your opinion, especially when it comes to Labour Party, as anything else somebody has to take serious.
That's fine. That's fine, Maurice. That's fine, Maurice. Yeah, that's your opinion, and it's fair. You have the right of your own.
But you are right. Now, wasn't I right? Are you not the one that said P2B cannot even get 1,000 votes in the whole of Southeast?
I can tell you squarely, right, that Ajero was there to campaign for Labour Party. You are
okay. You know now, of course.
He was there to campaign for Labour Party. So when you get yourself involved in politics, especially when you are in Imo State, and you know that the governor is trying to seek re-election, and there is this.
But this is not the first time they've been coming there to complain about the workers' welfare.
There's this notion. There's this
you
notion
have a selective memory.
Hold on, Emeka. Maurice, the point that there's 2 points. The first is, why is it there to complain about whatever it is in the middle of electioneering campaign? So that is to tell you that I was there for politics. And then the other thing is,
you asked me that question. But let me ask you, when is the best time? When is the convenient time to complain about existing problem that has been going on for years? When is the best time to complain about it?
Not in the middle of an election that is being bitterly fought.
No. One man, do you know what's happening in Imo State? I'm just coming from Imo State. Do you know what is happening? Do you know the whole of Imo State? You will not see one single poster of another political party contestant
Even in villages, everywhere you go, you only see only Uzodema poster, LPC poster, every single where. If you listen, don't take my word for it. One man, if you can find one single person who has a poster that is not of APC or Uzodema, yeah, I swear to God, I will send you 1,000 euros to your account. I swear to God. Just don't take my word for it. Everybody's here, bear witness. I'll give you 1,000 euros tomorrow morning.
Brother Morris, politics.
Sorry, Emeka. The other point that I wanted to make was that the NLC is a sister arm of the Labour Party. So he's the chairman of the NLC. He's there in the middle of our electioneering campaign, in a guy desperately trying to hold on to office and people pushing to push him out. So that is to tell you then that he's not there for any workers' welfare. He's there to campaign for.
No, that's a lie. A few months ago, they came there also. They pleaded with them, and then they came back. The workers way before the election, one man. And let's be honest. Let's be fair. Sometimes.
Let me.
Morris has expressed his opinion on
one man. Do you remember a few years ago during Tasha's time when the Labour and the Parliament instigated the Labour Union in Britain to go on strike, the coal union? You know what happened? You remember?
Remind us.
When Tasha allowed them to fool themselves for months and they go starving and they ended up even begging practically, and Tasha won that election.
There it is. Tasha the milk snatcher.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, have that interjection, and then back to Emeka. Emeka, 5 more minutes, and then we move the conversation on.
5 minutes. I didn't say anything. I only 1 minute. I have 9 minutes more.
Take Adale Koko's interjection, and then carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think this politics of suppression, we should all condemn it. It is not good. And sentiment, I think we have to do away with this political sentiment that we are doing.
Do you agree that it's there to campaign?
I don't want to know what he went there to do. A citizen should not be beaten like this. There's no reason, there's no justification for it. Whether I went there to campaign or it
man, take the picture away. Is the picture?
All right, carry on, Ajale Koko.
Criminal.
Emeka, please let him speak. Ajale Koko, carry on.
One man, whether I went there to campaign or not went there to campaign, we have in our constitution freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedom of association, and to exercise all this freedom, do not be intimidated, harassed, or molested by anybody. What they have done to this guy is very, very bad. It's not only him beaten. The entire Nigerian workers are beaten. We should feel ashamed that the president of the entire workforce in that country can be beaten like this.
No, he was a political combatant now, he wasn't in that capacity of...
He was even the one oppressing the governor. He was the one oppressing the governor.
Hold on, one man. For God's sake, I'm feeling ashamed that I can hear this from you guys, and this is too shameful, man.
Ajele Koko, God bless you for what you're saying.
He threw his heart in the ring as a political gladiator. So what do you expect?
Yes.
Even if it's a political actor, does it mean that they should go after him and beat him up? For what? So does it mean that we should not have political opponents?
But that's the nature of
Nigerian trying to lock down the state.
It's not nature. it is criminality being effected against, what do you call it, political opponent in Nigeria. Voter suppression, suppression of political opponent. We should stand up and speak against it. That when will it stop? When will it stop? When you people are saying, oh, this is the way it's been done in Nigeria, when will it stop? When will it get it right? I'm very shameful. Nigeria, president of Nigerian workers, beaten this way, and we want to laugh over it, and some people want to. I mean, we should condemn what is bad. This is
Ajero is a politician, Aja, please.
It doesn't matter whether he's a politician. Should politician not work free?
Okay.
Should politician not work free in this country anymore? Should I say because I'm a politician, then I should be afraid to walk around in my country?
He weaponized his followers. He himself weaponized his followers and was going to lock down the state. In an electionary week, on the 11th, they will go to the polls.
What do you mean that is going to? How will he lock down the state?
No, it said they was going to organize a protest or
and then what?
In the middle of electioneering.
We have
one man.
The right
in the middle of electioneering.
One man.
We have electioneering. It doesn't matter. We have the right to protest in that country.
In the middle of an election,
Sir Ajale Koko.
One man. In a country where you don't respect the law, then you never have.
One man. A lot of Supreme Court judges are also APC carrying members.
Maurice, hold on. Land Ajale Koko, come in, Larry, and then we get back to Emeka so that we can still be
In a country where we don't respect the law, where the supremacy of the law doesn't matter to the people at the top, that is not a good country. It's a useless country completely. So if I go now to say, okay, we don't like this party in power, then we want to go and complain. We want to go and campaign against them. We are not carrying up arms against the state, just to go and in a civil manner, as guaranteed by the Constitution, by the law. Then the government in power will come after us.
Hold on. It's not a government, it's a mob.
It's a mob.
Mob went after him.
Who sent the mob? What do you mean by mob?
I don't know.
Okay, where's the police? Where is the police, for God's sake?
The police rescued him, but I take this question. Do you think it's provocative for him to be organizing a rally, which essentially is a protest, in the middle of electioneering? Do you think it's provocative?
It is not provocative.
It is not.
What do you mean by provocative? Provocative against who? Against who?
Against what is in play?
Did he carry up arms against the state? What is wrong? It's the law.
To organize a rally in the middle of electioneering is not provocative.
We saw Nigerians rallying every day in London. The Biafran.
London is a civilized country now. London is a civilized country. Why are you comparing?
Okay. When will you civilize? So your country will never be civilized? Is that what you're telling me?
One man. About a month ago, I sent you where police was beating some rioters in Germany.
Towards civilization. I feel very hot. Seeing this man, seeing the way he's beating, and look at his face. I imagine I'm the one beating like this. How will I feel?
One of my brothers or
my son beating this way. How will I feel? Or one of you. One man.
We will not organize a rally in the middle of electioneering.
How will I feel seeing you beating like you go to Nigeria and you have an uncle campaigning and you go and speak and they beat you up and beat you the hell out of you? How would I feel? I mean, this is bad. This is bad.
This guy is a politician. He is the president of the NLC. If he hold himself to his position, he will be respected. But as a politician, he weaponized his followers. People who
Baba,
subscribe to NLC and pay money, dues every month. He is using that facility to harass a sitting government.
that is not an excuse. How does he harass government for campaign just to rally
By
without an
weaponizing his
investment
followers?
against the government?
It's not an excuse beating him up. I agree. It is
I
bad.
mean,
I
look,
agree. I
Ajani
accept.
Koko.
But
we
again,
have
you
a
see,
meeting point.
our politics is a do or
If
die
we are
affair.
playing politics this way, because we are
Let's
supporting government in power, doing bad
let
thing,
no. You
that
see,
bad thing could
we have
happen
to
to any one
tell
of us
ourselves.
one day.
We have to tell
And I
ourselves.
pray it doesn't happen to any
We
one of
have
us.
to tell
All right,
ourselves.
one voice. And let that voice be Larry, who wants to interject. So Larry interject, and then take the floor back and make a Larry.
Okay. So, Sir Ajani Koko. So, what I want to say, particularly this Labour guy, we need, number one, we need to all condemn what actually happened to him. But at the same time, one place where I actually have a problem with this guy is the way they kind of like weaponize strike in Nigeria. And the way Labour has actually been doing things, particularly with things that does not really concern everybody in Nigeria. Take, for instance, now, one of the things they were asking for was, they said NURTW had an issue. And because of that, Nigeria will go on strike. And I asked myself, how does what happened in NURTW affect the whole of Nigeria? And we need to be very candid with ourselves. And I am not a lawyer, and I still need to go and study how they actually have that power, right? I've seen a lot of blackmail, right, with the way NLC are kind of like undo their stuff. You see, for me, I think let's look at it in one way, because I was listening to that guy today, and I think there was a court injunction that actually kind of like he was supposed to follow that. He didn't follow that. He said it was saying probably the court injunction has lapsed and stuff like that. And let's also understand something. You see, when it's time for election, everywhere is hot. There are instances that even the governor, right, might not even send some of those people. But if a governor is going, right, you see a lot of people that are interested, because a lot of people, the commissioners and all those people, they all have their boys, right? I think probably what he will have done is to before he goes there, he will have just kind of like make the police aware, let them give him the proper protection. Probably he didn't do that. That's why they were able to really get him. Yeah, another thing I wanted to say was actually the issue of Wike. I'm sorry if I'm bringing you people back.
No, that's not an interjection.
Okay.
Let Emeka carry on. But
Okay.
Emeka,
Let me move on. Let me move on to
be
the
succinct
budget.
and condense it so that we can get round to.
Let me move on to the budget so that I don't drag this matter up before someone interjects on my space again. And one man, they didn't even allow me to use my 10 minutes. So I have 9 minutes left. Okay, on the yachts, right? I don't know why the Nigerian Navy think it wise to buy the president a yacht at this point in time when we are having this economic crisis and the government is trying to see how to address this. We're about to spend 2.2 trillion naira. What this supplementary budget didn't show is where that money is going to be coming from. How do we raise that money? What income are we using? Are we going to borrow to fund this? And some of these budget items have already been spent. If you look at, especially from the Ministry of Defense, which comprises the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Army, and the Defense Headquarters, right? So out of this Military of Defense, which is the second most highest budget line within these supplementary budgets, I think the Nigerian Navy needs an explanation to do. I don't know if this budget was actually subjected to budgetary control and defense for them to come defend a lot of the items that they are putting in here. If you look at their recurrent expenditure for the budget, you see they put third quarter internal security operations, which they are going to spend 2.5 billion naira. Now, I'll be hoping that's a typo error, which shows that this budget was not subjected to budgetary control. And whoever was collating this or trying to put this together did not look at it to raise eyebrow, to ask them questions. Why are you putting third quarter internal security operations here where we are already past due third quarter? So what are you trying to tell us? I think this is fourth quarter, but it's to show us that some people do not know what they are doing, and that is why they can sneak in a presidential yacht. Now, for instance, we have presidential fleet, right? Air fleet, which the Nigerian Air Force manages. I don't know why the Nigerian Navy is looking at this point in time. And again, not every country also have a presidential yacht. Just about 8 of them: Finland, Egypt, Russia, Philippines, and India. Right? So we don't need it now. I think they're just trying to maybe play sycophants to the president who is in Lagos. I know if they go ahead to buy this, they're going to park it in one of the lagoons in Lagos State. I don't think there's any river or any marine or any water, or even if it's in, I don't know where they want to park it in Abuja. So, and I don't think the president is going to enjoy it. So it will be at the leisure of the chief of naval staff. So it's strange with that. Then again, there is a lot of people. I don't know why Sahara reporters decided to pick some specific things to discuss about. There are really, really nasty things in this supplementary budget that were not picked on. If we go to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, you will see some nastiness that needs a lot of questioning. Now, they said they were going to spend 200 billion recurrent and capital expenditure. Now, if you go there, what you're going to see is for the recurrent.
No. It's actually 104 billion. The totality of their budget is 200 billion.
Yeah, that's
but then
yes, recurrent and capital.
Yes. Carry on.
For recurrent, they say they are going to spend 25.5 billion for restocking of National Strategic Reserve with 150 metric ton of assorted food commodities and their associated components. This is crap that needs a lot of questioning. I would be expecting
I'm not sure that you can say it's crap, Emeka, because
restocking of assorted food commodities. You understand? So budgetary, like the question there is, what are these assorted food commodities? Yes, we can talk about.
There will be grains now. Remember, Tinubu said they should release grains.
Look below, you will see provision of seedlings, right? Other agricultural inputs and supplies in 6 states in the North Central Zone, and you see is 11.7 billion. And you can see 11.7 billion were done across all the geopolitical zone. We need to ask questions. Then again, going to the capitalized expenditure.
But this is a Tinubu promise, though. Remember, Tinubu said they were going to release seedlings to the agricultural space, and he also told them to release grains from the strategic food reserves. So it's consistent with what they are presented.
Not release, provision of seedlings, right? Then and you want to use 11.700 million to release that grains. If that we want to go with what you're explaining, 11.7 billion to release grains in North Central Zone. One man, please. Let's put things in the right perspective. Then again,
are you misreading this, Emeka? It says provision of seedlings. Other agricultural input and supply. So yes, that is essentially they will acquire and then give grains to.
But what this means is just the supply of food grains. We know that 11.7 billion, right? 11.7 billion for just one zone. That is 95.2 billion to supply seedlings. No, to supplying grains in the entire country. One man, we need to ask questions here. We need to really ask questions. If we're going to supply seedling for 92, I don't know what truck they want to use. Already, this grains should be in certain that should have been kept somewhere. So if we're going to use 95.2 billion to supply them, then we need questions. Questions need to be asked. Then again, the things I like about this budget, I like the FCT budget line. I like the Ministry of Works budget line. I also like okay, the one for INEC. INEC wants to spend 18 billion for the election in Kogi, Imo State, and Bayelsa. That is understandable. Then there's something else that I think is I'm raising eyebrows on. The police said they are going to budget specific amounts for the election, right? So the police said they are going to spend how much is it?
5.9 billion.
5.9 billion for the election. I will be thinking that should be coming out from the budget line of INEC and not from the police, not taxpayers again paying. It's like we are trying to pay twice, right? Same thing with the Nigerian Navy. There's this operation.
I agree with you on that, by the way. It's INEC that is organizing the election.
Yes,
so if they need police support, then they should pay for it.
That expenditure should come out from their own budget line and not the police or also budgeting it. And I know the INEC did not break down their budget line properly, so we might not know if they budgeted for security again, and I would think INEC would have budgeted for security again.
It's a case of double insertion, isn't it? Because they will budget for security, and then police will budget for security
again. So it shows that this supplementary budget was not subjected to any budgetary control. Then if we go down to the Nigerian Navy again, that's why I keep saying this Nigerian Navy budget line should be highly questioned. I will be expecting investigation or investigative journalists to pick this up and begin to ask the right question. Now, if you look at the second one on the recurrent expenditure, you see Operation Dakata down Barawu. That is catch the thief, right? So that operation is an operation that is currently for protection of oil theft on our pipelines, right? And it is done in conjunction with NNPC. Now, NNPC is a corporation on its own that raises its own funds, income, and expenses. I'll be thinking that NNPC should be paying the Nigerian Navy for this. They are budgeting 16 billion to protect oil theft, the same oil theft that is still going on. So I'll be thinking the NNPC should be providing that fund to the Nigerian Navy because they need the Nigerian Navy to protect the oil pipeline from crude oil theft. Now, why is the Nigerian Navy now budgeting 16 billion again from the Nigerian ports for the same operation that they have in conjunction with the NNPCL? So this shows how the weakness in our budgeting control. Now we will keep blaming the president for specific things. I hear, sorry, Joel, I'm calling you on you.
And there's no excuse. Tinubu purports to be an accountant, so I mean.
No, but again, well, everything stops at his box. That's why I said he needs to appoint the right set of people to look at this. This thing was not subjected to any budgetary control. Look at the weakness in this.
Is it not Bagudo's department? Is Bagudo not in charge of this particular space?
Exactly. Right now, again, you can tell that Ministry of Defense is spending 476 billion naira for just 3 months, and we are already close to. Short, we just only have how many months and the year.
Sorry, a lot of that. I think there's some capital expenditures embedded in that. Is there not?
Yeah, there are some capital expenditure.
If you look at the army budget, this is special
upscale Nigerian army operations across the country. My brother, one man.
So that has no meaning. That
has no meaning in my opinion, because if you are going to be doing, let's not forget that these departments, right? The Ministry of Defense.
Okay, so they are purchasing. They are purchasing armaments from Turkey.
That purchase is drone, right? It's a drone from Turkey,
shoppers
right?
too. No.
From shoppers. So no, that's a drone. That's a military drone.
No. Emeka is not only drone. They are buying 5 attack helicopters.
I'm not talking about what they are also buying. That's what do they call 50%? They've actually bought it, so they are paying 50% balance to the contractor in Turkey.
How,
But if you see
sorry,
the
Emeka,
backyard,
how come it's costing more to buy drones than it is to buy helicopters?
interesting enough, right? That's interesting. I went to look at the amount of that drone. If you go
There are
online,
classes of drone.
if you go online, there's this specific one, Baka Makana Sanayi. Go online, you will see the price in Turkey. What is it? What does Turkey use? Is it Lira or what? I can't forget.
No,
Let's do the
lira,
conversion.
Turkish lira.
Turkish lira. So they didn't put the number of payments. So they paid 50% and they want to pay another 50% again. And now they want to purchase helicopters, right? And then they are redoing some refurbishment and whatever. I'm not so bothered about the capital expenditure for the Nigerian Army. I'm more bothered about the recurrent expenditure. This special, and if you look at all the ministries, that's the defense ministries, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, you will see it there. Security operations, security operations, security operations. Then we are now asking the question. It boils down to, for the 12 months that you have made your budget on, why are you now providing supplementary budget again for the same security operations that you're talking about? Now, still within that same security, that's why I look at it and I said within that, the Nigerian Army needs to answer a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Now, I can look at the Nigerian Army and I will say, okay, fair deal, but there are some things being padded here. They have a request of fund for payment for outstanding group life assurance disease members from the year 2011 to 2023. Why have you not budgeted for this so far? For 2011 to 2023. So it shows a lot of weakness. The questions that should be asked is, why are you bringing...
And why is that even in a supplementary
budget?
Yes,
Thank you.
because supplementary there has to be some urgency to it. It has to be something that cannot carry over into a substantive budget.
Thank you, one man. Thank you so much. Why don't you budget it for next year? Why are you bringing it in a supplementary? Why do you need to spend this money now for some? These are members of the Nigerian Army that died during maybe special assignment or special operations. But why are you bringing it now? Why can't this wait till the next budget where they will be properly looked at and say, okay, what are you doing? And how do we know? What I did was to look at some of the budget lines for 2023 appropriation act, and I could see that it appears that some of these things probably would have been budgeted for. So there are questions that needs to be asked. And you know what Sahara reporters just did? They went quickly to the ones that can sensationalize the country, and people will begin to cry, oh, why is the first president? I agree, the first lady is not a constitutional office. I don't know why they are spending that money now.
Should that be challenged in law? Should that budget for the first lady should it be challenged in law? Because,
of course, because it's not in our constitution.
I agree. That office is not in our constitution. I think somebody needs to take it up and say, okay, we should not be appropriating funds to keep that office. If they want to keep the office, then that office needs to go seek for its own funds. They can get funds from donation. They can go to other African states and raise funds. They can go. It's an NGO, literally, for me. It's an NGO.
Sorry, they are submitting this for approval to the Parliament, and they're saying, second reading in the House of Reps.
We don't have laws. One man, we only have rascals. We don't have laws in our country.
Yes, we don't have laws. And what you just said is emphasized by this. It says a purchase of official vehicles for the office of the First Lady. So, like you said, and we all know, there is no such thing in the Nigerian Constitution as the office of the First Lady. So how can Parliament pass for an office that does not exist?
One man, I'll tell you why. Because the senators already collected money, 70 billion, to provide luxury cars for themselves. So there's nobody there who's going to object to that, unless their own will be withdrawn. Rascality and irresponsibility goes on. That's the frivolity I'm talking about. There's no law.
The problem here is the senators are rushing to pass this supplementary budget rather than taking their time to look at each budget line
because they already
and review
collected
it
70
properly.
billion, unless they will lose
No,
their money.
I don't think so. No, their money is not on this budget line. So they
No,
have their
not
own
now.
budget.
I mean, they already budgeted 70 billion for them to buy luxury cars of
Maurice, they
apart
have their
from the
own
70
budget.
billion, that is for their
They,
offices. But
they
then
have their
another
own
50
budget
something
already.
billion to provide bulletproof cars, Prado and the Land Cruiser.
That's not in this budget cycle.
That's not in this budget cycle. No,
understand
Maurice,
my point. Because
I know
the
your point,
senators
but it's not in
are
this
getting
budget
that
cycle.
money. Now, the president is the one that will sign and authorize that money. So if the president said, I want my wife to have 1.7 billion, they cannot reject because they are all wimps. They owe their position to somebody.
You know,
what I'm trying to say, they don't put the country first. They put themselves first.
Yeah, we get the point. I take that interjection. I think that might be Jide, but let me just make this point. If we've ever needed Femi Falana, this is where we need him now.
Yes,
Not bloviating on television, preening and peacocking. This is where he should be going to the courts now. Jide, who wanted to come in?
I agree. Yeah. So one man, look at the Ministry of Housing, right?
One man. I wanted to say something. Emeka, sorry, I wanted to say something. Yes, the office, from what I checked now, the office of the First Lady does not exist under Nigerian Constitution.
Right.
But it's that particular office that does not exist have been receiving allocation since independence.
That is illegal.
That the office has been given allocation.
But that does not make the office legal. It's illegal.
It's an illegal office. Let's call it for what it is. It's an NGO. It's an NGO that should go find money for itself. We don't have money now, right? So we should not.
Emeka, nobody is trying to justify it. Okay, what I'm trying to say here is yes, there is no office of the First Lady legally. But since inception, these people have been allocating money to that office.
Yeah, but that does not justify it.
So what I'm saying is, sorry.
Started since Babangida time. It was during Babangida time that it started.
Yes, so it was during Babangida's time.
Yes.
Can I say
had it before that time? It was Babangida that started First Lady's office with his wife, Mariam.
It was Babangida that brought it, elaborated it, and made it glorious.
Even to Babangida to court.
It was Babangida that glorified it. They have always been receiving allocation since time immemorial, even before Babangida. So, but the issue is this. What I'm trying to say is it's an anomaly that has become a culture to these people.
But so does that make it right? That is my question, my brother.
Nobody is saying it is right. What I'm just saying
is, if it's not right, we simply say this is wrong. We cannot look for like fancy words to give it a soft landing. No, it's just wrong. That's rascality. That's criminality.
Why is it that you always take it like this?
Let me round up. Jide, sorry, don't be angry. Let me round up. Or there are some other important things that maybe on your space you can take it up. So now, if you go to Ministry of Housing, you see slump upgrade and urban renewal, provision of developmental infrastructure and facilities in 6 geopolitical zones of the country for 50 billion. Then National Housing Program for the construction of 40,000 units, renewed hope mini cities estate across the 36 states of the Federation for another 50 billion. Now, what I am trying to look at is why are we spending 100 billion for within these 2 months, right? Why do we intend to do that? It's something we can do for next year and include this for next year budget. Can we build for 40,000 units of housing in 2 months That's not possible. I still see this being sneaked in into
It's a
2024
corruption.
appropriation
It's a
act.
corruption budget, Emeka.
Yeah,
There's no other way to look at it.
now
It's a corruption budget.
let's look at this again. Now see, education loan fund for funding student loan for 5.5 billion. The student loan is supposed to start in January 2024. Why are we having this budget line here now for 2 months for a program that is not going to start soon? Are they making provisions for that program yet? And I know this is going to be sneaked in. And again, the framework for the student loan has not been finalized yet, because what the president was saying, you could go to banks and take loan, and the federal government would back that loan guarantee for you, which means when you finish your school and you get a job, you will be paying that loan. So are we borrowing directly from the federal government, or are we going to private sector to go and borrow? That's when I say are we, I mean students, right? Those who will access this loan. Now you see the weakness of this, and you see the exposure of the corruption in this budget. That's how civil servants sneak in things into the budget, which they will go and collect funds for and use to fund their lifestyle. This is where I expect investigation journalists to come in and begin to speak on this matter, so that people would open their eyes and say, what is the hell is going on? It helps the president to look and say, okay, we need to tighten our budget properly.
One man, I'm going to sleep. Good night.
We need
all right, thank you, Maurice.
We need people to look at and come and defend their budget. Now, again, we have a takeoff grant for MDAs, and we also have monitoring and evaluation for 2 billion. Thank you.
A good 60% of that budget is padded. That's just my reading of it. What's the like you rightly highlighted? The educational thing they are telling us is kicking off in January. You are telling us this is a supplementary budget to insulate the shortfall in this year's budget.
Yeah. So what are they doing for funding of student loan for a program that is going to kick off in January? Why are you making provision for why are you trying to spend? What do you want to spend? Where did you want to keep the money for? Right? For 2 months. What's the answer?
And all of these things will be budgeted for next year again.
Exactly. They will sneak it in again into the budget line, and within the Appropriation Act for 2024, what will happen? You will see, it's very difficult to go through each line item there, because you have different ministries. These are just a few ministries that just brought in their own supplementary budget. You have different ministries that will be bringing and submitting theirs. So the budget office will have a lot to do. Then when you are going through it, except you have a specific interest in a particular ministry, like you want to look at housing or works or agriculture, then you pick up their budget and begin to skim things for line to understand what is happening in here. But again, we're doing it. There are a lot of things that a lot of questions needs to be answered for this budget. We just have 2 months left, and this budget is for 3 months, a quarter, the last quarter of the year, and we only have 2 months left. Yes, some of them might have spent money doing certain things, but why do you still want to spend money, this amount of money, 2.2 trillion, just for 2 months? Why? There are questions that should be answered here. Deep questions that we need to question. We need to have people come in
and they should match some of this. They should match this budget against the Buhari budget, which is still in play.
Yes, I agree, because that budget is still running. It's still running concurrently. Some other ministries that did not supply supplementary budgets still have their budget line still running concurrently to the end of December, and some might not even spend the money that they have. So why are you bringing that? And somebody you made mention of the fact that the ministry, the defense ministry budget should go up. And in my mind, when I looked at this, I said insecurity is never going to be solved in this country. If 2 months or 3 months budget is 496 billion just for 3 months, insecurity will never be solved in Nigeria. We will continue to have insecurity issues. Thank you. Can I?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
They have approved $700 million and the $100 million for the money they want to borrow for this budget.
Wow, wonderful. Now, see the
Senate have already approved that. So we'll talk about where the money is coming from. So I just want to tell you that they have already approved that amount of money.
We're actually borrowing the money. The police is purchasing marine boats for 4 billion. Why are they purchasing marine boats? Where do they want to keep it? I think it's in Lagos State. So why shouldn't they collaborate with the Lagos State governor to provide this money for them if they want to be policing the waterways in Lagos State? Lagos is the only place that has an existing.
No. Emeka, it might be for the Niger Delta to monitor oil bulk.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. I also forgot. So yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you for drawing my attention.
Yeah.
So, but there are some things here that we need. Then you have the police too saying burial expense for deceased officer, August 2021 to March 2023. Come on, man. Come on, woman. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka. We'll still unpick through this budget in the days to come. But let's take the conversation on, move it in the direction of let's go in the direction of Larry. So Larry, you're up next. So this budget, the more Emeka continues to unpick it, the more the word fraud continues to pop into the thought. Come at it from wherever you like, Larry. You can either go to the budget or go to any of the talking points. So your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay. Thank you, Woman. So let me start from the budget. You see, you've said it all. I think Bill's budget is coming from an amateur point of view. And I'm sure that this is Tinubu's first time. I think he needs to do more job to look at this budget very well. I think another place that I have an issue is where the money is coming from, particularly at what dollar rate are they benchmarking this budget on? They are benchmarking this budget on 700 naira to $1, which is not the reality. So I think I actually expect the legislature to do a good job, but unfortunately, I don't really see them doing a good job on this budget, because if they do a good job on this budget, there are a lot of things, right? What I think they should just do is just that the things that are germane, they can let those ones go, but the other ones, they can still hold on it. But we'll still wait and see where they are really coming from and see how they really want to get this out. And this is exactly where I expect the opposition in National Assembly to stand tall, right? To be able to critique this budget and be able to show
God
that
bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
But from what we hear from Bala Mohammed, the opposition have already surrendered to Tinubu now.
No. The opposition can, you see, those ones are governors. This is exactly where I expect those young ones, the ones that are actually the Labour Party side, they're actually in National Assembly. This is exactly where we want them to talk. Because if there is no opposition in any National Assembly, then there is no country. What the US is gaining today is the fact that there is viable opposition, right? So I leave that to them, right? No matter what we say, this thing is still coming to their table. It's still going to go through the committees, and then we actually expect that when they invite some of these ministries, they have to make it public so that we can actually see everything going on there. That's on that. I quickly want to go to Wike's issue, and I think a lot of people are missing something.
Sorry, Larry. Let me build you up with a clip. Just 3 minutes, and then you use that clip to leverage your
on that. Yes, they have talked about the crisis in the state, but let me tell everybody who cares. Nobody can intimidate me. Nobody. It doesn't matter whether you go and bring talks on the road. It doesn't matter whether you want to say you're a job. If I want to do something, I will do it. Impeachment is not a military coup. Impeachment is provided under the Constitution. It's provided under the Constitution. I'm not interested in all the rumors, money, this and that. Rubbish. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I just left office how many months ago? I'm an FCT minister. Which money?
But nobody can take away our political structure. No one. So I've listened to them. And for me, you cannot walk and people will begin to bring enemies. Those who fought you. When you are struggling for the person to be in office. Nobody does that. Even if you go and say, oh, I heard they said, oh, I gave a limit of how much you can use. All those things are, I want 25%. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm not a political ingrate. I'm not. But don't touch the political structure of Rivers State. I will not shut my eyes. Forget about the obedient and the articles who have lost, who felt that I did not support them. And those who are revoked their CFOs here. Oh, Wicked did this, Wicked didn't do that, Wicked did this, Wicked didn't that. I'm not interested. Because I didn't support Toby. I didn't support their presidential, their PDP's presidential candidate. So all of you just team up. Wicked. And those who are revoked as CFOs, they are not happy. Wicked. All those things I am not perturbed. I will do what is right. I'm not talking about that. President is our father. He has spoken. We'll see where it takes us. But no amount of propaganda. Not amount of propaganda. Go and hire all those that refuse to give demand notice to produce. Most of you, your newspapers and your media houses.
All right, back to you, Larry.
Yeah. So one man, you see, one thing, if I want to advise Fubara now, what I would tell him is this: go and check the Lagos templates. You see, what a lot of us don't understand is that there's difference between politics and governance. And if you look at what the whole politics in Lagos, if you want to perform in Lagos, you face governance and you leave politics. And that was exactly what really helped Fashola to perform, because it was more interested in the governance than the politics. The same thing that is actually helping this guy now, the present governor of Lagos, and that was Sanwo-Olu, and that was exactly where Ambode got it wrong. Ambode wanted to play the politics and leaving governance, and his problem actually started when he started having issues with the Aregbesolas as regards kind of like controlling Ali Mosho. He was having issue with this Solomon Adiola. He was having issue with a lot of people. So what I will advise him, right, it's face that governance, right? You can argue, critique when it comes to that governance. It's too early to play politics, because people that want to take advantage of the situation will definitely tell him, oh yeah, this is the right time, right? You need to take control. You need to take charge. Taking charge of governance is different from taking charge of politics. It's too early. And if you look at the whole thing, right, the old people shouting, right, oh yeah, it's the time. All of them are there because of one or two things they want to gain. You will see what is happening in Rivers State now. There are a lot of people that Wiki has actually benched. You are now beginning to see them coming out and telling the governor, right, that they're actually for him. But in actual sense, if he sits back on his own and look at it, he will definitely understand that it needs to face that governance, bring the National Assembly together, forget about all those things. If he does well, I can tell you, right, Godfather won't have a choice than to make him come back. The same thing happened to Fashola. Fashola did first term, right? There was a lot of politicking that went on. The whole Lagos, the owners of Lagos, they told Tinubu, Fashola is going back, right? So Tinubu had no choice than to follow what the GAC actually told him. So for me, right, it doesn't really need it. It's too early.
No, they
No,
didn't.
I think you're talking about Ambode. Because with Ambode, we supported
No,
Ambode
on Fashola is correct. On Fashola is correct too.
Go and check what Fashola's first time.
Let me tell you
Fashola
something, my brother.
was not going to do second term, but the people said he must. And
Yes.
Tinubu
But what about Ambode? What about Ambode that wanted to do it and they skinned him out?
For Ambode, if you go and look, Ambode himself knows where his problem actually.
Let me interject you on the issue of Fashola. Let me interject you.
Okay.
You are saying it if those power that be according to you, force Fashola on Tinubu for second time. No. They actually went and begged Tinubu for him.
Okay, no problem. All are the same thing.
Even Oba of Lagos was involved.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that they forced him on Tinubu. They begged Tinubu that, look, forgive him, let him go.
Aja, why didn't Tinubu say no?
That was, huh?
Why didn't Tinubu say no?
No, look, why he couldn't say no is because they came to beg for him.
Okay.
Oh my God,
yes, sir.
Hold on, let me land. Okay, I will yield to you now. Unlike, what's the name of that one that they sack?
Ambode.
Nobody went to beg for Ambode.
No, because the people that say he must go.
Because Ambode, he stepped on so many toes. But Fashola did not step on people's toe, but rather his boss. So that is why his own case was easy. When Oba was involved, then Tinubu said, okay, Oba will bank until me. That is it.
But Fashola also showed some level of humility by also, begging Tinubu.
Yes, he didn't fight. He didn't show disrespect. He also was, like you said, sense of humility and show respect, and he actually begged too, So, unlike somebody that was showing,
Ambode begged too.
It was late.
It was late, but he begged. But the begging no work.
All the power that be, even the Oba, they said they don't want him anymore. So what would Tinubu do? So that was why.
Particularly when he stood in the public and accused Jide Sanwo-Olu that he was a drug addict. That was what really nailed it for him.
That was after they told him to go to hell. They started fighting.
He don't have mental problem. He said he had mental problem. He have his record.
I don't even want to remember it. I don't know why I said it.
But actually, Ambode worked for Lagos State more than all these people you're talking about.
No.
Ambode did. Hold on, I'm telling you, in 4 years, all the things you're seeing in Lagos State, both the Oshodi, airport road, what they call it again.
He didn't touch the metro. 1 kilometer of it, he did not touch.
See, Mark, I tell you something. Ambode did. We knew in Lagos State the thing that Tinubu did not want him. But when you want to talk about most of this issues you see today, Ambode, the one that really started it. I didn't say he initiated it, but he started most of this project you see today.
He changed Oshodi forever. Oshodi where
the problem is that Ambode had no balls. Ambode had no balls. We told him. We said to him, Ambode, go to another party, we'll vote you. We told Ambode now. Ambode work for Lagos State very, very well. This thing you're talking about Oshodi, I cleaned up of Oshodi. Because Ambode was working for the people of Lagos State.
Do you think if Ambode had gone to another party, would he have won?
Yes, now.
No.
No. See, See, let me tell you something.
There was a good chance that he would have won, you know.
No, look, let me tell you something. Yes,
the
yes,
thing
I'm
is,
telling you, with Ambode,
you see,
he
quench
had no
that fire.
balls.
Because
Ambode
people
had no
really
balls.
resented
Ambode
the
had a lot
way
of
it was
support from the masses. Ambode would have won. Ambode have a lot of support, but he didn't have the guts.
He didn't have the
He
guts. He didn't have the balls.
One man.
Ambode had no
Well,
balls. I didn't Lagos that time.
Ambode
This is just
contested
academic
now.
exercise, so let's leave it like that.
Ambode actually
Okay,
went to
okay.
another party and he contested.
So for
He
me,
contested and lost.
so for
One
me,
man, I want to say something. Joel said they said Ambode open a new party or register in a new party. Joel, if your vote will not get Rosebud to that place, your vote will not get Ambode there. The structure of Lagos is different from what you are saying.
What
And
I'm
that's
saying is this: like, look, you do not stay in Lagos State. I stayed in Lagos State. At that
Jide
time,
is
you're
talking
talking
from
about.
Lagos.
Listen now. I stay in Lagos State, and I still stay in Lagos State. You cannot tell me about the politics, what Ambode did for the people of Lagos State. Coming from the Tinubu time and which other person, we knew what Ambode did. Most of these places you're talking about are staying. We're not even talking about Apapa Road. Look, Ambode touched the lives of the people.
Joel, let me tell you
Forget
the
the
heart of
politics.
Lagos politics. It's not about infrastructure you see. It's about that thing you do not see.
Look, let me tell you something. We have seen the ones you have followed now, and we have seen how oppressed you guys are. We have seen it. Not be all of us in Lagos. You understand what I'm saying? Forget all these things we're talking about. Like Tinubu did, but what did Tinubu do?
Sorry.
This guy I'm talking about. Look, I was in Lagos State during the 80s of Tinubu. I was there during Fashola. I was there during Ambode. So there's nothing you can tell me. I knew. Look, let me tell you something now. Amongst all these people you're talking about, as Lagosians, Ambode was the king.
One man, please let me ask you.
No, don't ask a question. Make a statement because Larry has the floor. So you can't have a side conversation when he has. So you can just make a standalone statement and then Larry carries on. Yeah.
Standalone statement. As far as Lagos is concerned, any major project in Lagos is sanctioned by this same person. You are trying to say that he doesn't know anything about what's going on. So whatever somebody has done on a large scale, I'm not talking of inter-street roads, on a large scale, stake must have passed through Tinubu's table and they have sanctioned it. So let that be known. Let's forget about the rest.
All right, back to you, Larry.
So yeah, I think I really understand what everybody said. But for me, I think, just like I said, I think he should just focus on his normal government and just leave those politics, leave all those, this is PDP, this is that. He should just focus on government. I see him as a very cool-headed person. He should just focus on those things. It's not, even if there is going to be problem, let it be after like 3 years, right? When you are going back and you want to fight your way and get your things back. That's what I see to that. And yeah, I think for that, is there any other thing that you might want me to touch, one man?
Yes. You spoke on the budget, but there was this piece. Hold on. Let me see. I had it lined up just now. Is it? There was this piece that yes, here it is. So they recently had this meeting. Which is about policing and all of that stuff. Let me just give you a quick. It says that President Bola Tinubu has set up a constitutional review committee to carry out comprehensive police reforms. Bala Mohammed, Governor of Bauchi State, announced the development while speaking to State House correspondents at the end of a meeting of the Nigeria Police Council chaired by Tinubu. So that's the meeting. So it wasn't like a fake meeting, but it was a meeting specifically around the policing and to do with the police council. But what really struck me are the outtakes. You know, when they have those meetings, then they come out and speak to journalists, state house correspondents and all that. So Bala Mohammed spoke about what was discussed, but this comment by Dapo Abiodun especially struck me. Also speaking, Dapo Abiodun, governor of Ogun State, said the council observed that no meaningful reforms have taken place in the police since its creation in 1861. So the form of policing that we are practicing in Nigeria is still essentially the colonial carryover. Can you believe that?
Yeah. You see, for me, I see Tinubu as, because Tinubu has always been this person that's been championing police reform. I think it was in Lagos, he was more of those champion of state police and all those things. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to now start, because there is a lot of rejig that needs to happen to the police. Because a lot of things, when we look at, is it the criminal justice, is it the policing itself, is it the way and manner in which we really have that normal police in Nigeria, right? I think it's surprising though, 1861, because we've been seeing a lot of,
No significant reform in policing since 1861. Can you imagine that?
yeah, it's surprising, because the whole thing we've been seeing, and it's been more of, this Inspector General of Police, you come in, do the normal budgeting, the normal thing. So, but let's see what comes out of this, because as far as I'm concerned, right, it's easy to say a lot of things, right, until we really get to that point. And I think if they can actually get to that point of decentralizing police, I think it's really going to work. But at the same time, too, we have the governors that are power drunk, that might actually weaponize that. So until they really come out with, these are just two normal talks, right? I think I'm more interested in the implementation and see how that's really going to help in terms of orientation of the police, in terms of police and community relationship. That's when we're really going to see, right, if we're going to have this whole reform, how it's really going to make an impact on the society. I think that's what I'm more interested in, not on most of all these their meetings, right?
All right, brilliant. And Tinubu's threat to sack ministers that are not working. Who's that?
Okay, so you see on this.
So sorry, let me play you the clip. Actually, let me play you the clip, and then you pick it. Oh, it's a 20-minute clip. But just pick on it because 20 minutes is too long to play a clip.
Yeah. So on this, I think it's actually a normal thing, right? Which we all expect. So, which we all expect. If you work in the private sector, ordinarily, right, there are supposed to be some KPIs, and there's supposed to be an audit of those KPIs, probably quarterly, right? Or probably, it depends on the company. So for him to say that, yeah, it's good, right? It's good for him to say that. But at the same time, right, you see politicians in most cases, they say a lot of things, right? They say a lot of things for the camera. And I'm more interested in how will come back they will come back and tell Nigeria, let Nigeria score them, not them scoring themselves. That's what I'm really interested in. If you're giving some people KPIs, right, nothing stops you, right, from publishing that KPI. Let the whole Nigeria see the KPI and let us be the ones to score that KPI. Because if every minister knows that their KPI is actually in front of Nigerians, right? Let's be the ones to score it. It's not more of like, you see, what we've been seeing in Nigeria is more of the government scoring themselves. You see in most cases during Buhari period, you see Additional and all of them coming out to score themselves. And this is really absurd. So I think if they really want to do it right, set a KPI, share the KPI with us as Nigerians, and let each of the ministers know that they have Nigerians to score their KPI. So if you're given a KPI and if you've not really made up to like 40% or 50% of your KPI, you yourself, right? You don't need anybody to tell you that you failed. So that's what I'm expecting. It's no more of others. Yeah, we've set a KPI and all this. Those are more for the camera, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, unless there's anything you especially want to speak on again now.
Yeah, I think I'm good now. Thank you.
All right. Stay with us. Let's hear from Baba, and then from Baba we hear from Zita, who's just joined us. And then we hear from Ekene and we continue to move it around. So, Baba, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. I didn't do my normal court sitting in the beginning. I salute you all on the panel.
Yeah, it was Morris that launched that, you wasn't it?
He brought the beast out in me. So I'm even embarrassed because my children are at home. I salute you all in the comment section, starting from Dupsy, Hani, Triumph, Mungo Park, Adeshola, Mumuni, Olabode, Ayo, Oga, and those listening in the background like Fatai and Co and the Ace, Sir Alex and all the rest. I salute you all. Thank you for your contribution and staying with the panelists. Your work is good, very robust, both temperate and intemperate one. It's a mixture. To make a stew, you have to put a lot of ingredients. Thank you for your good work. One man, let's tell our listeners, our viewers to continue to share and subscribe. By all means, immediately, if you have not clicked the like button, please do. That is very important. If you're enjoying this program, please click the like button so that we'll be here again tomorrow for you. Yeah, I think, where do I start from, actually? I don't know. Woman, lead me on.
You could kick it off from the budget, which for all of the change that a lot of people anticipated that Tinubu was going to bring, it looks as though it's actually even we first had the phrase budget padding under Buhari, but it looks as though they've wrapped this one in a blanket. What are you making of a 2.2 trillion naira budget for 2 months?
Well, I think one thing we are forgetting actually is that the Buhari budget was based on the 460 or 65 of the old government. And as we speak today, we all know that it's over 1,000. Or if we have to use the government rate, it's over 700. So actually, there is a need for the supplementary budget. But this supplementary budget, I mean, it's so questionable. And particularly the office of the First Lady, I think they are not acting intelligently. Because if they are acting intelligently, what the previous governments, both military and the others, what they do is that they hide the budget for the office of the First Lady under the presidency. Under the presidency is where they put it, not to put it on its own as a portfolio, what the accountants call it. I think they are making these mistakes over and over again. I think they have to correct themselves because there will be public hoopla about this, and some talk heads on the TV will start picking it up and hammering on it. Because whether we like it or not, the office of the First Lady has come to stay. Do we feel the impact like we felt during Miriam Babangida's period? I can score them really, because Miriam Babangida set a high bar for that period. Better life for rural women and so on and so forth. She even had a hand in People's Bank and appointed the managing director, who was Taishula Ari, but they later fell out. So because I don't like it, they're making too much.
Do you think they should just embed that office in the constitution, because it irritates people?
It's irritating.
So is it a constitutional position or it's not? But they can be.
But we didn't vote for the wife of the president, so there is no way we can make it constitutional. I think I disagree, because the idea actually from the US is to be privately funded, that the First Lady has so much enormous goodwill that whatever projects she undertakes in terms of charity, the public, corporate public, this thing will support her. So that is actually the direction. So it cannot be constitutional, but maybe next, when they do the real budget, which the president will present end of November or first week of December, I think maybe they will put it in its proper accounting perspective. Yeah, for the yacht, I don't know.
Baba,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But those were for vehicles. It was specific. If it was like a car person, like running of the office of the first lady and order, I thought that was for the cars only, and that is what infuriated people.
Yeah, but the thing we don't know really, because we in this country we have a tradition. Let me just put it like that, to gab it in for want of better a verbiage. We have a tradition of people taking away the cars they use during their period. Because I listened to Obi Okusileze, I think a day or 2 days ago, when she became a minister, and they came with a memo and some invoice for her to sign for her cars. And she asked the permanent secretary that what happened to the previous minister's car. And they said those cars were not in good condition, that the minister went away with them. And he said, he didn't leave anyone. They said, left only one. Okay, let me have that one. They said, no, that's the car he uses to tour everywhere. The mileage on it is so high. And she insisted. So they have to service that car. And according to her, she claimed that's the car she was using. But that, I think, is an exception, because I know definitely she will do that. Because it happened to WTO woman, what's her name now? Ngozi. It happened to her. She refused furniture allowance. But you know the civil servants, they went and collect that money. They collected the money. So Obi could be just deceiving herself that she was pious, but the PAMSEC and the people there will collect the money for the cars due to her and put her name to it. So this is how these things work. Maybe she didn't miss any car. And I mean, we small men, like everybody here, I consider myself a small man. Even our wives have their own cars. You see, so the president's wife should have a car. If I'm correct, okay, maybe 1 or 2 cars. I don't know what our office entails, but I can't really say how many cars she will require. But as the wife of the president, okay, it's okay. It's as far as we can afford it. So let me quickly, because I'm uncomfortable discussing that. So let's quickly go to the yacht. What happens in services, be it Army, Navy, Air Force, they compete a lot. So this yacht thing, I can understand. The president has his plane. Yeah, so the Air Force, like, are with him always. The Army controls his driving. I think he has an army as a soldier as his driver. And when it comes to parade, there is a G-Wagon and other things like that. So maybe the Navy just felt that, okay, one day we may have to go into the creek, or he has to inspect a parade. What do we call it in Navy now? A flotilla of the naval services to take a salute. Maybe he will need a yacht or anything, but I don't know why they are saying a yacht, because if you look at today, 1 billion, because one mistake also we are doing, I'm not saying I have money or anything, or money doesn't faze me, but 1 billion naira today is just about $1.3 million. So if they are talking about yacht, that 5 billion will just be like $6 million. So what manner of yacht is that? Or is it just a luxury boat? Because when we're talking about yacht, not do, not in the class of what you legalize.
It's billions, not millions, Baba.
Yeah, 5 billion is about $6 million. And that's just for about the price of a luxury boat. No, I'm not saying he's entitled to it, but I'm just looking at maybe a luxury boat, because when they wrote it there as a yacht, I don't know a yacht that costs 6 billion, except it's a second hand. You understand? So maybe a luxury boat, I don't know. Because if they put it as a yacht, that could face the populace, the citizens, to say, what does he need a yacht for? Because I asked myself too, what does he need a yacht for? He stays in Abuja, dry land. So does it mean when it comes to Lagos, he will take a cruise or what? Or is this his family? But the Navy are saying, okay,
Baba,
it's our own boat. Yes, sir.
I heard that Shagari was the first to start that rubbish, and everything was decommissioned in 2011. So I'm wondering why people are bringing it back. So Shagari was the first to start the rubbish in Nigeria.
Okay, I really don't know that coming from Shagari's time. But when it comes to the houses, actually, the presidential guest listing in Lagos has been transferred to Lagos State government. That is the Marina House. It's owned now by Lagos State government. So the president doesn't have a guest house anymore in Lagos. So they are using Dodam Barracks. Dodam Barracks is, you approach Dodam Barracks presidential listing through Awolowo Road, Ikoyi. That's where you approach it. I think Ribadu Road off Awolowo Road leads to the entrance of that place. And I'm sure it's a very rickety place by now. And they have the helicopter pad there. So it will be, if they refurbish it, it could be costly, because something abandoned for so many number of years will look very, very rickety right now. So that is right, okay. But what surprises me is that another one for the vice president, am I correct? We don't need another one in Lagos for vice president. If something is presidential, if the VP comes to Lagos, he can also use that facility. There shouldn't be a separate thing for a vice president or a president.
What if they're in Lagos together?
Well, I mean, when we say a presidential lodge, there must be different apartments in a presidential. I'm assuming, I've not been there before. So they can share it, even if they have their spouses with them. Is it not for 2-3 days? They can share it for the sake of the country, for the love of the country, because we are in dire straits right now financially. So we can afford all those. Up to a poor man, everything is luxury. That's our kind of situation we find ourselves right now. To us, everything is luxury. So maybe we just tone down. Because if I were Tinubu, even what I expected of him, though it will look contrived, but he should have gone with that as a very, 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 very rich man. He should have come up on the first day to say, look, no salary for me, nothing. I will be buying him my own food in Aso Rock. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. He doesn't really need it. He can afford it. Even if his own wife can do all that supply. His son or the Yaloja can do all that supply. So it takes nothing off the budget, but these are small things that count with the lower cadre of the citizenry. It counts with them. It shows, okay, it's human after all. But you and I will know that it is contrived, but it really doesn't matter. It will score a political point with that. So but for the military budget, I think we should not interrogate that, because when it comes to our security, I think methinks particularly that, look, whatever it costs, we need to secure ourselves. It's even the home we live alone. You don't play with your security. Whatever is suggested, if you have the money from your consultant, they suggest that this is what you add to your house, this is what you add to your fence, this is what you add to your gate to make you secure. You will do it. So when it comes to our security, I don't want us to compromise that. If those who run the security machinery says this is what we need to buy, this is what in, go ahead. So that when they put us in danger, we can always ask them that, didn't we provide money for you? Didn't you provide this budget? Did we shortchange you? So why are we not secure? So we can have questions for them. So for the student budget, I mean the student loan, well, they say takeoff is January. And we all know definitely that before they can approve Tinubu's budget, let me call it Tinubu's own budget now, it will be up to February. But they promise us that they, so I look at that 5.5 billion as like a takeoff fund. So I think that should not be queried because they have to take off in January. They've postponed it like twice already. And I don't think people will tolerate the third postponement. So that is okay also. So that is it. So for Wike Corner, I would say loyalty. Loyalty matters to me a lot, and gratitude. I consider gratitude a virtue. I don't like betrayal. I don't. All the fiber in my body, all the bones reject betrayal. I think Fubara got carried away too early because politics is expensive in Nigeria. It is costly to make someone a governor. If we think of in terms of USD, we are talking in the range of $100 million. That will run into several billions. It's politics in Nigeria is costly. And this man picked you out of in an arena of people like Dakuku, Tonye, who owns Sahara Petroleum or oil. A lot of them pick you a civil servant. And I know when they pick somebody like that, I know what they do. Too many things go into it that cannot even be told in the public. And you did all that. You go to those places with somebody you consider your mentor. It delivered. Go back and watch their campaign. It was like a deaf mute.
Papa, can I interject, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we keep talking about this thing. So people say that Fubara, it was 4 months, 5 months. Well, Fubara, that's not a record. Ngige started his own on the first day. On the first day. Right? So why are we making Fubara's case look like, it's the first time that is happening?
Okay, I'll tell you why, Joel. It is because...
See, the issue is this, right? If going by what? Going without conceding, right? Or agreeing without conceding that Wike is dominating the commissioners and the special assistant and all those conditions that were given. It looks similarly to what we've been experiencing with the godfatherism. If you remember, Adedibu was asking for about, I think, 20% or 30% from the state government of state resources. It happened in the same thing with between Chris Oba, because Chris Oba nominated everybody that was going to be a commissioner except for one person.
Because the Oba brothers put the money forward.
It's not the issue. The issue there is this, right?
Sometimes it's an issue, Joel. It's an issue.
Hold on. Investment. Who are you going there to serve? Are you going there to serve the godfather or the people? So that is where, if the godfather, look, let me tell you, I understand some people will say that we normally have godfathers, which is not a lie. But the issue is that there are some godfathers that have good intentions. There are some godfathers that want you to go there and succeed. There are some godfathers that wouldn't want to tamper with the state resources. That is the point. Whenever you have a godfather that would tell you to compromise the state resources in order to benefit him, then that's a bad godfather. And that godfather should be resisted right from the first day in office. So
Don't
we
even
can have
take it.
time.
Don't
I
take
was
that
looking at him
offer.
today, and you can find out that, look, he is defeated already. He looked defeated. Once you are
Who?
not on ground, you are not on ground. That is politics for you.
Wiki.
Wike is in Abuja.
Oh,
The same politics he plays
one
with
man
them.
did not play Fire shares taped to us.
I
If he
had
plays it,
fire share. Look, my brother, look, let me tell you, my brother. The issue is this. Whenever we have gone through politics, whenever, look, Rotimi Amechi, right? Let me just go back. Let me just take you refresh your memory. Rotimi Amechi went to Abuja. It has always been the practice. I don't know about the West, I don't know about the North. But you see that our old Eastern region, that is always the case. Whenever a governor finishes his tenure, he goes to Abuja. The next thing is that he uses Abuja to fight his state. It happened with Amechi. Amechi was using the state resource. Wike was using federal might on Amechi.
Wait, Joel. Remember the relationship between Amechi and Odili. Do you know Amechi was almost going to buy a second jet because of Justice Odili, because she'd never lived in Abuja except exceptional weekends. She fly from Port Harcourt to Abuja every day to attend Supreme Court sessions and come back in the evening. Amechi served the Odilis because they put him in power.
Yeah, that was that was no. Apart from putting him in power, they gave him his first job at Palmo Clinics in Port Harcourt. So he owed them that gratitude.
Good. Carry on.
You understand where I'm coming from? My point is just this. Like I told you, it started with those three, including this other guy from APC, from Oguni, Magnus Abe. Those started with them. Those were the foundation from 1999. My own point is that whenever one of them goes into Abuja, whenever they go to Abuja, they use the federal might to want to control the state. So, like we have seen it in most of them, that is the point. So, Wike is trying to use his federal might because for no matter what the reason is, for the police to have used that pressure water on the governor, I do not care what you're talking about. That is the one we're talking about. Look, in Anambra State, they bought ABS.
I have a habit, you understand? Let me just cool down for me. I have a habit, Joel. If I know you well, I know your antecedents, I know where you are coming from, I will not want to get involved with you if I know the kind of wahala. Remember when Wike is a product of Patience Jonathan before the husband came into the realm, and the trouble Amechi with that commissioner in River State. The commissioner has no respect for Amechi, even as a governor, and they were hounding him. And without Jonathan, Wike wouldn't have been a governor because Amechi has a different candidate.
And today, the relationship is also soured. Wike does not respect Jonathan and the wife. That is the point.
I don't know about that.
No. I'm just telling you what is going on right now. Wike does not respect the person that put him in power. So why would Wike want to have that? You want to have political structure and you're in Abuja. Politics is local. Politics is local. And at the end of the day, like we have seen in the case of Labour Party,
the fact is they will want Wike to have Tinubu will want Wike to continue to control River State because he needs him for
2027.
Yeah.
But the issue there is this one man. Look, he needs Wike to galvanize for him in 2027 as per River State. But don't forget, the person that is in charge of River State, the person on ground is Fubara. So if Tinubu wants to be smart, he should be looking for a way to working with Fubara, not
No, no, no.
I like to read
Fubara is a boy now.
featherweight.
Fubara
That is
is a
no
boy.
way.
One man. Fubara, this is Fubara is only
Fubara
16
is a boy
years.
now.
Hold on,
But
now,
it's
one man. One man. See. Let me just
this is how it works. I've explained it earlier, and you can see from the countenance and the body language of Fubara, right? You will see that sense has prevailed a little bit. This is how it works. Tinubu will keep the two of them if he wants to, because it is in his interest and in the larger interest of APC to ensure peace in Rivers State. One, by ensuring peace in Rivers State means, look, they have an agreement already. There's an agreement on ground, and the structure of the party, the PDP party now. There's a reason why Wike met with a faction of APC last week. Do not forget, it is what you are seeing. You know, Wike even acknowledge something that Obedience and Atiku, they are the one who are happy now, and I want you to detach your mind, unsentimentally now, and let's talk the real politics of this. Now, there is an Amechi angle on one corner who never liked Tinubu, who worked during the election. One. There is an Atiku angle on one side with the George Sekibos and all of them, the former party chairman on one side. There's Wike's part on one side with them, Fubara. Fubara is part of Wike's political family. That's in PDP alone. Then in APC, you have another Amechi. You know, Amechi is double dealing within PDP and APC. Now in APC, Amechi has succeeded to completely deplete and obliterate APC. For the period that Amechi has been in APC, they've never won anything.
And gave Ijo the governorship. Ijo, Ikwere, Odili, all of them are Ijos. Right?
So now, even during the campaign.
No, Odili is not Ikwere. Odili is not Ikwere.
During the campaign, right?
Where is it from?
It was on record.
Odili is Andoni. It's not Ikwere.
Andoni, okay, Andoni.
It was on record that this same Amechi and all of them, they went back to their Ikwere where I think Wike is an Ikwere man, right? Am I right?
Ikwere, yeah. Amechi is Ikwere.
Yeah, they went back to that same Ikwere, campaigning against Wike, calling him bastard. That what he's supposed to bring back to Ikwere is taking it to Ijo. Right? That's during the campaign, taking it back to Ijo, bringing a low life. That is the language they were using against Fubara now. Because Fubara and then Amechi said when he was governor, Fubara was level 10 or level 12. That how would they make level 10 or level 12 person the governor of Rivers State? Where we have people like George Abe, Magnus Abe, who have been trying to be governor forever, the Dakuku Peter side, Tonyeko, and all of them. And we went to bring that small boy who is an Ijo person in Rivers State. So against all odds, he brought the guy. So now, Amechi, he has an eternal fight with Wike. They will always fight the two of them until they die. The two, they cannot reconcile. Amechi has problem with National APC and with Asiwaju. Now, Asiwaju has seen all the game playing on, right? And you could see the handwriting with immediate effect. Daniel Bwala, go and check what he wrote. Go and check what Dele Momodu wrote. Go and check what all those people in different camps, right, were writing. And go and check the camps of the Obedience. Very happy. So what Tinubu did was a bad person now looking at the whole scenario. Okay, now I can see they are trying to cause problem for Wike, because Wike has been in the eyes of the storm since he started working for Asiwaju and since he delivered Asiwaju's electoral fortune in Rivers State. Right. So now it is in his interest to ensure that regardless of Fubara's political influence, Fubara does not have, he has zero influence as it is now in Rivers politics. And that's the cross of the matter is not about money. It's not about power. It's not about money or sharing formula. From what a couple of things are coming out now. This issue started from the local government election. So the governor now, people have been whispering to him that you need to start trying to find a way to create a structure for yourself, right, Baba? You need to because the House of Assembly belongs to Wike, the National Assembly, both chambers, House of Rep, House National and the Senate belongs to Wike. All the party ESCOs belong to Wike. All the local government chairmen belong to Wike. All the councillors belong to Wike. So now what you will do is go back to what Peter Obi did then. You won't conduct election. What you will do is appoint local government administrators. All the ones that are there, you need to flush them out. And they said, no, you can't do that. Those are the structure that brought you in. So you see what he's doing now, Baba, right? So
yes.
The only thing that the likes of Amechi, the only thing that they needed was just a simple semblance of discord between Wike and Fubara. They will swoop in, and then when they saw that, they swoop in almost immediately, and they wanted to expand it, blow it out of proportion, right? And then he was already listening to different opinions, different people were talking to this, and that's why they
enigmatic. You have not said anything like that. Is really, you're just explaining what is out there, what we all know. The point just remains.
Hold on.
The point just remains. No. You've been talking for over 30 minutes.
I just
talking about something that we know.
Yeah. So sorry. Let Joel have that. Just make it very brief so that you don't bring.
Yes.
I think
my brother,
it wants you to address what he has to say. So, enigmatic, take that and then carry on.
Enigmatic, you're a good talker. You understand what I'm saying? You're a good storyteller, right? So, no, you're a good storyteller. I mean, it is. No, this is not politics.
He's a lawyer now. You have to be a good talker.
You understand
what I'm saying?
The politics, not the emotion.
The issue there is this. The issue there.
You're talking about morality and who should serve. And
I'm not talking about morality this time. I'm talking about how the politics. No. I'm talking about Fubara liberating the rivers people.
How will you
leave this liberation?
Can I say something, please?
I'm trying to tell you, you are not listening. How
can I say something
that you don't have?
No. Let me tell you something. Look, he is the governor of the state. Everything you have said. Hold on, let me tell you. No, hold on now. Everything you have said right now, or all these solutions that you have given, was used by the past government, like the Rutimis and the other leagues. No. I'm just telling you now the stuff you're talking about, like how they run the government.
Even in that river
the issue there. Can I just say something enigmatic? What I am saying is this: in all of these scenarios, right from the Amechi to the to all the list time, what has worked? What has worked? And in other states is that politics is local. If you are the governor of the state, most likely, you can change the machinery of the state, the structure of the state. You are the one that is local. We have seen it happen in many areas, more than places that it has not happened.
Tell me where
there are few cases.
Look, like, it's only in government. Kubara is in government. Wike is in power.
You are not
understanding. Yeah, that's the reality. Wike is in power. Kubara is in government.
Wike is in power in Abuja. Wike is in power in
Abuja. No, he installed him.
See, let me tell you something, right? He installed him, and his power, job is done. The issue there is this, right? Hold on now. When you want to read, hold on now. Who appoints if Fubara wants to take over the structure of the state? Who appoints? Hold on now. Who appoints the INEC chairman in his state? It is going to be Fubara. The local government chairman is all. They were all
the man in power will do all that appointment. We, Joel, let's go back to Lagos State.
The man in power will do all those appointments.
The women's ceremony.
So if you have the structure.
Was it last year or this year? Wike did not hide his admiration for the governance structure in Lagos State. He said it to the pressmen that is what he wants.
See, the culture of the Southwest is quite different from the culture of the old Eastern region.
This is not about
And I
culture.
say it because,
River State is
hold on,
not
let me say
even.
it.
This is not about culture. Woman,
It's about
give me
Hold on, no, no,
politics.
no, it's the culture.
let's talk about the
See,
politics of this because this guy is
no,
mixing
no,
these things up.
enigmatic, no.
All right.
This is the politics of it.
Sorry, Joel. I think Enigmatic was on a different trajectory. So let him bring it home, and then
Okay.
you can have a little insertion, and then Baba land it, and then I want
I
to go
take
to
my
Twitter
place back.
because it's
Yeah.
been yeah.
Yeah,
But
this is the politics of it, one man. You know, you're trying to compare this apple stuff and oranges because they always want to land it back to Anambra. They should go back to that Anambra state, right? And look at the political trajectory
oh, we
from
lost
Umba
Zeta.
Dinuju,
All right.
right? From Umba Dinuju to Ngige to Obi. Obi came to power because of OBJ. And people know if you are very clear on the politics, then you will know that he had the power of the presidency and it was very easy for him. If Fubara today, as it is, right, regardless of Wike's connection and power in Rivers State, if Fubara has the Ashiwaju's presidency behind him, they will kick Wike out of the whole system. That was exactly what paved way for Obi in Rivers State. OBJ never supported Ngige, and it was easy to bring their man in Obi to get him out. So they have the instrumentality of power and the institution of courts and everything to get him in at the end of the day, and to get the Uba brothers to kick him out because Uba was so close to OBJ then. That is by the way. Now in Rivers State, when you look at the Rivers State politics from at least 99, it is just a group of friends, one man. It is a group of friends, political friends, right, who came together, then decided how they will share power. But at each turn, when they get into power, they betray each other. Do not forget, this weekend was Ameshi's chief of staff, the same time that Magnus Abbey was the SSG. So they all had political arrangement. But each time they got to power, they betray each other. So this is the same thing that what Fubara is doing is not a surprising thing. Fubara came to power just like them in the past that betray themselves. But the only difference between Fubara and the previous ones now is that Fubara lacks the political capital and does not have the party's structure. So for him to start having the party structure, what he wanted to start some few days ago by starting from the local government, and then he was unable to move even 24 hours before they clipped his hand. So for him to do that now, he will have to find a political, I don't know, a political bulldozing machinery to do that. How does he do that? Now the National Assembly caucus and the whole caucus came out as the leader of the structure in the state to say we are still behind, we are still a political family, and we stay within that political family, and until you do something. So he has a tall battle ahead of him, unlike Amechi then, unlike Peter, because those people the Amechi was Speaker of the House for 8 years. Wike was commissioner, was chief of staff, was minister, was this before he came there. And Fubara was just when Amechi was leaving power, Fubara was level 10 or level 12. He's not even in the power equation at all.
Wike pays dues.
Yeah, Wike would have succeeded in making Magnus Abbey his successor, or Peter Dakuku. There's a reason why Amechi is not supporting Dakuku again, because Dakuku has gained some political power.
What's that?
So when you look at the dynamics, you can't be comparing those with them Wikis then, or them Amechi then, or them Magnus Abbey. Dakuku is the smallest of the small boy, and you can see in his politics. It's already showing in his politics now. He caved, he folded within 24 hours. You do not start a fight that is not well thought out. Who told you that NNPP, the guy in NNPP, if God helps him to succeed at in his tribunal case, do you think he's not going to turn against Kwankwaso? Do you think the governor in Akwa Ibom State now is not going to turn against Udom Emmanuel? Do you think all these governors being put in power by their predecessors, do you think they're not going to turn against their successors, it is the usual thing. But you have to calculate until you get the structure of the state before you fight. You don't rely on people who are fighting
Outsiders.
on outsiders to fight your battle. When it was time for Udo Emmanuel to kick Akpabio in the balls, he already had the structure. When it was ready, when even Oshomole, it took the effort of the Wike from other states, 3 other governors, to help him in Edo State, because he did not actually have the structure in his hands. But they have people from other states who could help him. Fubara does not have anything. Go and look at Danjuma Guje's fight and Bindao. You see how it started and how it ended, and Odakwambo in Gombe State. They already had the structure. This guy has nothing to fall back on. Now. That's just what I explained to you now. Fubara was level 10 or level 12 when Amishi was sleeping power. So all of a sudden, from he's been prepping him up. Even Ambode, what affected Ambode is because Ambode lacks that political intelligence, because he was a civil servant. He went to Accountant General's office and they found him and they wanted to give him the power. So that's the politics.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered. So I think there cannot be any equivocation after that. So Baba, bring it home and then we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Yes, I think that has been overflogged. So for the Imo one, I'm a little bit biased actually, and I understand exactly Baba Ajanle Koko's feeling, but with great apology, let me put it that way, Ajero asked for it. In what happened in Imo State, Imo actually is not being served well. There is, for reasons most especially of security, Imo is not being served well. So it's not the fault of the governor actually, but there's an arrangement that is really scaring Ajero. So he really wanted to put plug in the wheel of that arrangement. That thing started when Ihedioha withdrew to contest PDP's gubernatorial primary, because Ihedioha has gone behind to make his own private arrangement with the governor. Because when the governor serves his second term, Ihedioha will have been in the APC, and he will be the one that the governor will hand over to. That is what scares them, because already the present Achonu is already. They even told him to sabotage PDP. That is why they came up with a concept that the obedience in Imo State is a structure, not on its own, not owned by Labour Party. And that structure of obedience, they can serve any other parties they find attractive to them. So that was what they were almost going to, the APC was almost succeeding in before LP came in force and say, no, obedience is their sole property. They are not going to deliver it to anybody. So all obedience should focus on the Labour Party candidate for that election. And Ajero was party to that move. And one of their plan was to disturb governance in Imo State, make it ungovernable for the governor so that they can win the election. Election is just 10 days away. And he's been at this for about 3 months, making one threat or the other, the same way he's been threatening Abuja. So this time, he came into the space himself and collected people. We all know that money is involved. People to follow him. Yes, the government is owing. Which government, apart from Lagos State, Rivers, and some few, almost 30, 32 states are owing their workers, their pensioners, lots of money, some 12 months, some 2 years, some 1 year. So it is not peculiar to Imo State. So this is why he got his comeuppance today. I feel sorry for him. Anyway, it's not a civilized thing to do, but he got it coming. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Mike, check your messages. Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko. All right. I think Ajale Koko may need a moment. So let's go to Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. Ekene. All right. Who is available? That was. Oh, there you are. So, Ekene, let me play you this clip, and then you can pick it up from here.
Yeah, I know it's it's better. We'll go to the FMC.
I'll look forward. There, I'll meet the wife of my cousin. She's one of the
This is serious.
So let's say if you say extend interim order, an interim order elapsed with time. You know, if they had issued a fresh interim order, it's a different thing.
Yes.
You understand? I say, see what you are reading now. You don't read this thing to where some of us are. They don't extend interim order. If it expires within 1 week or two, you should have issued another order.
Yes. That's what.
You know, so they kept that letter. They kept that thing they posted to them.
Okay.
That they say, whether do I know that I should this thing they can prosecute me about? I say, well, it is the same court that granted this order that can institute a contempt charge.
Yes.
You know, you can't just now start prosecuting me. My brother.
They were beating you.
They beat me. God must have taken extra time to create me. Ordinarily, kind of beating.
You received at this jet age.
I don't know the word where this is.
Okay. We don't have his number.
No, I don't have any number. Just to ask for nurse woman.
So there it is, Ekene. So that was the Labour Party, Labour Union president getting, I think they called that water, wasn't it? He, of course, a member of the Obedient, trying to disrupt Imo State politics. So he got what was coming to him, would you say?
Well, man, I don't know, but my problem is the lascarity that is going on in our political space. That is my issue. I don't really care who wins an election and who doesn't win an election. But this thing we are doing, that every election, all this type of violence that is going on just to win an election is becoming too much. Because even if it is politics, why should the governor come and beat his citizen like this just because of politics? It's quite unfortunate, no matter how we want to cover it up. But I don't have any excuse why a governor should do this, or even if not the governor, but the people that did it, the mob that attacked him. It's too much. It's too much. But let it be there. I know the man, they say it's a Labour Party man. Yeah, he's a Labour Party man. He said it also. They also have their own political party. So if he has an opportunity to support,
do you think you should have been in Imo State in the middle of an election campaign?
Well, actually, I don't know, but you see, this issue of strike didn't start today in Imo State. The warning has been there even as of last year.
Yeah, no, there's no objection to the strike or the rally, but not in
Yeah.
the middle of election campaign, surely.
Maybe he feels this is the right time to really touch the governor because you see, if you're a governor, you are doing well, you have nothing to fear. That issue of pension and salary owed to the Imo State workers, they are real. They are real. So if this is what they are going to do to get the attention of the governor, why shouldn't they do that? So what was the governor doing that he was not paying pension and some more salary? And you want to get another chance to become a governor? It only happened in Nigeria because he believed that he's going to win again, no matter how what's happened. Yeah, because I know the only threat he has in that Imo State is that Labour Party guy, that one man, Senator John, Atana John. But that doesn't mean that he's going to be fighting everybody. I heard the amount he placed on people that wants to do campaign in Imo State. I heard about 100 million or so. He doesn't want an opposition, but you don't want to perform so that people will see your good work and vote for you. Just only on election period, you don't want any opposition to come up. And a lot of us will have a justification for that. There is no justification for that. This is too much. You want to kill a man because of politics. You want to kill your fellow Imo rights because the man comes from Imo State. If the man has an interest in his state, it's not a bad thing for me because that's his own state. If you have an interest politically in that state, I don't see anything wrong in that. It is his own state. So if you want a change in his state, he has the right to either to speak, to say anything, which is not even the main issue here. That strike issue has been on. They have been giving that warning. They're just using courts to say, don't go to strike and all that. And when that order elapses, they have to weigh in and go for that protest today. So that warning strike and threatening has been they have been following it for a very long time. The NLC has been giving that warning for a very long time. And you as a governor, you know that. Why don't you do the right thing by paying those pension and salaries? Now, you want to come up to say it's because he doesn't want the governor to win a second time. Even if that is the issue, is that why you are going to beat him? You have other means, either to arrest him or maybe other means to go about it than beating a man up in the middle of the day. It's very bad. There is nothing to justify about this. Because if this is where every one of us want us to be playing our politics, then we're not going to build a country. We're not going to build a country. If every one of us agree yes, and anybody else that rises up as an opposition in our space to disturb our winning an election, whether PC, PDP, or Labour Party, then I wonder how we're going to build a nation. But that's, by the way, one man. I don't have much to say, but I just pray that we all understand this rascality that is going on in our country and start to speak against it. Immediately we start to do that. But when these governors and all these presidents, when they begin to see that a lot of us that are supposed to speak against them are even siding them, or a lot of people that are supposed to speak against this rascality are in their side. And as far as they have some support, they're going to continue to do what they're doing, which is not right. When they're getting some support from ordinary citizens that are supposed to speak against them, what do you expect them to do? So for me, that is it. And that's the same issue in Rivers State. It's the same issue. No matter how we want to talk about that, how we want to paint it. That's the same issue. Because for me, whatever Wike is doing, I don't know, just the way he speaks, he has the right to do anything that he wants to do. As far as nobody will take his political base and structure and all that. I just wonder. I heard in one of the videos where he said that he paid all the money that the nomination form for even all the senators, including this governor, that he was the person that paid their nomination form fee to become senators and the governor. With which money? With taxpayers' money. Is it his own personal money? Why you just look at the way our politicians behave and we come and they commend them.
Where did you hear him say that?
I saw the video. You can go and check it. Anybody here wouldn't say that he didn't see that video.
He said they paid the money for all of them.
Yes. He said it.
Without even seeing the video, it's true. Honestly, Abaja, it's true.
I know, but I've not. All the video I watched, I didn't hear him.
No, he's there. He just towards the campaign. The video was circulating even on Twitter recently when this thing was happening. So let me
put a little context to that, so that I'm not trying to discountenance your point, and I'm not trying to say you are wrong, but just from what I know, right, in the past, there's a reason why governors do that. For instance, in the state that I know, I'm not going to mention the state, what the governors would do is, for instance, they will have 3 senators, right? They would have gone into a room to conclude that, okay, in North Senatorial District, we want Babaja. 3 people want to go want similar position. Then at the end of the day, they will conclude we want Babaja. On the other district, we will conclude that we want Ekene. On the other district, they will conclude that we want one man. So what they will do at the end of the day, after having that, it could take them 3 days, it could take them a week. But in this instance, I think it took them like 2 weeks, from the House of Assembly to the House of Rep to the Senate. Usually they select the governors last. So what they will do at this point is that instead of those people to come with their individual check, right? The check will be written in will be like a lump sum check that is written out of the purse of the political party. The governor will be there, everybody will be there. They will sign all those forms right there. It's just like they will sign all those forms. The forms will be handed over to the party chairman. The party chairman will submit all the forms. So this will dissuade, or probably to avoid multiplicity of forms being submitted by a political group, especially when they consider themselves political family, to avoid litigation or having to have, okay, you have won the election, but one person within the party now, within APC, is taking it to court. Then it becomes a electoral matter that can actually, reduce your numbers. That's what they do when you are running election in a volatile environment like that, especially in Rivers State. Do not forget Rivers State's election. This they had, like we just explained. So they will have to do that so that they will know that they will have to avoid most litigation, and then you have to everybody will be on the same page. There will be no bickering, and everybody gets what they agree on. Everybody will be filling the paper right there and then, and they will hand it over to the party chairman. That's what they do. So that's the context I'm putting it to it. But like I said, I'm not trying to discountenance your point.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, back to you, Kenny.
Yeah, no matter anyway, that is their own game, but he said it in his own mouth, and I watched the video, and it's a real video. It's not like it's a doctored video. So paying for the nomination fee for all the senators and all the even House of Rep, all of them, nobody spend their dime. It just looks somehow ridiculous to me. With which money? You're even boasting. with taxpayers' money? Is it your own personal money? It's not that you go to your salary or you went to your salary account and dish out money to pay for all these things. It's still the taxpayers' money anyway. So, but hearing the accusation going on, even from the interview that I watched from the people of Rivers State, and even the governor, that for him to even go out, he needs to tell Governor Wike that most of the event is being attended by the deputy. You can appoint someone governor chief of staff, no matter what the agreement you have. At least you would have given the guy a little space, because some chieftains in the state, one of the one that was interviewed, said that he even called Governor Wike personally, allow this guy to govern, give him a little space, no matter the agreement. Give him a little space to govern. You cannot just cage him because of some structure you don't want to lose and all that. Sometimes all this tyranny and all that, there is a way you don't take it too far to affect even your own personalities, because I think this is affecting his own personalities. The tyranny is too much. You appoint a governor chief of staff, almost all the 16 appointment that the governor only provided one. Wike provided 15 out of them. 15. And it was just to monitor the guy.
Ekene, who does that governor know? Before he came, he's a civil servant. Does he know anybody?
I know. Even the way you see, I don't support the guy the way they elected him more. Because even that election, I didn't support it. But saying that the guy didn't know anybody, that is why you see there are some accusations you hear. Those things are, at least especially from the people of the state. Because I heard
Guy denied everything. He denied every allegation that he did not sack any aid, and all those things that they're actually not true. He said everything.
So
yes, he said everything he said everything that he doesn't know where it is coming from. He didn't. But you know what?
He debunked all those songs.
He debunked all those stories.
No matter if he would have said what it, because he was just saying I don't care whether they say this, I don't care. Is that how to put a contest? To put an explanation to any accusation. I didn't see that his interview as anything, because he was just saying I don't care.
No,
I collected
Wike does not need to say
the
anything.
one he was talking on when he climbed on the truck. Is that the one you are talking about?
The last video that I will just watch here now, he was debunking all those things and saying that he doesn't care.
No, it's not Wike. I'm talking about the governor. The governor said he did not sack any aid or anybody. That all those things that people have been said, that whatever could be happening or anything you get, like all this appointment that you are saying now. But that anything like that did not happen. But what people are not getting is, it's like when your enemies are already expecting you to fail, right? And then you are treading the path of that failure. All they needed is just that little semblance of failure in you to go to market and carry their vuvuzela and sing. So all they needed in Rivers State was just little misunderstanding or semblance of misunderstanding, right? For people who do not really like all these folks, right, to blow it out of proportion. That is what happened. He said, how could it go? How would people say he has fired the Chief Justice of the state? Is it possible under the law? He can't do that. How would
that one is not possible now?
He said, why would people say he has fired all the local government chairmen that were constitutionally elected? Then how would people say he has fired his chief of staff, his CCSO, his all this, that? Man. And that's why people should be careful when they want to peddle all this kind of course. In Yoruba language, I don't know how they say it. So in the guy, look, I understand what people will say about this, but people should be careful. Wike does not need to defend or say anything. The only thing, if I were in Wike's shoes, I would just say, well, look, the Mr. President, as the father, he has called us like father. He has spoken. And then we abide by the strength, right, and the wisdom of his words. Because politics, there will be conversation behind the scene, and the governor must have seen where you do not go to political. There's always an agreement. The governor cannot go to the table. I'm telling
Enigmatic,
you, with zero hand,
enigmatic.
it's not possible. Even if he doesn't know anybody.
Wike has spoken well.
Uh-huh.
The way he spoke, he hinted us what is really behind the conflict between them. So that people can really understand why he is fighting him, because there are a lot of rumor that is spreading out there.
But you
So
know, Baba, there
Wike did
were
not.
rumors that he was taking. It was because of money. He
It was
quickly
because of
debunked
money.
that it wasn't money.
So he hinted them that, look, the structure on the ground, nobody can destroy that structure, because that structure, a lot of commitment was put into it to build that structure. And if that structure is dismantled, its political relevance is gone. It will not allow it to happen.
And that's politics there. When you lose
That's the politics. I don't care anyway. That's what I know, that he cares much about that structure. But I pray that structure be the right structure and not the structure that will always bring the chaos and the turmoil in the space of River State, because that's what.
All right. Adale Koko, I called you before Ekene came on, because I wanted you to come on before I leave, but I think you were not available then, so Ekene then came on. So Adale Koko, I have to leave because I have something to do early. But Mike is here to take charge. Mike, Adale Koko is up next. He was actually meant to come in before Ekene. But as you heard, we called him, but I wasn't available. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. It was Chioma and Ayo today. Ayo, of course, taking the day. So that's Chioma right there, and that's Ayo right there. And then Chioma comes in again. And Ayo Lamte. So thank you to all that. And Mike, acknowledge you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Adale Koko still to speak. Enigmatic, we've not heard fully from him. Ola was here, so he'll be back in a moment to come and Mr. Triumph, of course, to give us that French flavor. And King Emeka still has a few things to add. Baba there to keep you company as well. So keep the conversation going. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Mike. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, man.
Okay, so I think I don't have much to say again, because even in that budget, I didn't really have much to say. Let the government do what they like. The only thing I know is that if they want to help the masses, they know the right thing to do. I just wish they do, because if I stand here to say that the people are not suffering, I'll be lying to myself. There's a lot of suffering in the land. Many people cannot afford a cup of rice today. It's more than almost 1,000 naira a cup of rice. So if you have a family of 4 or 5, you just check how many cups can I buy in just a space of for one meal. Can one cup do can it be okay for just a family of 4 or 5 people? It cannot. Then you begin to talk about the ingredients to cook that rice. So it's too much. So the government are not looking towards the masses. It's all about themselves, what they want to amass. Let them continue. But somebody asked me I said, I don't know anything to do again. Or the only thing I know is that one day hunger will chase people out of their houses, and they'll be forced to be on the street. That's the only thing I know that will happen in our space.
Don't you think they'll be forced to go to the farm?
Yeah?
Don't you think they'll be forced to go to the farm when hunger hit them enough?
You think you can go to the farm with you use money to farm now? Farm is not just to go there, and you can see.
I'm just tired. Sometimes if I look at some things these days, I just overlook it. Just
You know,
focus
let me
on
tell you
the
why I started to think like this. Sorry, sorry, you are convinced. There was a time I traveled to Nigeria with one American person, and then we landed in Lagos. The guy saw people just hungry, begging, and things like that. So the moment we started traveling, we left Lagos and we started traveling on road because the guy is an agricultural person. He went to school for agriculture, so he knows a lot about agriculture. So the guy started seeing land, they just green, and we were driving for miles. The guy was like, "Yo, look at all this green land. Damn, this is money, agricultural stuff." He said, "Why are those people in Lagos? Why are they all begging? Why can't they start working the soil?" That's when I begin to think like, that's true. The guy's like, look at this green land. You guys have very good land here. Even somebody told me, if I say we throw sand on a roof in Nigeria, grass will start to grow on that roof. That's how fertile our soil is. So I don't know. I think people should start using the soil to grow food and they can stop being hungry. Anyway, go ahead, Sha.
anyway, if they're through with the insecurity, because I believe Nigeria has been farming even before insecurity coming. Food have never been a problem to Nigeria, even as small. As in, just check it now. Before that insecurity, Boko Haram of stuff started to arise in that north. A lot of farming now. Nigeria is we have a lot of food stuff very cheap here. I know how much I used to buy dry fish then. It's not even up to 1,000 naira. You buy it in quantity. You buy them in quantity. All those stuff. Onions. Today you cannot even buy onions in the market. Onions of 200 naira is just two pieces. 200 naira. Just compared to what we used to buy then, 200 naira onions, you just pack it. You cannot finish it in the space of 1 month. You just compare it. And when I think they say the bag now is about 95,000 naira. So we used to have it. So if we are not having it again, I think the question should be, why are we not having it again? It's not as if Nigeria we are lazy before, they are not going to farm. So it's just to ask, why are we not having it again? Then let's find a solution so that we'll continue to have it again. So that is the only thing. So if the government should give everybody, those farmers, enable environment, I think everybody's ready to go to the farm. Me,
But
I'm ready.
but before Nigeria started, before British created Nigeria, when there was no Nigerian government, well, people were not hungry like this now. People were, how were they surviving?
No hunger. As in, Nigeria has been okay now. Before Nigeria, people are living comfortable life.
So what changed? What changed?
Everybody knows what's changed now. It started from insecurity. Yeah,
No. Before this insecurity started, we've been complaining about hunger in our country.
No, not like now, Mike.
You can't say Boko Haram is the reason why we started being hungry in Nigeria. We've always been crying.
It contributed. You know, like that Borno state that used to be a space that that time that this stockfish used to come from there. Do you know how many years now we couldn't experience it in that space again? Before in Borno State, the kind of stockfish that used to come from that side, even to Lagos, to other part of the country.
No, you are talking about Jakano.
So we are all hungry now because of stockfish.
Stockfish is so puruku and it comes from Norway.
This dry fish, not
even Norway supplying us food. Hey, so before this Nigeria was created, Norway supplying us food?
Nigeria has been enjoying. If you cook food, if you look at a soup like this, the kind of fish you see there, you just eat your food with you don't even care whether they are stealing in that office. The reason why people are looking at this budget now, talking about First Lady, nobody used to talk about this issue before. It's because hungry is worrying everybody now. So they are looking for fault. Before, nobody used to think of it. Because once you eat and you are okay.
You get my point though. Like before Nigeria was created, we all believe in the soil. We survive off the soil. villages where everybody live their village, like go to farm, grow their stuff. There was no government thing. Nobody's worrying about that. Everybody figured out to survive. Families feed, villages, everybody were fed. Even when, but even we still talk the story of when in the beginning itself, we used to have granite pyramid. I mean, people were agricultural, everybody
Now we
believe.
plant flowers.
Yeah, but now everybody's just abandoned. Average Nigerian don't even know what agriculture is anymore. Everybody's so now. What are you? If you abandon agriculture, what is the alternative? So you are looking for a job.
That's the issue. That agriculture is still the space. I don't. The only alternative is that agriculture. Is that agriculture? You see, Mike, there's this bread factory that opened in my area a few months ago. It's not up to 3 or 4 months. That factory opened. That time, a loaf of bread is about 1,200. Those normal bread. Then the guy was when the factory opened, they were selling for 700 naira. That factory was as in once Alaba closed. The first thing they do is just to go there to buy. Some people will buy 3 rolls of bread, 2 rolls of bread at a spot. And if you go there, if you see crowd, I was surprised when I went there day before yesterday to get some bread. Oh man, their price has risen up to 1,000 naira. People, the crowd begin to reduce. They couldn't manage it again now. They came up. The factory came with they want to
Bread is
crash.
1,000 naira.
Yes,
Which
and
niggas will enjoy in Nigeria. If I convert that money to dollar, that's like $1.
if you check where we come from, starting from the time of Buhari, when bread was about 350, 250, the biggest one is about 500, 600.
Do you know how much I pay for bread here?
Okay, do you know how much bread was during the time of Buhari in America? 2 years
I don't
ago.
know.
2 years
Every
ago,
time I come to Nigeria, I just feel like you guys are enjoying because everything is so cheap.
Yeah, even you need to see how much we buy gas now. Gas, for to fuel the vehicles.
Today now, I just fill my gas tank now. I pay like $70, man.
Yeah.
Just to fill up my this thing. That's like if you convert that to naira.
Yeah, if you drive a car that requires a premium gas, you know what that means.
That means this one I bought is the cheap gas.
But then imagine you guys in abroad now doing wonders in Nigeria. I can tell you for a fact, people abroad now, they are buying land, they are building houses. At least the few people I know, they're doing very. As in people that were not even doing well when during that time of Buhari and all that, they are doing very well now. They are building houses, buying land. What? Why you people? I think you people are seeing the money now more than before.
No. The thing is, let me tell you the mistake you guys are making, right?
When you know the system, it's just about when you understand the system, and then it depends on, when you live abroad, right? If you are the very strategic type, you know how to plan, right? You may see people that in 2 years they are launching projects after project after project. They've been planning that for maybe 5 years. Because you have to be very, very conscious of your budget, even if you make multiple 6 figures, or probably you have stream of incomes. Regardless of that, you still have to tailor it, to the standard of living over here, right? And the system of market evolution in the US. And then with the current situation going on in Nigeria now, that $1,000 in your hand in the US is like 1.3 million in Nigeria now. So when you are when you have like $20,000, then you already have like almost 25 million. You know what that means? So it means people can rush things now, and then at a point it will stop when the equilibrium when things get better. But most of the things that you could see that people, maybe people in your family, maybe 3 years ago you are not seeing them doing anything. It's not that they don't want to do anything 3 years ago, but it's because they are planning ahead, right? You are planning that. Maybe you say, okay, the next 2 years I want to build gas station somewhere. I want to have Airbnb somewhere. You could see them maybe in 2 years doing that. You say, oh man, this guy, you don't hammer, you don't come with that stuff like that. So it's all about planning. and how to,
in addition also, like whenever the
Gentlemen, good
naira
night. Oh, it's
collapse.
12 midnight here. Just pardon me. I have to go
Okay.
sleep.
Okay, no
Good
problem.
night.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so that's just it, Ekene, and then it comes with the season, and go look at this thing now. We are in February now, and November now, right, Ekene? December. By Mike, which tax the tax returns they start? Is it February? February.
Yeah, you can start in January,
Okay, from January to March, April, right? You will see a
Yeah,
lot of people
to
doing a lot of
March.
stuff in Nigeria because they are getting tax returns. So you get people
Yeah.
are getting tax returns, then they will add it with their people are doing a susu, people are collecting the one I don't know what to call it in your place, like all those things. So look,
Put their money together.
it's the same way you guys live in Nigeria, it's the same way we live here, but the only difference is that you have
The dollar goes a long way in Nigeria. That's the only
dollar
difference.
goes a long way in Nigeria, and if you're a very good planner, right, you can plan 3 years ahead.
And again, we celebrate when naira becomes useless. We celebrate because we know that.
That is what I want you to tell me, Mike. That's the thing I want to tell me.
I'm not literally, I don't mean we literally celebrate, but I'm just saying like whenever.
And that is what I want you people to tell me because
because my $1 used to be, when I come there, I'll change it like 200. Now if I change my $1, I'm big money.
1 million something.
If you send $100 to somebody in Nigeria, now that's like 120 grand or 130.
120,000.
120K. So
whenever I want to send somebody money, I always ask, okay, what's the value now? What's the value? When they say increase, I'll say, thank God, dude. Now I don't have to send you much.
So I know you people used to enjoy it when that naira is crashing. I know because one of my brother just bought 2 trailers of cement, and when you buy it in trailer, it's more cheaper.
Okay, the funny
about
thing,
3,500. And the guy was launching trailer of cement like say cement no be anything again. When they were asking me, I say this trailer of cement is not is 3 million something, just 3,000 something dollar to him. But
it's funny. I get people who want to sell me property. We sell me property, right? Then they say I go pay them small. They say in 2 years. Which I end up paying them in dollar. It's less than which I was supposed to pay originally. I call it thank God. I don't pay them all at once in the beginning.
Yeah, if you want, I believe if you want to buy land now from abroad, it's very cheap now.
Yeah, land is cheap. Land is not a problem. Buying land, the only thing is just you got to be careful, man. The way buying land, Nigeria buying land, and you guys are dangerous in that place, man. Very dangerous.
Anyway,
if it's so easy like that, I don't buy land everywhere, buy everything everywhere. But how much dangerous if you buy land and if you
No, the only thing is that if you have to buy, you must come back home, or you must have somebody you trust very well. If not, buying land in Nigeria is very risky.
It's risky,
very
risky. Man.
Yeah, you need to be around to maybe after buying, you fence it, have a proper documentation before you leave it. So if not,
even with your documentation, you know what I hate about Nigeria? Like they don't have that system of because now, okay, if you want to buy land now, is a lawyer that has to one lawyer like that is one that has to design a document for both of you and be the what they call it, the want to sign to so that way if something happens and you be the one to bear the witness and stuff. I'm like, dude, I mean, what kind of system is that? What if the lawyer collude with the other guy? I mean, I can't trust just a lawyer like that, man. They're supposed to have a database and things like that, and I mean, or not in America where you notarize documents, they don't have all those things in Nigeria, so it's risky, man. It's risky. Doing document contract, all those things is risky in Nigeria, man. You gotta be real careful.
Well, let them. I don't know. I have a lot of expectations for this government, but I don't know how it will mature. Seeing their budget now, but
You know what's funny?
I am choosing to.
What's me always
I'm
wanting like
choosing to
that.
keep. I'm choosing to keep calm. I don't want to. I don't want to be stressing myself too much again. I just want to focus on my hustle. Keep calm. Let them be doing what they want to do. But any day Nigerians want us to maybe do the right thing. I'm among, but for now, I don't have any strength to fight. I have to just do as if I don't see that budget, just overlook it, do my things the way I want to do it. This government, you cannot fight them. So,
But it look like you guys there's too much of emphasis on government, man. In Nigeria, people focus on government too much. You know,
so we
here in
have to
America,
focus. Just like
nobody get time for government.
Mike. The reason why, just look at this exchange rate now. It's killing a lot of business. So if the exchange rate is not in the control of the common man now, it's the policy of the government. So when that policy is not is not good, it really affects business. If you are not if you are not strategic in business, you go out of business. Just check it. What 1 million naira used to buy you before in terms of goods? You need like 10 million naira to get that quantity now. Where are you going to get that kind of money from? So you have to relax and start building again.
Yeah, this of
to get that capital back.
importation thing that we do is just, I mean, people we need to start figuring out to produce all these things ourselves, you know. Or I mean,
see, Mike, there is you see, Nigeria can do production, but what we are getting, I don't know how to put it, but just like if you go to, there was this factory in the east that I watched online a few days ago. I became so, they produce all this shoe brake for motor and the motorcycle. You know all those shoe brake for motorcycle, then battery terminals, many stuff, all those small stuff. They do it. But you know their problem. The guy said that they only produce like 10,000 quantity in a month. But there are machines that they want to acquire from China to enable them at least in a day they can produce 10,000 pieces. Because their demand, the demand they are having is very high. They cannot meet up that demand because they don't have the machines. They're just doing it manually.
Those guys are not good businessmen. I need to partner with them.
The factory is there.
Whatever they need, it's just need to partner with somebody that has money.
Yeah, they even talk about that partnership. They say they need a partnership. They need a partnership, but they have approached the Bank of Industry.
Mr.
But they say that the condition, the condition, the interest rates, all that, and even they told them they will get back to them, but the loan is not forthcoming. Even the money that they will get will not even be enough. It will not get to anything of what they want to acquire in terms of machines and all that. So the guy have to just say, okay, let me relax and be doing it. He has just acquired one machine now, one of it, which he still need more money. So he's believing that if he get enough capital, he will still go and acquire the remaining one, because they're still doing it manually. As in, I was very impressed. Those small stuff, motor parts and motorcycle spare parts, they produce it there. And when they bring it inside the market, people think those things are imported from China. But honestly, they are produced in Nigeria. I was marveled. I was very impressed. So that is why when you talk about the government, if those Bank of Industry were being put in order with government policies, I don't think that kind of factory will suffer. It will only grow. But when you go to the bank to collect loan, looking at the interest rate, what are you going to do? Can you pay it? Check it very well. The another thing you just check is, let me just go and be managing myself. So government don't need to do a lot for the people to survive. It's just to make good policies that will favor the people so that business will start to thrive. Nigerians are very great people. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's right. I mean, it's on both,
Please, can I say something?
it's both government
I
and
want to
people.
ask
I think.
Kenneth something.
Yeah, good.
Hello? Can you hear me? Mr. Kinney, I like
Increase your
your.
volume. Your voice is low, man.
Is it low now? Is the way I talk? Is it low, please? Is it okay now? Can you
Yeah, we
guys
can
hear
hear
me?
you better, sir. But if you can increase your volume, but it's better. It's better. Yeah.
Okay, concerning the making of brake pads for vehicles, Mr. Kinney, do you know that there's a law in the world today? They have an identification number for every car that they produce. Because every day they produce in the world today, if you check it, if I'm not wrong, over 10,000 vehicles a day. And there's an identification, they call it a vehicle identification number. And everything goes with the pad, not just to make a brake pads anyhow. That's why sometimes many banks are afraid. If it can bring something portable out for the guys, for the market, I believe the banks will support. Because the guy have to have somebody that will lead them to it, tell them how to do it. That's it. Because that's what I do here. You understand? Here in Europe, I say motor parts. That's what I do here, and it's all fabricated here. I know what they do, and I sell it to everywhere in the world. Even there's a VN also in America. We have it here. We work with this logistic called Autodoc and Seacon. Uh, Mr. Ikene, what do you think about that? Please.
Well, it's not my line of business, but when I saw the video, I saw the samples. They look very nice, very neat. As in, it look. I don't know the number. It's not my line of business, but seeing it, I was very impressed. The only thing I know, because the only issue that the guy said that is not that the bank will not give them loan, no, but the amount they will give them will not be anything. So going there to collect, maybe if you need like 10 million naira and the bank is offering you 2 million, it doesn't make any sense now.
But Kenneth, why are they going to banks now? Why can't they partner with people? Look for someone that have money. Or
Yeah, and the reason why the key video came up was that the guy was seeking for partnership now. He's just
he
asking
needs to
people for
come on
partnership
shows
because
come
he
and
even said that the government official have visited that site several times. Government officials, both senators.
see. You have to
They have
understand,
visited.
government are not businessmen. You can't see. The thing is this: if you have an idea like that, or you have something going on like that, approaching a politician that's already a looter, that's already looting money, he doesn't want to work for his money. You understand? So he's not
Yeah.
really going to be so as interested as someone like me that I know I have to earn my money. So I know I have to use money to earn money. You understand? So when I see opportunity with someone with idea, I'll be willing to say, okay, I have the finance, you have the brain, we can partner. I bring the money, you bring the brain, we can both become successful. So that's what I'm saying. Like when Nigerians have ideas, stop going to government. Go to business entrepreneurs, technocrats, people that have money. They want to put their money somewhere to make more money. Because we don't steal money to make money. We have to use our money to make money. But you are going to a
Well,
politician that doesn't care. He's a lazy guy. He's focusing on looting the treasury. He doesn't want to do business. He doesn't want to work. So engaging government to help you with business, you're wasting your time.
the guy, for me, the guy is open for partnership. He said it.
He needs
So
to
I
come on
don't.
shows like this and say,
The reason
guys,
for that video, was because of that partnership. He's open for it, and I see some about 5 young ladies working in that factory. 5 young
let me tell
ladies
you something, man.
and
You know,
other people.
let me tell you something, man. You see, in the diaspora, if I tell you how many Nigerians that have retired, they have like tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars in their bank accounts. They don't know what to do with it because they were doctors, lawyers for decades, for 40, 50 years, and they are in their 60s and 70s, and they are retired in America here. And they have money in their bank account. They don't know what to do with it. And they are diaspora, they are Nigerians. And many of them, when I approach many of them, like, you are retired. Even in my family, I have uncles and aunties that are they're retired. And when I say, why don't you guys go and go to Nigeria and you see your money you have. I mean, I assist people. They will be like, well, we don't know where to start. For one, we don't even understand they do things there. And three, we are scared to go there because of this thing we hear about insecurity, all those things. So it's like, but then
That's
in
one
Nigeria,
thing.
you have people with ideas. They don't, we have people with so many brains, like people you are describing right now. There are some Nigerians, they are in their 60s. They have like, they've retired with $2 million in their bank account. It's just sitting there. All they do is just take vacations. They don't know what to do with their money. They won't even spend all that money by the time they die. And their children are in America, their children don't even inherit because their children themselves are making their own money. Because in America, rich people, their children are even going to be richer than them because they use their money to send their children to big top schools. So their children are not inheriting their money. Their children are not even interested in inheriting that money. So they know that their children are not looking to inherit this money. I just have it there and I'm just living. And they're in their 60s, they're getting older, and very soon they will die. So this their retired age, the best thing they could be doing is go to their homeland and be using that money to just it's not necessarily that you want to be rich again, but just as investing in these people that have talent in Nigeria, and just help them grow.
Yeah,
So
but
this is where
who are
what
you
should
going
be
to
happening.
believe?
But
Who are going to blame now that they're not coming because of insecurity and all that? Who are you going to blame, Mike? Are you going
no,
to blame
the
the
thing is,
citizens?
Not only
as far
security
as
now.
that
There is
so-called
that too
insecurity thing
now. Because we are
is
not
so
we
over
not blame at all.
exaggerated, because I come to Nigeria all the time, that thing is so exaggerated. It's not like you are. Can you live in Nigeria there? When do you ever walk around scared of bullets eating you?
When did when have I ever walk around?
And you are scared that bullet might hit you. Bullets can hit you anytime.
Hey, it used to happen to me, especially that time of Boko Haram. Do you know when you walk
Come
in
on now. You don't live in the
you
north now.
know, Mike,
Boko Haram.
Mike, even me staying in Nigeria, there are places that I cannot travel to. To
No,
be honest with you.
so you see the keyword you said.
Like
You
where,
know
please,
that.
I would like to
Wait,
know,
wait.
like where, Mr. Kene, like where, we don't know. We live,
Yeah?
we live here in the Western world, like where
Yes.
like,
There are places I
like where,
cannot
can you
travel
name
to.
them?
No, but
Please.
at least you say you have to travel.
It's not necessarily, but okay, let me give you an example now. Even in my village now, if I want to travel to, I would not want to stay the north because I know there are places I cannot travel to the north. But let me use
you
my
see,
let,
you see
let
the
me use my
difference.
village as an example. If I want to travel to my village now, even if I have a car, driving it to Lagos, have a very nice car, driving it to Lagos, have something. I don't necessarily need to travel with it now. I just need to travel, take a bike to go about anywhere that I want to go.
You see,
You
you
understand?
say, wait, let me say this. You see, danger to you, where danger is for you is where you have to travel to. Where danger is for us, is around us. This is not like, okay, I know you travel to that state, though. In America, everybody get gun. You can just get gunshot anywhere. Like, I'm telling you, man. And you guys are telling us that Nigeria is so dangerous, and these Nigerians that are scared to go to Nigeria,
Well,
where they live
Mike,
is not dangerous.
Mike, we never explained it like that before. Maybe we will be getting used to that now. You understand?
No,
But a place that used to be peaceful, Mike, you cannot tell me that Nigeria don't used to be a peaceful place. Nigeria used to be
Nigeria is
very
still peaceful
peaceful.
now. You can just the
Yes.
thing is you can just name
No, not
pockets
to
of.
compare today. Not to compare today. You know what I mean.
I know maybe I don't disagree with you that maybe it was better before.
There was days that my fathers used to travel to those north central states. Just they will just stumble in those bushes there. They buy everything they need to buy, both yam, tomato. They will load it in a truck. So, but at a point, all those things are not there again. Most of them that used to go for that business, they don't go to that business again. It's a simple thing. Those days, I know them. I know many of them from my village. They will just gather money, take one truck, big truck to the north, buy a lot of food stuff, come inside our market and sell them very cheap. Under 2 days, 3 days, they're traveling back again. But
So
at a
basically, you're
point,
telling us that where the insecurity is in the north.
yes, not
Not only in the
central.
north now, he's saying the southeast
But
also.
then the thing is,
That's what I
most
want
of
to
the
say.
Nigerians that are
Both in
scared
the
to go back to
southeast,
Nigeria. Wait,
both in the southeast, not only in the north.
Is not is north and southeast. That means Mr. Mike, that place is not going right then. because he lives
That
in
South is
Nigeria.
just kind of exaggerated as well. We understand the
Okay,
state.
Mike, do you read that news of the Abia State governor? That market that he I don't know whether he closed it or that Labota market. That is even connecting Imo State, very dangerous area. The governor stumble in that market. Then it is a cattle market where they used to sell cows and all that. So he had the security chief in that state told him that a lot of things are going on in that market. And when
Is he everyday shooting? Is he everyday killing?
No, kidnapping and killing going on in that area. So when the governor stumbled in that place, the governor said that they discovered more than 80 bodies.
Wow.
Dead bodies. And when he started the people, the people that the people that do business there are mostly Northerners. So the Northerners now begin to accuse him of trying to chase away the North out of Abia State. So the governor came up to say no, it's because of insecurity. Then he now addressed them.
Who do you think were doing those? Is it the Northerners that are committing killing?
I don't know, but they are the major people in that market. It's in Abia State.
Are they using
also,
those
yeah, it's also close to Imo State, like Ponta market, something like that. It's a very dangerous zone. People used to complain that even to travel towards that area is very dangerous because a lot of kidnapping is going on there. So you just imagine if the news is still fresh news, just day before yesterday, the governor said they discovered more than 80 bodies, 80 in that market. He has now given an order, giving them time frame for doing business, whether from morning till in the afternoon.
That's
and he's putting a lot of renovation in that area because it's just like a bunk. So he wants to demolish all the structures there, and they put some renovation there. Then their market time now is about 8 a.m. to, I don't know whether it's 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Like he doesn't want to see anybody in that market. And since that day, peace has restored in that area. And these are the major things our governors are supposed to be doing. Fishing out those things so that peace will return. So if you go to Abia State now, those areas now, peace, people are rejoicing. Night activities are returning in Abia State now. Before it doesn't used to be like that, but now in that area now, night activities are returning. Those days I used to be at the street till 1 a.m., 12 a.m. It's returning in Abia State now. People are rejoicing. I saw their videos. They were rejoicing. Their street rights are on. They're going about their night activities in major cities in Abia State. Something that is not happening for a very long time. And this is what I expect other governors to be doing. Because security-wise, it's not a locus. It's not just think about it. The what that governor did, he didn't went about killing people, destroying life and properties and all that. He just identified it, put a policy. He even called those Northerners together, bring them to the government house, discuss some issue, iron some issues to them, give them they signed some agreement. This is how we are going to be running that market. They went back to their activities and they agreed. Those chieftains in the north that used to do business there. And they agreed. He didn't kill anybody. He didn't fight them. He didn't pursue them. Just told them that some renovation and all that. See what I need.
So you rate Abia's governor very high right now compared to the other.
Yes, I rate him very high.
But
very high.
I thought he was going to buy. What is he supposed to buy in Nelson vehicles? What happened?
No, the thing is this: he used to buy a nursing vehicle very well. That is his official car.
No, not him. The other members were. I thought they wanted to buy, but they went back on that because I was expecting.
What happened then was that he bought Toyota for security operative. So because of the urgency of that security, he already have an order. He have already given us some orders. So that security vehicle that he bought Toyotas was And because that time he want to launch security this thing. So because of innocent, because of time frame and all that, he can't be waiting for him to launch a security operative in 1 year. He needed it urgently. So innocent didn't have it at hand. So they agreed. Then he went and buy Toyota. And at the same time, innocent still have an order with him that he's still producing at that time, because innocent, when they're accusing him, innocent have to come out and say, no, this is what happened. I cannot meet up. And I already have some order from him.
Thank you for your
So you have now to
honesty,
go and buy Toyota.
Mr. Kene. I like the way you talk today. I like the way you talk. So now, Mr. Kene, sorry to cut you up, and sorry to Mr. Mike. Joe, let me just ask you some questions. You know that I'm hearing so many things concerning the Biafra movement, the obedient. They are complaining that they won't break up. Even though tomorrow now, today they break up, that means the southeast will suffer. They will even find the nearest place to go then, because of they are not united, they don't have security, they don't have good jobs, sorry to say, and you can testify now. I like what you are saying. You are so what do you think is the solution? I want to hear from you, Mr. Kene. Before Mr. Mike, you can interject, because I need your assistance too in it. Continue, Mr. Kene.
Well, for me, the Southeast, the only thing that is happening in the Southeast that I really think is our problem is the way our governors behave. That most of our governors are not fit to govern. They are not fit at all. So when you see what's happening in Imo State, just because of power. See, when you do well, people will vote for you as a governor or as a president. That is the battle that the Imo State is facing today. The man knows that he's a failure and he's battling it. He wants to win by all means. You compare it to his fellow counterpart in Abia State, doing perfectly well for himself. People are already saying, Mr. Governor, you are going for second term. There is no two ways about that. Nobody will compete with you. Your second term is assured because you are making us proud. This is the first time Abia are experiencing good governance. So good governance is the key. Because for me, I'm not a Biafra stuff. I'm not an IPOB. I don't speak anything concerning them. I speak about Nigeria. The only thing I recommend much is restructuring of our country. If the government will really do that, I will commend this so much. I even think if that's the only thing
again, can you tell us how that, because when people say they want to restructure, it has different meanings to different. But if I ask 10 people, they will give me different definition of restructuring. So to you, what would it look like? Can you just explain to us what kind of restructuring you're looking for?
I want state to control their resources. Maybe give maybe some percentage to the federal, but I want state to control their resources. I want them to be productive. I don't want them to be going to Abuja for allocation. They have to work out what they will use, generate their revenue, use it to develop their space. It's everywhere in the state, at least. And some state that I know in the Southeast, I know what they can use to generate revenue, but they overlook it because they know that every month they are rushing to Abuja to collect some allocation, which is very bad. So in that, it makes our governors to be lazy. It makes them to be lazy. So if you talk about a state like Imo State, the reason why I used to talk about Imo State, I'm from Anambra State, but the reason why I used to talk about Imo State is that it's a state that I love so much. I know a lot of potential. Imo State is a very peaceful, used to be calm, very nice, developed area. If you go to Owerri, you will enjoy Nigeria. You go to, there is this, Imo State used to export palm oil before. They used to export it in a large quantity. And that farm is still there. but they're not making use of it again. The place is bushy now. The road that leads to that area, that end is everything is closed down. So it's because of the laziness of our governors. So what now happens if you allow them to control their resources to produce, generate their revenue, use it to develop they'll begin to look at those things that are dead. All this Ajokuta steel and all that, it has to be a state something. But because government, federal government still have interest in it, that's why it will not work. So that's the area I'm looking in restructuring. Electricity has come. The former.
Sorry, what do you think about this idea? You see that allocation that they are giving them, right?
Yeah.
What if they make it available in a form of loan rather than just dashing? You know what I mean? Like so what I'm saying, in essence, what I'm saying is that states, you make money on your own. You depend on your internally generated revenue, just like normal government is supposed to. You get busy, you get productive, and you make money. And if you need to fund maybe a project or something, you need extra money to do something
you
like
go
that.
to the federal.
You go to the federal and take it loan.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes,
Where
it's
you
okay
pay
like that.
back. So basically, that allocation you pay back. So you use it to form
And there must be a limit, There must be. You will not borrow everything, though. There must be a limit.
Exactly. And you develop another way they can do it. You develop credits, like in a sense, like in America, there's something they call credit rating. So the more you pay back, the more you can borrow. You understand?
Yes.
The better record you have in paying back your loan, and then the more they can say they offer you to borrow. It's called credit rating in America. I don't know if they have it. That's how you create a productive society.
That makes sense.
And again, think about it.
That message, that is the way I'm looking at. So I don't know why it's very hard for our states, our country to do that.
Ekene, do you know why? Because if you adopt that system that Mike is talking about, then people will pay more attention to what you're borrowing, and you have to be more accountable.
More accountable.
And
Because you can't steal money you borrow now.
That's how it's supposed to be now.
You can't borrow money and steal it now.
Yes. You will not. The reason why the reason why our governors are misbehaving is because they get free money. They just go there and get free money. Share it. They are sure that no matter what happens every month, they go to Abuja and share money with the Mr. President will give them their own share. And you see most of the states that are supposed to be productive, generating a lot of revenue to the federal, they're not doing it. They're not doing that. See, I know what I'm talking about. Imo State is they produce they have a lot of professionals in medication. They produce a lot of medicine. You think about Orange Drug, all of them.
How come, Mr. Kenny? Pardon, sorry to cut you. What kind of medication do they specialize on and stuff like that? I would like to know, man, because they complain in Nigeria today that the Southeast produce fake products, fake medical products, services. I want you to clarify.
They produce. There is a lot of fake because of the eagerness to make quick money. But then it's not they produce original. But the reason why those adulteration are there is because of the reason why the government need to come in is if the government, because they just allow those things in the hands of individual, so they're doing anything they want in terms of producing those fake drugs. But if they allow state to take absolute control in doing that, you see them. The only thing the government will now approve is the real medicine, the real medication. When they approve it, there will be a law in it from the state.
Like what?
You see them producing the right one. Yeah? Like
what?
I didn't get
what? Like what kind of medical that they need to produce in Nigeria? You understand? Like what? Because I know that people are listening to you. The government are listening to you now. As she starts saying, clarifying things about the South, I'm very interested because I have friends over there that are here too. and they complain. So now they are proud and things like that. I tell them that like now they will come and listen to you very soon. I know throughout the whole day it will be this final section that they will we listen to, because that's what many people they like listening. That's why they don't come into the air. I just waited till this moment. I know this is when Mike and others will start giving good ideas, and we'll start talking about the problems and the solution. So you tell me. So I'm sorry to asking you all these questions, and don't worry. Just because you are back home, you have more. You can tell us what is on the ground there. So you want to tell me that now the fake products are there. Like now, what are the what like which medical? I heard that even paracetamol, there are
Even
fakes
malaria
over there.
stuff, yeah, there are fakes and there are also originals. So when the government now comes in and produce it, like that Imo State, they have a lot of people that produce those medication, that malaria stuff, those infection medicine, all those stuff and all that. We have a lot of them in the southeast. So the reason is because the government cannot necessarily consign in what is happening in that area. They just allow people to just do what they want. Even wine, they produce wine, they produce fake, they produce original. We have it there. I know. They have the factory.
What to tell me that
So when they
in Nigeria they have
produce the original, they
grape
produce fake.
grape agriculture there?
Yeah.
Because to do wine here in France, they have grapes. I don't know if they have grapes in Nigeria because of I've not seen
I
it
don't know
before.
how they
It was
maybe
there.
they import, especially those oranges. I know how they buy from
They
other
do
African
juice.
countries and all that.
They do juice, but grapes. It's grapes they used to do wine, eh? Mr. Mike, you know
Yes.
about it, I think. It's grape, no? I know they used to do wine. So that means they're not releasing quality wine then. They're doing something again that will cause sickness and cancer in the future. You can see that means that the government need to intervene. So you can see, Mr. Mike, before they will stop importing things in Nigeria will take long. So we need those importation first. Then later they start working towards it. Like what where I went to last 2 months, I was begging them to come and open a factory here in Nigeria. So as for me now, Southeast is no go area. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because of it. Thank you for just bringing it out. Because I'm begging them to come down to Nigeria to come and be producing it. So we'll be selling it in Europe, exporting it in Europe and other parts of Africa. Because that's what I'm begging them just to bring them. They were completely wanting for me that they say that Nigeria is no go area. No go area. That's just it. And I know them white are afraid of being kidnapped, and there's no assurance we want to pay. I know that they used to pay certain sum of money through assurance to pay to release. But another thing again, Mr. Mike, I know you were saying something earlier. I heard you, but Nigeria doesn't have this data. What do you think about it, Mr. Kine? We don't have data, that number that we know you cannot thief and rob.
That's it. Nigeria have a long way to go. And that is why Nigeria is a very big. It's a very big country. It's a lot of ethnic group combined together to become a nation. So that
Again,
is why
what
you
is
need that.
this NIN number they are doing now? And then they're taking your fingerprint, your biometric, you know?
Forget our nation. They are not serious. Those things are they will just bring up policy. They will say this is the use of it. Then when they want, maybe now, okay, when you're talking about cash transfer now, people are saying, okay, what of the NIN that you people force people to do? These are the time that these things will be useful. They will just abandon it. They would like to go manual, because if they use that NIN, people will begin to really question them. The government has doled out 5 billion for the poor masses. Then you begin to check their NIN to know the people that receive it. So they will not want to go that route, because if they go, they will easily be caught with their fraud. So they will
That
like to
means
go
Mr. Mike
manual, because when
is
they
right
go
there.
manual, you cannot catch them. They'll just decide to. Okay, since that minister of what is that woman that came out to snap picture with 25,000 naira with that woman on a podium? Have you heard any other thing about that stuff again? They'll just bring
No,
one person and snap
no.
picture.
I mean, Mr. Mike
So
is right now, because I remember a few weeks ago he was telling us that the structure is good, everything is good in Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria are Nigerians. Isn't it, Mr. Mike? You told us, you were explaining it in details to us that everything is there. They can use it to do everything, but without the people implementing it, it, that is nothing going to be done. You can see now it is not the problem of the people in power. It is and again, all I was saying, explaining to us also is about the body also, the civil servants. If we can cut off the
Is
head,
the
the body will
body, the
run away.
civil
But the
servant,
civil servants.
the ministers and the civil servant,
So
and a lot of corruption in the
Nigeria
system.
have a very big work to do. We have moral something to do, integrity.
I don't think we
So
necessarily get rid of. I think you have to tighten the requirement to get into civil service.
The
You need to,
process of
yeah,
employment.
you must, yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you. Yeah, you must, yeah, that has to be updated. We can't keep employing people because they are KBS's cousins.
Every employment is through connection now.
All those, how they do.
They don't do,
Allocation.
they don't do background checks or even screening process. In America here, they have people they call recruiters, right?
Mike,
they are trained to. They are trained.
Let me
They are
tell you
trained
something.
to. They are trained to identify the right candidate, the people that are gifted for one job or qualify or good enough. Or that's the attribute and everything for that job. So there's the recruiters that goes out there to go look for the people who qualify for the jobs, right?
Mike,
And
let
that's
me
why.
give you
Yeah.
an example. I had a friend of mine that this wave of illegal immigrants that were coming through the border. They need medical services. So a friend of mine, a medical doctor, used me as a reference. Bro, they sent a federal agent to my house, and the guy sat with me for 2 hours asking me questions about my friend. I'm telling you, he came to my house. I'm a reference, for a federal job, for a friend.
Essentially, those kind of job, government job,
Yeah.
federal, those things.
He came to my house to interview
The kind
me.
of background check screening they will do before they employ you.
I'm like, am I the one? I'm not even the one applying for the job. Why? But we just asking personal issues about him. Do I know his family? I mean, it was well detailed that
They will even check your record in school, in high school, from elementary school. They found out in elementary school you did something bad as a child. They will still hold that against you. Ekene, you see what we are telling you? To get government job in America, that's how much screening they will do on you to find
your
out the kind of
friends,
person you
your
are.
family, your kids, your everything. They want to know everything. They
They
want to
won't
know.
know everything about you before they can put you anywhere near anything like that.
So they
But
will do their own.
Nigeria is connection now.
But my problem still with you guys is that you know all these things, but when we speak towards it, you think we don't want the nation to progress. We talk about politics all the time, but all these things, you guys know it, and it's good for the nation development. Why are we not advocating for it, especially you guys in abroad? Because we seem just to support a political. It's not bad your political party win.
The thing is,
when they have win, when we speak about the issues, I think every one of us should have one voice. But when we talk about issues, it seems divided.
it's because we don't get together.
You cannot tell me that all the rascalities you see, especially in our election, you cannot experience it in your space, that place that you guys are. It's not
I agree
possible
with you now.
Who told you that?
But when we talk about it, people
Who
seems
told
to
you
use
that?
politics.
Haven't we seen an election that was disputed here in America or in any other Western countries? Who told you there's no rascality in advanced country? Who told you that?
Even if there is rascality, it's not up to what we are seeing in Nigeria now. Otherwise, now. Nobody said that every system is perfect, but at
there's
least
level to craziness. It's just that not in that brazen or in the ways in your face type like Nigeria. But I mean, there's no. How do I put this? Nigeria is not an exception case. If you look at Africa, virtually every country in Africa are almost the same. And we're looking at exceptionalism. It's not going to happen. Africa is what makes them Africa. Nigeria is not America. Nigeria is not England. Okay.
So Adewale, if we start to put it right, we Nigerians, because I believe in Africa, Nigeria have the most educated, enlightened. You cannot compare Nigerian to a Ghanaian.
Tell me that election in Africa that has never been disputed.
I don't agree.
You cannot compare Nigerian to to other African countries. We have it, everything.
They have their own educated people too. You
Tell
can
me
just say
one
we have more
country
number of educated
in
people, but we
Africa
have
that
more
have
population.
election that are never disputed. Tell me that country in Africa.
Kenya.
We're talking about this. Which
No,
Kenya?
Diwali, let's not do that. You know,
No, just
when
saying.
anybody
South
no,
Africa.
hold on. In any
Egypt.
society, if you lose elections, you be the most vocal online, acting like they robbed you. That is not peculiar to Africa only. Even when Trump lost, didn't you see the way his own supporters made it look
Even
like?
when our God lost.
Hey,
When
come
you
on, so don't make
bring,
it look like
It's
it's
always
an
happening in America too now. When they
it
lose, they will
took
tell you something
like
happened.
something
it
was
took the
let's
intervention
not do
of
that.
the Supreme Court for our God to have considered. But you see, when you take a system that is not organically grow in your own land, you bring that system and absorb it, and you are trying to, regardless of the differences in culture, differences in ethnics, or any other races that makes us who we are, it's going to be hard to adapt it. And that is what we're having with democracy in Africa, because the leaders that we are electing see themselves as next to God. After God is them. So until we're able to reduce and simplify them, is that the word? Make them feel like a regular person, there is going to be conflict. So this issue of we should do things right. Look, you know how long we've been on this journey.
And Diwali, so can you tell us the kind of system we should adopt then, since we borrowed from the West? So
Let
what kind
us
of
go.
system are we
Let's
looking at?
go back to where we were before
No,
the.
no, define it. Say the Kabi say again all over again, or what are you?
Because it was peaceful and people know who their leaders were, and
No,
every
no, no.
community was responsible for
Be more specific. What kind of system are you talking about?
a system that recognizes the power of the region or the state, that give them the autonomy to control the resources and self-govern.
That's restructuring now. We have to restructure now.
Oh, hold on, it goes beyond restructuring, because restructuring, when you still have certain power residing at the federal, then that is still not restructuring in the restructuring context. But when the power is residing in the hands of the people themselves, I'm talking at the local level, where they see their representatives see them, they live among them. So if representative is driving 5 billion Mercedes or buying a yacht, then they can easily throw petrol inside that car and burn it down
They
completely.
were you know that our old system where we had monarchs, you know that the monarch cannot say he wants to start looting and
They
go
not burn and where
and
they
say he's
will open
moving because
calabash for them.
first of all
Yeah,
the thing is he cannot say let me loot so I can go and buy property in England and move and be living there because
the
first
kings
of all
were not
you can't leave that
Mike.
palace. You know?
Even the kings, the monarch, then they were not rich. They were not rich people.
Yeah, anything they want is provided, so they don't have
Everything
the
they
mind that they
don't.
want to.
It's just the respect and being just.
Yeah,
In
so
their
anything they
they
need
were
is
not rich.
provided. They don't need to think about say I want to loot or anything. Whatever they want is provided, and they have to serve their spiritual rights or whatever traditional rights and the first, So they don't have that mind. Okay, let me loot my people, and also they live in the midst of their people. They can you understand? So, but this system we have where politicians are just separate, they're just
And and
it's like their
and and
colonial masters. You
and,
know how
and
the
Mike,
colonial master came and they were
we
separate
we
from
we gave
their
them that
colonial. Sorry,
we gave them that power to be able to perpetrate all this evil simply because black men, we were known not to be proactive. We're kind of laid back. As long as I'm good, I don't care about others.
I don't care exactly.
So we can put the
But
devil
Mr.
there
Man, let me ask you a
tomorrow.
question.
He doesn't care. So, and black men doesn't want to take a risk, unnecessary risk. They don't want to.
You
They
know when you
say,
start
"Oh,
presenting some tough idea, you know what they would say? They say, it's not easy. It's not that
ah,
easy. They want easy solution.
easy magic, magic."
Every time I'm talking to Nigerian, I present some kind of idea. They will say it's not
There's
easy.
a
I'm like, you want
process.
easy? You want it to be easy?
There's a
Which
somebody,
success is
somebody,
easy?
somebody arriving from Nigeria today, right? He's already
Hey,
thinking, "Oh, I
quick
wish I could
interjection
have
if you don't mind.
my blue passport tomorrow. I wish I can." But there's a process to everything, right? So in Nigeria, you can wake up tomorrow and be a billionaire and become billionaire. All it takes just somebody to say supply toilet paper, and you're already a billionaire. What kind of society, you know?
Adewale, you see, Nigeria, there is this thing you just said. It just occurred to me now.
Hey,
There is
Mike, can
one
you
guy.
hear me?
There is
Yeah, we
one guy I
can hear
used
you.
to know.
Yeah, I can hear
One
you.
guy,
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
one guy I used to know. Just normal guy, just like that. The guy just under during this cashless policy period. The guy bought a house. The guy bought land. The guy, man, what happened? Do you know that this guy have access to CBN that time? Was selling money. Sell 500,000 for 1 million. Sell 1 million for 2 million. All they need to do is just to use the guy. Just when he sell, he cut his percentage. And this stuff is going on. And people were suffering there, no. People were dying at the expense of the masses. People are making
Okay,
money.
you know what I think?
Prince
I
Daddy
think
wants to come in. Let's let Prince Daddy say something. Prince Daddy, you want
just 1 second before we do the. I just want to address what the Kenny said. I think IBB was the one that completely destroyed the moral fabric that was guiding that country before. He completely tore into pieces. That was when the 419 became the thing of the day during IBB. You guys remember, right? Even the Sami Bekwe, the what is this guy's name? All these what is this guy's name? Majority of them being sing praised by Wasiu and all this. That was when I found one.
Maurice Ibekwe.
All of them. Even there's one other guy, Yoruba guy, what's his name? They were all 419 celebrated in the society, call them socialite, and they are all 419. You know, that I grew up in an era where Omoluabi, when you say somebody a gentleman, your word is your bond. Once you say something, that is what it is. There's no going back, right? That was the era that I grew up, where the way you present yourself, how people will accept you, but not anymore. You say something. If somebody greets you good morning, go and check. It might be 6 p.m. So that moral fabric of that country completely shredded because it seems to have looked the other way. You remember when Buhari took over as in 1983 as the head of state, he introduced war against indiscipline. His vice then, the former chief of general staff, was completely ruling with iron hand. That was when discipline was brought in, queuing at the bus stops and all that. People were, you have to sit tight, and that was what
That's true. IBB brought the opposite. He just brought
it
Western
just came and was
culture,
like, no, this
Western
is too
freedom.
high-handedness. Let's relax all this bureaucracy. Let's relax all this law. Started giving licenses to people, scrupulous people, questionable characters. Started opening people that were given importation licenses left and right. That was when the GTB of a bank, the Zenith Bank, all of them came into existence. All the money looted were now deposited in the GTB.
The West, the US, and the British, the USA back IBB because they wanted. That's how they wanted Nigeria to be. So
It
that
was
way, that
during the building
corruption
of the World Bank.
favored them. That
That
just
man
allowing.
destroyed that country.
Yeah, he
Completely.
favored because most of the looted money will go straight to England, go to America. So that they just wanted that guy that's willing to be corrupt, so we can allow the multinationals to come in and just do their rubbish in Nigeria.
The generals,
Yeah.
the general. If you go to Asokoros, you will see all their houses. How much was the salary of the generals there? All the GOC, all the other generals, starting from Major General, because I think it's at the military administrator were at the level of colonel, right? Colonel, Brigadier General, and all that. The rest are, in the other offices. They were all making huge amount of money. I was after they were retired from service. Some of them had houses in Asokoro. How could a retired general have salary be able to afford Asokoro property? So all of them were milking the country, and that was the reason why they didn't want him to go, because they saw the handwriting on the wall. And when Shonekan was brought in, what is it called? The devil himself felt, okay, you know what? No, this is gonna go. Will be once Abiola take over, it's gonna be tough. So they were daily. They destroyed that country completely, and in connivance with the civilian, especially the politician. They destroyed the country. They completely shredded it completely. I agree that we need a new constitution.
You
We
see,
need
what
a
you tell us
new.
that it's the problem of Nigeria today is from the north. That's
It's not just.
No,
You
no, it's
see,
not. It's
it's
not.
not just
It's
not
everyone.
only. We have collaborators across the
Collaborator.
country. Do you imagine when what is his name? MK Abiola was pleading his case. His own kinsmen were coming back. You see, when you it's like a revolving door. You go through the back door, front door, then others will come through the back doors and get
Even
into the
among
army
those
of the government.
military officers, there are a lot of Southerners among them now. I mean, DR, all of them.
Collaborators.
Yeah,
Some
so
some
the
doesn't
only thing
have a
is
choice.
you just see Babangida there, but the other generals and the officers, they are Southerners, they're all there, the army, they're all part of it.
How could Jeremiah Hussein be able to afford a bigger mansion in Azokoro? Even the Danjuma himself never be the head of state, but yes, he's controlling huge amount of money, owning oil blocks, even if it's not corruption. The humongous building IBB erected in Mina. How did he get it? Even Obasanjo himself, how did they able to build those with their salary, even with their emolument and all that? It was through corruption. It was pandemic or what you can call it during their era. So they destroyed the country completely. Till today, we haven't found our bearing. Democracy is not able to find food in our country because that is doesn't fit in. People's orientation is completely upside down. People doesn't even know what their
Okay, let me chime in
responsibilities
here,
to
Diwali.
people.
I know
Let Prince Daddy come. Prince
you're
Daddy
a
come.
long-winded talker, so I have to jump in. So, where all the Omolua be talking about? So, in the you said the era that you grew up in, are you suggesting that there were no corruption back then,
No, I
or what?
wasn't saying there was no corruption. It's just that you know it was normalized. Then if you come back home, I don't know about people in Lagos, but if you come home to Ondo, no Washington, then come to Ondo or you're anything outside Lagos. Once you come home, people know what you do for a As a matter of fact, if what you're doing is illegal, you'll be
Okay,
excommunicated, sort of.
I get it. So, are you saying those people maybe in the rural areas in other states, they were better human beings than the people in Lagos or elsewhere?
No, I'm not saying Lagos was.
I'm just trying to get your argument because I don't believe that because
Well, you
once
don't
people
have to
get close to
believe
power,
that.
no, it's human nature. It doesn't matter what your background, if you're Igbo, Yoruba, it doesn't matter. It's human nature. If people get close to power, money, or wealth, they change.
No. I disagree. It wasn't about. It's not about being close to the power area. It's about what is being seen as the norm or ethically right is being eroded and now replaced by corrupt uh, mindset or way of life. What we used to see as normal then is no longer normal. That was why when somebody say I'm a Yahoo boy now, nobody look at them second time and say, well, wait a minute. Yeah, you are proud of doing that. No, they look at you like, man, have you hit? Has your man got paid? So all those things are the things that I'm trying to make reference to. Not that
Yeah,
people were not terrible then, but it wasn't as acceptable as it is right now.
I get your point, but when did Abacha started stealing the money? Perhaps up to now, we don't have any single politician in Nigeria that's stolen more than Abacha. So my point here is that no, what you're saying, yeah, on the grassroots level, my main point actually that I came was because me and Mike and somebody else I think was trying. We were talking yesterday about leadership. That I think Mike's contention was like, hey, you know, uh, the way we had it before was much better than this so-called democracy or the way we govern ourselves right now. And I don't agree. I think back then, individually as I guess as ethnic groups, yeah, we have ways of organizing ourselves, but to come together and build a country together, I was making a point that look, the Westerners are much better at organizing. Oh, Mike said, oh, we are all individualistic people, or in the West, right? But it's more communal in Africa and other places.
Okay, let me ask you this. Maybe okay. If let's say China goes to Europe, right? and they take England, France, Italy, Spain, Germany, and make them one country, give them Chinese as the official language, and bring the Chinese governing system, Chinese writing, and say, okay, start a country. This is new thing for you. Your old way, your culture, everything. You still have it, but hey, it's secondary. It's kicked aside. From now on, this is something new system. This is your way forward. Take this, and that's your way forward. Do you know that's what happened in Africa? That's what happened in Nigeria specifically. In 1960, when Nigeria got independent, basically all the kingdoms they had their system, their governing kings, all those kingdoms were no longer ruling their people. Now we have a new country where all these empires are now one country with a new language. Do you know that majority of the kings in Nigeria didn't know how to speak English by the time Nigeria got independence? Now, majority of the population, even till today, don't know how to speak English. Now, that's exactly what happened. So now that's what we're telling you. Now you're looking at that, you're seeing the confusion. Now you're saying we just don't know how to organize. If China, that would have happened in Europe, example I gave you, where
Well,
China just
actually,
goes
it did
there.
happen in
Hold
Europe.
on,
It did
hold on.
happen in Europe and other parts of the world. It did happen.
No, let me give you an example of how it happened in Europe. A country, when the Soviet Union came about, it didn't take long. Soviet collapsed. And then you have countries like Yugoslavia, where those ethnic groups came together, and the Croatia, all of them, it collapsed eventually because of those differences. So explain how it ever succeeded in Europe.
Well, amongst the Belgians, the Germans, the Austrians, you know, they were at one point in time close one people, um, and other the French also. I mean, they mix. My point here is that the Europeans also they're greatly mixed. But I'm not one to speak about. I think it's Switzerland or Sweden. Maybe if Remy was on in the studio, they talked about how they have five different groups or more governing the country, and they take rotation. So my point here is that if you're waiting for a perfect system, yes, the Europeans, yeah, different empires were put together to be one. Well, as long as we are one, we should be able to find a way to govern ourselves in a more in a better way.
From remember 1960 when this whole thing started, it's not that long ago. And then we had a civil
Yeah, it's
war,
not long
and
ago.
then think about it. Look what we have. You have a northern region where it's more very Islamic in ways. You have the southeast where it's more
But you know, Mike, that's the
Christian.
reason
I
why
mean, you
the
just have
British
to
gave us the
understand,
original system. That's why they
huh?
gave us the original system, and I think it was a much
Exactly,
better
but
system.
okay,
Was a
but
much
that's why
better
we all
system to
advocate. We go
organize
back to it.
ourselves.
You do know? Okay, wait, Prince Daddy. Okay, I think we are agreeing in many ways. The regional system that where we have in Nigeria is what they have in Switzerland. You know that, right?
Okay.
Because Switzerland, where you have the French side, the English side, sorry, the French side, the German side, right, and the I think but and the Spanish side. I'm not too sure. So in Switzerland, they understand that, like, okay, oh, we people in this side, we are French kind of people. We in this side, they you get that. Now in Nigeria, we also in the beginning understood that this will be the way, right? And we were doing it. It was good, but I don't know. Maybe the British just want their agenda to be whatever. Somehow, a military officer came in and changed the whole thing, and then these soldiers just, which is what my brother
So
I
yeah,
just told you.
it's human greed that came into play. Human greed, selfishness that came to play. I think we had a very good system going on. We can blame the British all day from now for forever for putting us together. But that's when you see the
No,
strength
I'm
of a
saying,
people. Hold on. That's
okay.
how you see the strength of a people, of people that are well organized. Frankly, I believe the Yoruba culture is well organized, but at the same time, we can't continue to blame others for putting us in a certain situation or condition.
No, no,
If
no,
we are
no.
so
I'm
great
not.
as empires,
Maybe you
if we're so
misunderstood
great
me.
as a people,
Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying that. Hey, um, I'm blaming all those plus together because our people, well, some of our people, they colluded and things like that, of course. So that's internally. Now the deal is, I tend to agree with you. Like some people that are benefiting from just the status quo. Like you, even if you become a government official, and you have access to this wealth, you probably won't have problem with the status quo either. Like you're like, hey, as long as I'm, but the reality is, it's a short time, like where, and also you have to also agree that if that situation where multi-ethnic nations came together in Europe, it was more of the Europeans. They organically created it themselves. Well, we is not something that we organically created. It was more like, okay, this English language is new. It just came to us, and then the creation of it, the idea came from across the ocean, and it's just completely foreign. And you don't expect us to just get it like that in 60 years, man. You know,
Well, I agree. It's a short term, but how come? See, if it's not working for us, if we as a nation, as a people, decide, hey, this British system, this democracy, all these things not working for us, how come we don't go our separate ways
but
and
you say
devise a
as a
system?
people, but that's the key word. You say we as a people. It's not a people. It's many people, more tight. So if it's one people, it's easier to make that decision. Now in Nigeria, for example, you make a good example, like go separate ways. But the way everybody go about it is differently. Like the way people will agitate in the southeast is different from the way someone will agitate in the southwest, different from the way someone will agitate in the north, different from someone will agitate in the southwest. I mean, sorry, the south side. So everyone is just agitating differently in a different manner. So that's what the problem is.
Mm. Well, in life, just like nothing is perfect, nothing's always given in a straight line. I think we can make good of what we have or make it better. If it's not working for us, it's up to us at this point in time to devise a new system and do what we have to do.
But who's
If
gonna
you
who's
ask
gonna
me,
who's gonna come up with
it's
that?
all corruption, or it's all corruption and greed. Just like you said, listen, we have to be able to separate the people that are being governed, and the leaders. See, the leaders, for example, right now, that's why in the southeast, I don't think the leaders care about all this damn Biafra and all this, secession thing. They don't care because, trust me, if we were to go our separate ways, there isn't enough resources and money in the southeast to take care of everybody. Everybody will go broke overnight. They don't have that much to go around. They have to start. They're going to go straight into communism or socialism right away. They're going to take from the people that are rich, like Morris, and take their hotels. They're going to do that. That's what's going to happen. They're going to take a nice hotel, take everything, and try to distribute amongst the people because they don't have it. So it's in the interest of the leaders in the southeast, for example, to keep milking the system. The system is good for the people at the top. It's good. It's a very good system for them. It's the people that complain at the bottom.
You're right, man.
Can I ask you a question from Mike?
Yeah.
Do you think that we got that? Do you think we should have delayed our independence? And if you believe so, for how long? So instead of 1960, do you think we should have waited a little longer before
No,
independence?
this let me tell you what the mistake of independence was. The country was handed over to group of bourgeoisies. We know what I mean by bourgeoisies. Some guy individuals just call themselves educated guys. Well, I would say the North probably was a little more given over to, because this guy was Sardana was more like the head of all the northern, and because he's the Sultan of Sokoto, right? Well, okay, basically the point I'm trying to make is this: the British should have handed the country over to the traditional rulers.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what do I mean? Because what the British did was find some intellectuals from different tribes that they didn't have the mandate of their people, and handed the country over to them. You understand?
But
So,
Mike,
but
doing
wait,
so,
wait.
the traditional leaders to be.
But hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. If you let me learn, you understand where I'm coming from. What I mean by, if they would have handed the country over, if they would have called all the emperors of all the empires existed and say, okay, I'm giving you independence, this new country, you're all the rulers of your respect individual kingdoms. Now decide how you want to start this new country together. You understand? The emperors understand how they're governing their own empires. the kings understood. They all understood how they were governing their individual kingdoms, right? The nations were existing, individual nations. Now they would have all came to the table and said, okay, wow, how is this new Nigeria going to affect the way I'm ruling my people? What's my kingdom going to get out of this Nigeria? What is it? They would have had better negotiation among themselves and decide something.
Okay.
But what they did was handed a country over to some.
Prince
Well,
Adi, in that space that Mike was, it's a very good space to debate. Do you think, Mike, just think about it, that you said they should have handed over to the traditional rulers, right? Do you think these bourgeois sidelined the traditional rulers behind the scenes?
Completely.
And
That's what
sabotage?
they did.
Because if you look at those 40s, 50s, they were mostly having these meetings in the UK, even though
Exactly.
away from the people. It wasn't even in Nigeria. They were
It
having
wasn't
all
even
these,
Nigeria.
yeah.
Some
So
kings didn't even know, like they're no longer ruling their people. They just found out that there's a
do you
Nigeria.
feel like they went behind the scenes to baboje for Nigeria
For
and
Nigeria.
sabotage that system? Like they really wanted to hand over to those rulers, but your bourgeois went behind the scenes to sabotage that process. Do you think that was
Hey,
what
Babati, are you sure about that? Because doing so
I'm
means
asking. No, I'm asking.
oh,
I don't
He's
know.
just asking. He's just asking. We don't know.
okay, because if that's doing so would simply mean that okay, they came, they saw the way our society was organized, and when they leave, and they came to united, quote unquote, united them, right? And now they're leaving. They want to put it back in the state in which they met them the first time around. I don't think so. I don't think they wanted to do that. It's in the interest of the British people to argue. They give us a semi. Well, the original system was kind of a little bit closer to our traditional way of governing ourselves. To be quite frank, than to just
The
make
what?
it out. I said
I didn't hear.
the original system that they left us with was much closer.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it is a little bit. I mean, not in your sense of thinking about it, but think about it. If the southwest, southeast, all these regions have their own space, well, they're closer to their own traditional rulers than in making the put it in the center.
Okay.
And
Wait. The region was 3 regions. Within those 3 regions, there are many kingdoms and empires.
well, yeah, but
And then
what
you
about
take one
sub-regions?
individual. One individual. There was nobody. It didn't come from any hierarchy or traditional history or anything because he just went to school in England. It's a bourgeoisie. You made him the premier over kings, so many kingdoms in the region, and he's not even practicing their African ways. Just doing some British. I mean, like it was not ruling as a king. So it was just.
China has the power to not depose kings.
He
So
had now the power to depose king, exactly the throne kings, and I mean, that was just that was the mess, man. Like we talking about, he became more powerful than Oba of Bini, Alafia for Oni
So,
of
but
Ife.
see, so what is
I mean,
stopping us from reverting back to the way we were? What is stopping us?
that's what we're saying. How can we be on the same page? There are too many people that how do you tell someone in Nigeria today? How can you tell somebody that own big companies all over Nigeria is making wealth, right? How can you tell Dangote, someone like Dangote, like, now we're going back to Oba of Lagos being the sole ruler of Lagos. When he has his business there, or another Southeast person that want to be only, there's so many people that are benefiting from the status quo. They are powerful. The powerful never want change. They don't. The powerful will
Exactly, and
always.
it's not unique to Black people in Nigeria.
It's
I was
not
gonna say
exactly.
though,
It's not unique.
the
Exactly. So the
the original
powerful,
say what we're
the
missing in the
powerful will
original
always want to
system.
keep the status quo. It's only even if they understand obviously that it's not for the status quo is not for the best interest of the
Of course,
society. It's not taking the society anywhere. But as long as it's taking him as an individual
because
somewhere,
human
they will
greed
want to
and
keep it.
selfishness. That's the bottom line.
It's human
But
nature, exactly.
what we're missing in the original system of governance is that if every region have their own police, have their own of everything, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be perfectly fine. Southwest
Nah,
State
you're
has
not
their
going
own.
to be perfectly fine. All these things we're talking about, you're still going to. Okay, yesterday, what Peace was telling us that the Yorubas are marginalizing the Benin during the region, Western regions. I know
Man,
you're still going to have it, man.
I ain't go back. I don't
No,
know.
no, no, no. See, you guys, I know you guys are familiar with what they call redistricting, right? Gerrymandering, right? Listen, we can withdraw the map. If they don't want to be part of the Western region, put them in the East, or let them be in their own central, South, Central, whatever region.
It's gonna end up that what's gonna happen with Syria regional system when it was created. Agitation all over the place. It was really organically going to go back to its natural kingdoms. Eventually, that's the way Nigeria was going back to its original states. When
Okay,
that
Mike,
wait, let me tell you,
to
when
you.
that it was listen. When Nigeria was created, when British left, that when we started this whole new system, it became so uncomfortable with the
Okay, Mike,
population.
I get it. But a more important
Hold
question
on, hold on.
to you
Tribalism.
right now.
Hold
To
on
you
now.
right now.
Okay,
How
go ahead.
many regions do you think we should have in the country? Forget about the British. What do you think we should be? I mean, regions should be divided. The country should be divided in.
I think Nigeria it should go back to the empires where it was. There's no I'm telling you, like Nigeria is the only, I would say the only country, but country where the where it was, the empires and the kingdoms and the tribes and whatever, the kings, the way it was before it was created is still intact. They still have the traditional rulers, the hierarchy of the system of in every community. You go to Wally, they still have the Olu of Wari there. Go to Calabar, they still have the Obong of Calabar there. Go to Onitsha, they still have the Obi of Onitsha there.
Wow.
The way it
But
was in the beginning, wait, it's still there. The only different, the people psychologically, maybe the Gen Zs are beginning to change. Still see the traditional ruler, as their leader.
But yeah, it sounds good on paper. But in terms of development, in terms of real, genuine development,
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a
yeah.
question? OBJ, when he ruled, he put those laws on book to the side, and he ruled like a dictator, like I would say like a emperor. And I think so far he's been the best since 1999. Now, forget these people in power, for instance. Look at the people you are governing. Nigerians are not built for democracy. That's just, be honest. We were not built for this idea of kumbaya where we come together and.
So,
That's
are
what
you suggesting communism? Is that what you're suggesting, or what?
not to that extreme, but I'm saying from the leadership perspective, you must understand the people that you govern. So when you adopt the system from the West, compare the people that apply the laws to their own economy to compare it to yours. Nigerians need that iron fist. I'm sorry to use that word to put it this way, but you need that. I would say strong man, whatever, but it has to be. You can't be too liberal with
You
your.
remember in the old system, you dare not insult the king. Now the king, the Toba Lashe, you understand? Toba
Yeah.
Lashe, like so back then you dare not. The way of the way of the king is the way. You don't
Look at
question
what's
it. You
happening.
understand?
I get, but Mike, in today, right? You just made a great point yesterday about pretty much if when institutions change, the people have to change also according to the times. In a nutshell, that's what you were talking about, Mike. So,
In what context? I don't know.
think,
I don't know what you mean. Like,
well, okay, but see what you guys are saying. I don't think yeah, it's
I would not
too
say no.
fragmented.
I
It's
would
just
not go.
too
No. Please, Adi. I would not go far as Mike wants to go.
okay.
But they
Okay,
have to incorporate that into it. You see my saying?
I agree. I
I
agree.
won't go back fast and say everything has to run through the kings. Of
But
course.
Mike wants to take us to the Stone Age. That's the problem.
no.
There
You
will
are in the
be.
stone age right now, honestly. Let me be honest with you. See, my problem with Africans is this: they think they are moving forward. But what they don't realize is that if you take the white man out of their life, they realize that they actually went backward. I'm serious.
Well,
Some
yeah, I
Africans will
don't
tell you
disagree.
that,
I don't
you're
disagree.
actually in the stone age because we haven't done we are literally. I was giving an example earlier with Kenneth when I told him that before we started Nigeria, when there was no government, the people were literally They were independent. They were growing their food. They were feeding themselves. There's no importation of anything. People were surviving, literally. You know, they're growing every villages. They all have their farm. They wake up in the morning, go grow their food, grow everything, and from their agricultural they make from they will make other goods. They make things. They make fabricate some things. Even iron
Mike,
melting. We were
that
very productive
lifestyle,
back then,
that
but now.
lifestyle. You
Wait,
think
hold on. We were very productive back then. We make everything we consume. But today, probably 90% of us don't make things we consume. We import everything. Right? Now, if you those where we import, if white man, Chinese men, they just cut us off. You find out that you're actually more Stone Age behind than where you were before Nigeria was created. So you telling me that we're going backward? Actually, we're going forward.
No, what I say is because we refuse to learn how to play the game, the playbook. You know, the
No,
word
it's a
is
now you're shifting the argument. You're saying we're going backward. No, where we are right now is actually we're more behind than where we were before the Oyinbos came into our
I don't
lives.
agree.
We were more advanced. We were more productive. We were more productive. We used to make things. Now we make nothing.
Prince Daddy, let me find this link. I want you to read the 70s, the projection of Western Nigeria in the 70s, late 70s into 80s. Our projection was insane. It was before we started going. No, sorry, the 67 into 70s. So we've actually regressed. We've been regressing for the past 30 to 40
We just
years.
speak better English. That's what
So
Prince is saying, that we're moving forward.
it's even worse. No, Mike. No. Mike, even the English is
the projection.
Even
The projection was not based on Stone Age, but it was based on I think more modern economic goals and you know philosophies.
But we failed to achieve. That's my point. Like if somebody says you can do something, but the system you adopt to get there is wrong.
It's wrong.
Then that's my point. Like regardless of what
okay.
Let's do this. Let Prince Daddy explain to us how we've advanced. Prince Daddy, tell us how we've advanced. Tell us our advancements.
Well, okay, maybe with us as a people, we've done advance, but you to make an argument that the world has not advanced, it would be
not the world,
an interesting argument.
No.
We are part of the world.
No. Come on now. You're saying we're going back. No. Tell me how you telling me that we are going backward. We, the Nigerians, right? We are talking about Nigeria. I'm not talking about the world. If you want to talk about the world,
I got you.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when I say we need to adopt our old way, I think we're going backward. I mean, how are we going backward? Here's the deal. This is what let me break down the way we think. Hold on. Give me a second.
Real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. See, the world has provided a lot about tools and skills and so many ways of doing things and technical abilities that the world has, for different cultures. Because we as a people have failed to be able to utilize those tools and skills, doesn't mean that the things are not good around the world, or that people are not progressing around the world. I don't think so. Unless you're telling us that we've actually perfected this system that was given to us and it's not working, then I accept your argument. But I'm not. I don't think we made the best out of it. So far, it's been our greediness and our lazy way of doing things. That's why we are backward. I mean, every time.
Okay, so you agree that we are backward.
Peter Big jumps around. It goes to Singapore. It goes to all these places. Even South Korea. We just talked about South Korea not too long ago. South Korea economy was bottom compared to Nigeria's economy. But today, South Korea is the top economy in the world.
So do you agree that we are backward?
I'm sorry?
You agree with me that we are not forward? We are not moving. We are not forward.
My point is that we've not used. We add.
No, that's a different argument. Whether it's not about, we're not arguing whether we have what we have not done. You are saying you are excusing that. But the point is, we are backward. We are not moving forward. We haven't moved forward. Let me tell you the position. Let me tell you the position of we Africans. Hold on. Let me tell you the position of we Africans. The rest of the world are moving forward. We just tag along. And we are, it's like someone is driving to his own destination, and we are in his bandwagon, right? He's the driver because the vehicle, we are on his vehicle, and he's driving to his own destination, and we think we are moving forward. No, you're not moving. You're just on somebody else's bandwagon. The Where Americans are advancing technologically, the Chinese are advancing technologically, and we are able to look at her technology and help them play with it, buy it, and all those things. And we see ourselves as people moving forward. No, they are the one moving forward. We are just tagging along with them. You understand? Now, for you to say you are moving forward, you have to be someone actually advancing technologically yourself, making the things making the same technology, knowing how to make it and competing. And just like China is moving, America will do their own, Chinese will do their own, and now India has joined. Now we can say India is moving forward too. But if India is still where we are, where Indians just buy their things and then saying, "Oh, look at this iPhone, look at this thing," because you are possessing an iPhone doesn't mean you are moving forward. Just because Nigerians are holding iPhone in their hands doesn't mean they are advancing. We are not
Okay,
advancing.
Mike, but
We
so
are just
thank you. You're
tagging
making an
along.
argument.
We
You're
are
making
tagging
an
along
argument.
people.
You're
But
making an
no,
argument.
the thing is, Nigerians always trying to say, "Oh, we when I say our where we were standing, oh, that's backward." No, we are not backward. You never move forward. You just tag along with other people. That's all. You just tag along.
Well, that's our problem. That's our fault. Because again, just like I
Yeah,
said, you just made the
it
argument.
is.
Everybody's using all the tools available. Now everybody's doing reverse engineering, doing all these things to develop the society. A good example of a society is the South Korean economy and everything they've done in the past 20, 30 years. Really,
But
they've
let's
done
stick to the
great
main
because
argument. You agree with me that we haven't moved forward. We haven't advanced. So if I'm saying that, okay, let's take a step back to where we were. We're not going backward.
okay, Mike. One
We're going to the
variable.
original point.
Given our population, let's say what 200 million people. You think what we have today in this quote unquote modern world economy that we would have been able to handle this large population with our old way of doing things, our old system.
Well, we were surviving. You can't say a whole way of doing things. Think everything evolve. What I'm trying to tell you is you start your destiny from your point and move in your own direction. That's the point I'm making. Societies didn't start from somebody else's position point. We were evolving for every society were evolving from for thousands of years, and they kept evolving. They didn't abandon. They didn't start off. They didn't abandon all their evolutionary. What's the word? You don't say you've been evolving, and next thing you just abandon yourself, brainwash yourself, wipe out all your knowledge, your way, your psychology, things you evolve for, and start afresh,
Yeah.
adopt someone else's mindset. So what we did is
Just
we were
abandon
evolving.
totally.
Hold on. Here's the deal. There's the mistake we made, right? When Europeans started, and I always tell people, just because somebody started the race doesn't mean it's the fastest. It's faster. Now, Europeans started industrialization first, right? And then the rest of us saw them, China, Africans, everybody else saw them, and then we're like, wow. But then what Europeans were able to do was tell you that, wow, the reason I'm ahead of you is because of my culture or because I'm superior to you. So now you are an inferior person. So you need to abandon everything about yourself because you are inferior to me and trying to be like me. Learn my language, follow me, and let me tell you what to do. And dump the way you do your things, everything about you, stop it. Just take my language. What the Chinese did was say, no, I'm not going to abandon who I am. I'm not going to abandon my system. I'm going to continue to evolve as a Chinese. However, I can spy on you and see what I can take from you and things like that, learn something from you. But I'm not going to abandon anything about myself, my language, and adopt your language. It's my official language now and trying to do things the way you want me to do it and sticks, establish. But we Africans, that's what we did. We just say, oh, wow, this guy must be superior to us. Look where they are. They are ahead of us in the race. So let's abandon everything about ourselves, our knowledge, our
Okay.
evolution,
Quick
and
interjection, Mike.
that's
You want to
where
talk
I'm
about this
telling you.
cultural
Hold on. Give me a
abandonment.
second. Wait now, Prince Daddy. Just let me learn. That's where we make the mistake. And I keep telling people that you need to take your step back to that point where you started walking in the wrong direction and begin to rethink. Do a reset. When I say we need to go back to that origin, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that we have to do a reset. But people will say, oh, you're going backward. No, you're not going backward. You have to, if you're going in the wrong direction, you have to go back to where you started before you can start going to the right direction. Right.
Okay, so you make it sound like, let's just use Nigeria, like, 99% of Nigeria is like is well advanced in everything modern. The reality is that many of us still live in the rural areas and still do our traditional things and live our traditional ways of life. So it is not true. It is not true.
Yeah, we still do, exactly.
All the things that you're talking about
Thank
here,
God.
they're still.
Fortunately.
Oh yeah, exactly. So all this thing you're talking about, they still are relevant and they do still exist in our country, in our cultures. So if that being the case, how come we're not using those cultural strength that you're talking about to counter what we have right now and surpass it and move forward and better ourselves?
And that's what I'm telling you, that you need to put those people back in charge of their own destiny. Because wait, hold on now. I'm trying to explain it to you, though.
Hold on. We can have competing ideologies. Yes, we can in the place. We can have it, and whichever one supersedes the other or becomes.
But they're not giving that a chance, though. The people that govern Nigeria is strictly westernized system. Every other things. Wait, hold on. Every other African. You just give an example. They don't incorporate the traditional ruler into the Nigerian constitution, Nigerian system. They just relegate them, push them aside. And then even all our ancient knowledge, for example, like our medicines, we have medical ways, we have our pharmacological way, we have our herbal traditional medicine. All those things. It's not even recognized in our medical system. It's not. We just focus on Western, everything Western. So everything African is pushed aside. It's not incorporated into the system. The governance in our governance system, they're not recognized. They're all pushed aside. So those people are not in control of their what's the word? The societal governance. They're not in control. So you can't tell them that, okay, why they're not doing anything. Well, let them be in control. That's why we're telling you, wait, maybe you should allow these people to start governing themselves.
Okay, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make the same similar point that if you do not incorporate these things into governance or into government or to your constitution, you can't say that, oh, well, why don't we use what we know? Well, we know a lot, but if you don't put it on paper, if you don't legalize most of these things, then you cannot then complain that why we're not using those, not what we have. So until you give those people like Mike is alluding to a chance, like even in medicine in Nigeria, in some cases they can even arrest you.
Exactly.
I have Agbo in my front right now.
You move yourself.
But say quickly. So, the reason why the Jewish culture, remained relevant up to today because they had scripture writing or they had text about their culture, just like many other cultures around the world. So now it's much easier, I guess, to defeat the African culture because we don't have a proper way of documenting our culture, our traditions. And now, based on what
do you know we actually do? Do you know we have the custodians? We have the custodians of our knowledge and everything. They exist.
In writing.
Yes, even the bros. When I in CBD in the Southeast, the Calabar people, they have their own form of writing thing. We never developed it. Even the Yorubas, we have our own way of science, counting, and even mathematical way. All those things we never developed it. That's what
don't bamboozle us. Hold on. Let me ask my question. Let me be clear, and I'll let you know if you do have 1 second. So, are you saying that we have a written format of our history and tradition, well documented, that we can reference?
Wait. We have. Hold on. We have documentation, not in writing, but in a way. Wait. Let me tell you. Documentation doesn't have to necessarily be in writing. We have organizations, right? we have organization like in Yoruba, they call it like the people of Awo, like they have different Awo people, and their role, they are the one that keep knowledge, and the way they do it is they have certain people, right? Where from childhood they are the one they start learning all those information, knowledge, and everything. They pour into them. They
Okay,
pour into
I
them. You have to
got it.
learn. You understand? So we, like for example, in our traditional system of like the Ifa system, there's something we call Ile. That house, it means you go under the Olu, and from there, from childhood, there's a group. There's something you have to learn by the age of 3, by the age of 4, by the age of 5, by the age of
Okay.
all the way to your old age. So that's how we keep our
Okay,
record.
I got it. But
It
Mike,
doesn't have
that's
to
a
be the
different.
form of writing.
Okay,
So there's a group of people that are responsible.
hold
Well,
on.
no, let me
Okay,
learn. There are a group of people that are responsible for holding knowledge and keeping knowledge, right? So we already
okay,
have it. Doesn't have, now Yoruba people develop. We started developing our writing. The people writing in Yoruba today, don't they? Like we develop our own alphabet, right? Don't we, Babati?
Yes.
Shebi, I think the Yoruba people are reading and writing Yoruba now today.
So,
So
let me, Mike,
so
before I forget. So, Prince, when you go to Abeokuta next time, okay, the Ake Palace, in his palace, so once you enter the palace, the courtyard, once to your left is the court, and everybody walking there, they are all their life to what they are now. The whole judiciary there, they are raised in that history, in how to read everything about you, everything, the way it works, everything. That's what they do all their lives. People even use those courts even more than when it comes to local matters. They go there to settle these people before it should not start or something like that. So they have all those
okay,
oral history that they are raised all their life to retain. So once they have their own case and they have it be delayed, and that delay, that is what they do all their life to study
yeah.
that.
See,
exactly.
what you guys just said right now, do you
They
know?
there.
And I know you guys know that what you just described right now is not unique to African culture. In fact, the Greek, I believe they call them the barbs. Uh, all culture, no culture started with writing. They all did it exactly the way you guys just explained right now. But over time, some cultures were able to find a better means to document the culture so they can easily disseminate the information to other
We are
people or
doing
generations to come.
it. We
Now,
are doing
Exactly.
now,
we are
okay,
doing it.
now, but see, the reason why maybe it was much easier to suppress, so to speak, the African culture because I don't think we have that much of a robust way, okay, of transmitting this information amongst ourselves. I don't think we did.
But
Unless,
no. Hold on. Before wait. Before we all started this colonial system here, everyone in Yoruba land, that's what you are doing all your life, learning these things from the teachers. Those people, they teach it. Everybody's just learning about Yoruba history. Average Yoruba person know, they will start giving it on. They know. That's what the education system was. You learn about what's going with
okay,
your
I get.
kingdom.
So are you saying it's comparable to the Europeans? Are you
It's
saying it's
now.
better? What are you saying?
Wait. It's now that everybody pushed their indigenous knowledge aside and started consuming only Western knowledge. Now you're thinking, oh, this knowledge doesn't exist. How come they don't? It's because you pushed it aside. We all focus on
No,
the.
no, I get your point, Mike, but there's no way you can make an argument that a knowledge that's documented on something, a paper, or whatever, papyrus, and preserved for generations to come, is less of an oral tradition of transmitting information. Come on,
No, no.
What?
that's a
What?
weaker form of transmission.
Guys, give me 1 second, please. Let me give an example. So a few weeks ago, remember I'm a member of a medical herbalism group. I think I mentioned that before on the platform. So apparently, all this Ewe Ategbo, they've done UI, they've done the naming and everything in the 60s, or publishing, right? So as based on what the Prince Daddy is saying, that we should document. So we were not discussing with that the pharmacy guy doing his PhD UI, talking about they want to publish it. Do you know what he said? He said the people in the village that they were asking questions about our history when it comes to medicine, all those secrets. They said they must never publish those things in English language. Like if you want to publish it, even if it's going to be online or anywhere, it has to be written in Yoruba. If you cannot read Yoruba, go and learn it.
Prince Daddy, do you know that? White people will never publish the secret of their technology? They have to, in fact, that's why the Russians are not going to publish how they made
Mike, that's what they call it IP.
United States. Give me wait.
Hold on.
You know, United States will never publish. Wait, give me a second. United States will never publish how they made F-35 in a book. Give you everything. They're not going to do that now.
Nobody does that. Nobody does that. No. But they are common and general knowledge. This
Exactly. So general knowledge. If you want, if you even university education, you have to go to attend the institution and pay money. You understand?
And we had a fight though. On that.
It's true now. Even me, got the knowledge I have, some things I've learned from our tradition, going to the tradition, everything. I'm not going to start giving you guys all this knowledge now. Am I crazy?
Only because no. Oh, mind that you should know maybe 50 years from now, but they feel like we should benefit from it first before it goes to the outside world.
Exactly. Means that they want us to write all our this thing in the book. The one they stole from us.
I've said it before. The point I made before is that look, we Africans, okay, we knowledge. We have a lot of this. Look, to me, it's undisputable that we have so much knowledge and we have a lot of advancement in our culture and everything else, even to science for that matter. But the problem is that we are selfish. You want to put it that way of our knowledge. We don't.
I don't think we are selfish.
Hold on. Well, I think so because only the practitioners or the people that belong to a certain sect, okay, have access to that knowledge, okay, and they don't want to transmit that knowledge to the common people because that gives.
Well, in America, they don't. In the other world, they don't do that too, though. They don't just give you. They don't transmit the knowledge.
They do. No, I'm not talking about the IP. I'm not talking about like pertinent information like nuclear weapon. No, but information.
But the common knowledge of Yoruba people, if you go to Yoruba land, you will learn it. If you grew up in Yoruba land, you will learn it.
How many people does that? Is that a really efficient way to learn, Mike? Let's keep it real.
Can I ask a question? So, if we find any discovery in any field in Yoruba culture, should the first publication be in English or should it be in Yoruba or both?
There's a reason why someone would want to oppose that discovery being in English or in multiple languages. I need to know the reason why they want to restrict it to just the Yoruba culture.
Let me tell you why. This is the argument. Number one, it bothers them that even with our call ourselves Yoruba medical practitioners, we can't even read and write Yoruba properly. So they feel like we are missing some things. Our culture is very peculiar. The way we talk is very unique that you can't communicate some things in English. You will lose it in translation. So they feel like if you can read and write that language and you can then communicate what they are sharing with you in that language, you can, one, preserve it. Number two, also enhance the culture because you are forced to bring your children in as well. So it's a way of bringing the culture back.
And also, Prince Daddy, you're actually helping me to make my original point. Do you think if we go back to allowing the kingdoms to govern themselves, do you think the Yorubas, if we are governing ourselves, we just sit around, still be allowing, we're writing everything in English? Our educational system will just be 100% English and just push our own language, our own knowledge aside? We won't do that. We won't be that foolish. Like if Yoruba kingdom, for example, let's say Yoruba land, we independently governing ourselves, right? Do you think someone like me wouldn't have gone and approach the ruler and like, King, why is our curriculum all in English? Why are we learning only about England? Why are we learning about Mongo Park? Why we know what? I would have gone there. You understand? I would have developed our writing. By now I would have developed our writing and even added some trying to figure a way to make it more superior than the European way. I'll be competing with Europeans. I'll be thinking of ways to develop my tradition, my culture, my knowledge, my language, my writing, everything. But in the context of Nigeria, I can't do that because we are not incorporated into the Nigerian system. Like we're not recognized. Like no tradition or no ethnic language. We are not recognized. We are just English people.
Mike, look at the food that went to court that won against somebody that they did not use Yoruba in the House of Rep. Remember that court case? Why are you speaking Yoruba in the House of Rep in Lagos?
In Lagos, can you imagine?
In Lagos, it should be official in Yoruba land that anything that is official in Yoruba and Egun. That's what it's supposed to be.
In Nigeria, you go to school and say you're speaking
But
vernacular. You
the
speak your
example you
language.
gave earlier about say was actually quite apt. If they wanted to keep that knowledge within the language of the Yoruba culture, I actually agree with that because in doing so, we force people to want to learn the language and the culture, because you can't just learn the language. The language and the culture, they can go hand in hand. And in doing so, the people that have interest in doing so, we attract a whole lot more people
They
to
are
do that.
scared. No, they are scared for my own children. That's the point of the elders. And why they don't care about us? They are scared that the kids that we are having right now, they will lose. That if they say those knowledge, it will be.
Yes, exactly.
So they want you like call more any Yoruba. They should be speaking the language. They should be writing it.
Exactly, because you only have one form. Because you have that only one form, then you'll be forced to bring your children or your family member, your community, to learn that language. But if you give the option of English, trust me, 90% will go for English and learn it. So that's the point. Yeah.
Please, Daddy, do you know that in America, right? You live in America, and Babati, you live in America too, right?
Right.
Okay, me and you are Yoruba, right? If we get in a room with white people or other people, they can't really understand our mind. They can't really say, I got these guys figured out, I know everything about them. Because one day you start speaking Yoruba, right? Or we have knowledge from our culture where they can't understand. So we'll be too sophisticated for them to fully say that, oh, I can break that guy down. I know his mind, I know his brain. But if Black Americans get in a room, the white people already figured them out. Like, I know you now. And they know their history, everything about their life, all the language, the only language they speak, when they speak, how they speak, so you know their mind. You understand? So white people know they can easily just look at the Black Americans. I know you, you're a piece of cake, I can handle you. But the Africans, especially Nigerians, it's so hard for them to figure us out. You understand? Because the way certain things we know from, they don't know what you know because you speak a different language. Sometimes we assume they know you, and that's why a lot of Nigerians get away with scamming them easily because they just, these are African. What I know about them is just they string on trees. They don't know some philosophy. They don't know your philosophy. They don't know, so they can't just say So you have something advantage you have over them. You understand? Some Yoruba techniques that technical way of doing things that they don't know. When you start doing it that way, they confuse like, what is he doing? So you need better chance to.
So let me ask you, why should it not be possible? You should be able to walk into a hospital and from the beginning of admission to discharge, everything should be done in Yoruba. It is possible. That should happen. You should be able to work in the police department or go on a train and it should be done in Yoruba. A car or whatever it is, it should be done in Yoruba. It should be nothing new. Doesn't make you less intelligent, but this stigma of if you speak Yoruba too much, you know that's smart. You must be speaking speed like that has to go.
It's just so ridiculous, man. And the thing is, now for America to spy on Nigeria, they don't really have to be in Nigeria.
Back in the days, people used to make fun of the Chinese, the way they speak or the Chinese language. But now people they're bound down to Chinese people.
For United States to spy on China, they have to go and look for someone that understands Chinese that can read and write in Chinese fluently. That's advanced in Chinese. They have to look for that person because they don't
sorry.
Hold on. There has to be something. There has to be something about a culture or people. Like today, for example, if you meet some non-Africans or even Africans, like, maybe you're from Nigeria. I want to go to Lagos. I want to go to Nigeria. Why? Because they love the association with the Afrobeat or the music or the culture. So there has to be something that's like maybe unique or attracted to a culture that people want to emulate. The same thing can happen if the Yoruba culture has a language, has a lot of things, and we promote it. Yeah, people don't want to learn about it and be close to it.
It's not about. Are you saying when you say people? Are you saying other people? Or are you saying I don't mean? What do you mean?
I'm talking about all people like white people, Asian, everybody.
Who cares
If you
about
have
them, man?
something,
Who cares about them? We're talking about our own people
well,
being.
No,
I mean,
no.
I don't know why
no,
people
no, no.
always
But
think.
the same reason, Mike. The same reason why their culture attracts your people. So don't say who cares
No,
about them.
their culture doesn't attract our people. What attracts us to them
Maybe it doesn't
is the
attract you.
advancement.
Maybe it doesn't attract
Hold on.
you. A
No,
lot
their
of people
culture.
it does
No.
attract.
Listen. What
Can
attracts
I
us to
come in?
them? Hold on, give me a second, Remy. You're coming next. What attracts us to them is the advancements. The China
Yes,
today, we are all
now.
attracted to China. Wait, listen. My younger brother is sending his daughter to go and learn Mandarin. Some years ago, he won't do that. Who cares about Mandarin? It's not your culture, it's the advancements. It's your advancement attract people towards you. It's not your culture. Let's stop this.
No,
We go.
that's what I
think
say.
I think
Hold on, let me finish, Remy. Sorry, Remy. That's what I said. You said exactly what I just said. If there's something about what you have to offer will allow people to get close. You just said it. Somebody's learning a little person learning Chinese. They like the
But it's
advancement.
not
If the
because we are
advancement is
attracted to
pushing.
Chinese culture. It's just the Chinese advancements.
Oh, okay, Mike. You just talking double talk. Go ahead, Remy.
Okay. First and foremost, I think I will partly agree with Mike. What if you see an average Asian guy or Chinese and you look at him, there is tendency for you to look at him like he's nobody. He doesn't have that brain or something like that. They came in. When you look at them, you say, "Oh, he's not so smart. You are smarter than him." But I can bet you he's smarter than you 3 or 4 times. The language, they use their language and their culture to fashion that patriotism that everybody works toward the same goal. And when they plan, they always have plan to like 4 plan at a particular time, plan A, B, C, D. And when they deal with the foreign country or another country, people are so patriotic to support their country, and people work towards the same goal. Probably you might say because they have suffered before, or because they use dictatorial. It's a dictatorial society or authoritarian society. I've seen that. That is why I continue to say that the kind of democracy we practice in Nigeria, copy from America or UK, it does not suit that country. It does not fit that country at all. In the long run, we can take some of them, but what you guys are saying today about using your own language, if to say in Nigeria, I'll let the western part Yoruba and then the Igbo also use Igbo, I think they would have advanced a lot in one way or the other. I will give you some instances. Before you can grab English language very well, even if you are super intelligent, I mean, during my days, you get to secondary school. You cannot tell me when you're in the primary school, that's when you grab the language. But when you get to the second, that means you grab the language. Now, for you to go to university, you must be good in all these subjects, especially math and English. And then you must also pass the almighty jam. So that is already a kind of slowing a lot of people down. And but if it's to say in your own language, if you cannot go to the university at that level, at least you can quickly go to the vocational technical using your own language to teach you. I think that, and I see, when I visited, now I live in several continents already, I've seen that people using their own language, it makes it easier for them to develop at a pace they really want for themselves, or at a pace that you'll be surprised. If you go to China, to be frank, you'll be surprised. There's so many surprises there, because you ask yourself, how are they doing it? But one thing I know is that first and foremost, those people there, they love their country and they can do everything. Community, society, everybody works toward the same goal. They don't care. And to be frank with you, they also have different nationalities like Nigeria, and they force a common language on them. Although it's Chinese, they call it Mandarin. They have to develop it. It's a standard one. So when you go to China, once you go to like some places, they speak Chinese to you in their own local language. You might not understand. Totally different from the standard Mandarin. But the most people that go to university or go to school, they have to learn that Mandarin. So that is one universal language that everybody. Let's say China, just like Hong Kong. Hong Kong use English because they were colonized by UK before they returned them back to China in the 1980s. It's 1990s, sorry. So let's say China was colonized by UK. Do you think they will develop? They won't, because they want to practice the same kind of democracy being practiced in UK. and they want to follow their colonial masters to do exactly, they thought that is the best. They will never develop at the way they are today. So, Mike, you have
You know the funny thing, before the British or the Americans, all these European countries that we all eliminated, before they created their democracy, they had to study their society and then come to the point that, okay, if we do it this way, okay, they had to study their society before they came up with a system for their society. But the thing we do is we don't even study our society. We just say, oh, these Oyimbos, they know better. So what are they doing there? Let's just copy and paste.
Copy in China.
And if you look at it, Nigeria as a
Okay,
country.
quick question for Remy, real quick. So,
Okay.
okay, I was going to say, if you agree or not, language by itself is just a subject.
Yeah.
Language by itself is just a subject. Language plus culture and tradition is what makes a difference. So my point here is that, somebody can learn a language to communicate and work or learn a subject, right? And they can be very good at it. They can be very good at it. So the reason why you say it's better to use language to learn in one's language is because they can easily be able to translate or understand things based on their culture or tradition. The language doesn't become more abstract when you're learning. But many people learn. Well, I think Mr. Trump is there. He learned French, and I think he's quite proficient in French. I don't think there's nothing he cannot do with French, just like his native language. Maybe you can answer that question.
Okay, I think you have a good perspective about this, but when you break everything down in totality, I will continue to use Nigeria as a very good example. Like Nigeria with over 150 million people, how many of these people can use this language that we copy or we get from our colonial masters very well? How many people really understand what their politician is saying? If everybody is speaking in normal English, I mean fluent one or something like that. So, but if it's in the, if they say we have one language totally that we have to fashion it as a country, that every Nigeria, whether you are Igbo, Hausa, or Igbo, you must learn from primary school, and that is the language of instruction from kid. Everything will be fine. I realized a lot of things when I was. Now I continue to now know that.
Mr. Remy. We have English now. Pidgin English now.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Where that because it's not your mother tongue, you have to learn it. Even you yourself, Mr. Tryon, everybody of us here. You can say that when we are in the primary school, kindergarten, if you go to kindergarten, you discover that some of us cannot even speak the language very well. And because you cannot speak the language, you know it, but because you cannot speak very well, you won't be able to raise up your hand to answer question because you cannot put the sentence.
Mr. Tryon, we have English, but within ethnic environments, they don't speak English. The only environment where people start to speak English is where it's multi-ethnic environment, like Lagos.
Yeah, and
if you go to states where it's predominantly one group of people, like for example, if you go to Osun State, they're not speaking English to each other on a daily basis. The only place they will go and hear English in school, they just speak Yoruba all day. Next to Yoruba is Pidgin, because Pidgin doesn't require a
Mike, a diverse society like Nigeria with different ethnic group and with different language. I mean, there are, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and all those minorities and the rest. We must have a universal language that everybody can understand. So
they've adopted English and Pidgin. I get it, which is what he's making. But he's gonna eventually we adopt English with time, with generation.
Yeah, the only problem the only problem I see about that country is that break when we get that independence, and then before we open or close our eyes, there's a coup in 1966. That was the start of that problem of that country. If to say they leave the region, at least from 1960 to the first time we are having constitutional, maybe by 1980, let it run for 20 years. I think every region would have developed very well and things would have been okay.
But the region would have broken up. You agree with me, Sean? It still would have broken up.
It would have, but at the same time, we would have been in a better state. Because when you look at it, look at the coup from 1966, the Civil War, from 1966 to 1979, it was terrible. It was one coup after another coup. And from 1979, just a short one. And then from 1983 to 1999, for God's sake, military again. And you see what Babangida did continue to
We have
change.
only 4 coups now. We have
Oh,
only 4
God.
coups, Mr. Remia. Only 4 coups. It's only 4 coups.
What did you say?
It's only 4 type of coup in
No,
Nigeria.
no, no,
We
no.
only have
I
4.
know, but look at how many years they have used. Calculate it from 1966 to 1973.
1999, basically.
1979, sorry. And then
1999.
again, from 1983 to 1999. Calculate all the years. Those are those years we're supposed to have been, at least
they have some
from that
particular
regional government,
civil
we're supposed to
democracy
use
now.
that
They
regional
come, they
government
go,
for
they come,
20
they go.
years. Huh? If we use regional government for 20 solid years, and then we now change to this federal system, and this federal system that I think fit Nigeria is the one with a little executive, especially the lawmaker. They should be. They should not be more than
I got a question. That regional government that we had, do you think they would have still broken out to smaller regions?
No, they won't break to smaller region because
It was already
They
happening
will
now.
still break, Mr. Remy. They will
It,
still break.
it was already happening.
No, they might break. They might break to several. They won't break to several regions as you thought like that. Because
Really?
when you look at it,
Like how? Like how did I think?
I will tell you why it will not break to several regions like that. Because breaking to several regions, that means the people from the other southern part of like the rivers and the rest, they will break out from the east.
They were already. That's what led to the civil war.
That one might happen.
No, Remy.
That one might happen. If
Remy. Even if you try to do regional, it will be 6, not 3 anymore. If going to tell right now, so
it would have been more than 6. Gone say.
It will be more than 6 because you have to talk about the people from Kwara that are Yoruba speaking area. I don't think they would like to go with the middle belt.
Do you guys know that people are still agitating for more states because they feel like
even the Southeast are talking that they
more states you will.
I don't understand.
No, Babati, hold on. The point I'm trying to make to you guys. Do you know in Edo State today, the Esan are agitating to have their own state because they said the Benin's are marginalizing them. If you go to Calabar, there's the smaller tribes there. They are saying, we want to create more.
Even
exactly. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is that empire, that kingdoms that we had, the people they are so used to it for thousands of years, it's still in the blood. It's still in the blood. You understand? Of people, they are okay. We are this our own people. We are running ourselves as a country for too long. So this new Nigerian system is just something so new. It's going to take time before it sinks in. It's going to take generations before it actually sinks in. These ethnic nations are still in their blood. So when Nigeria was created, it was organically trying to go back. When the British left, it was organically trying to go back to its natural form, natural kingdoms, trying to be independent. That was all the agitation was all about. And it was going like that. But what happened? Why that civil war, because it was so bloody, everybody started being afraid of the soldiers, that they just kept quiet. So when the military were ruling, everybody just kept quiet. But in their hearts, they want to have their kingdoms. They want to have the way they were. Even to today, it's still in their blood.
Those glorious days, Mike. You know,
the only people I can say is gone. Nigeria
days.
the only people that Nigeria has probably sunk into them are people born and raised in the inner cities like Lagos, particularly Lagos or Abuja. Or I can even say maybe Port Harcourt, but people from those core states, all those places, they are still their ethnic nationality is still soaking them, like
and they would have been peace all along. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been what?
Peace. They would have had peace among themselves.
What do you mean?
All these different groups. My point here is that look, Mike. I think you always want to paint this glorious days of this when the cultures, or what do you call it, the traditional rulers were in charge, and
it's not about traditional ruler being in charge.
Perfect.
There's never been even United States of America is not perfect. Even European, there's no country that's perfect. There's nothing in life that's perfect. What I'm trying to explain is, I think you're missing my point.
So many little small, we call it a group of people always agitating, like to want to be by themselves.
Okay. I have a question. Okay, before Nigeria was created, those kingdoms they established, Were they agitating inside of themselves? I'm not talking about the empires, though. Like in Yoruba, now we're empires, but we are kingdoms. Were they agitating inside of the West? Anybody challenging the king, their king, I want to have my own this thing within your kingdom. They know. Were anybody doing that?
I don't know. I can answer that. I actually don't know. We tell us.
No, the answer is no. Every kingdom in Nigeria have a king and they have a hierarchy system, and they've been existing as a nation for thousands of years, just like England, just like Italy, just like all these European individual ethnic nations. Because these European countries are ethnic nations. We just call them countries and call Africans tribes, because most of these tribes in Africa are actually bigger than most of those European countries. Like Yoruba land, for example, Yoruba Empire is bigger than most European countries. You know that, right? Their tribes in Nigeria are bigger than.
I don't think. See, it's not. I don't think many of these cultures, anyways, would have been able to survive in isolation.
Wow.
No, it's not. It's
they
not
would not have been,
isolation,
because
bro.
if you look at history,
Mike Prince, you're an Egba man, and you know Egba was a country on its own, by the way.
Exactly.
And you know that, right? We had our. I hope Prince knows that, right? We had our.
He doesn't even know that we're countries. He thought we were just tribes. These dusty people. That's what he thinks.
Prince
well, I know, but
Do you know, Prince Daddy? Do you know?
compared
Do
to
you know?
other cultures, other people,
No, Prince
right?
Daddy. Do you know that those African ethnic group they are calling tribes, they were just nations, like European nations today?
That was even recognized by the British. They knew Egba had a coat of arms. They had our own system.
They were dealing with everyone as individual countries now.
Our own constitution was there. It's still there online. You can look it up. We had our own constitution in Egba land. Flag.
Prince Daddy, do you know when British came, they were dealing with individual kingdoms. They were dealing with kingdoms individually. Individually.
They were. They have to start that way until they amalgamated everyone to be one.
So
they have to
no,
start that way.
they didn't. No, they didn't. Remember, I told you in the beginning when they were doing independence, they secretly were taking some people from all the kingdom to England to educate them, because they plan to put them to take over. They had a project. They know they're gonna leave. Wait, listen. They took people to Sandos to go and learn to become soldiers, military. They were doing all these things. The new system, they were planning it. While they were there, they were dealing with individual kingdom as, oh, you are ruling, you are your own kingdom. But then they plan to create Nigeria by taking people.
Back in the days, if you look at old publications, it was never say Yoruba. It would say Yoruba and Egba.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yoruba and Egba. It was never you, because we were on our own. We joined my great. They want to don't even let me bring up his name, because it's
and when the Egba speaking a different language.
We joined Lagos. The what province? The what now?
What the Egba speaking a different language than the Yoruba language?
No. They were speaking. We speak what we call Yoruba Jumolo. That is the one but everybody has their own version of what they. But my point to you is that it wasn't the language. It was just the people. So, but we joined the Lagos province because, like I keep telling people, Ibutimeta is Egba. It's not all these Benin people that Ibutimeta is Egba land in Lagos. So it was easier for us to join that province, and the king at the time signed away Egba to join. So when he signed away the right, remember it was voluntary; it wasn't by force. So they kind of induced him with some things. But that was the point. Once he signed away that right, we lost our sovereignty, and then we joined the Lagos province under the British rule. But before then, we were by ourselves. So yeah. So just to let you know that we were running things before now, but unfortunately, Mike, you know what? I'm with you. I am with you, Daddy. I am.
Of course, Mike and Babati, you really have a good point, to be frank. And I think if we were like that for a long time, we would have developed much more.
We would have advanced. When you're in your natural state, you can be more creative, and more free, and more.
You know what I found
you can
out?
think.
I found that in Europe that most of this country, they keep their language, no matter what happened. even if you go to them, they first speak their own language to you first. Although
The
they can speak
Frenchman is the
English,
Frenchman. The Italian man is an
English
Italian
as
man.
their second language. But first, even if you see a French guy with a Finnish guy or Swedish guy, they will speak their own language first. They are so proud to
You
speak
know,
their own
from baby, they are speaking the Swedish language,
Yes,
and from the
yes.
when they start school, the
Okay,
Swedish
so this is a
language,
good time. It is a good time for
and
Mr. Triumph to come in actually, because I was going to ask him. Is a man that was pretty much a young man grown now in France, but he learned the language and the culture, and everything he pretty much does today is in French.
Yeah,
So
but
I
you
would
must
like to know
understand,
from him. Like to
but
know
Prince
from him
Daddy,
if yeah.
how many people like Mr. Triumph learn that language and can speak it that way? Because you must understand one thing, even here in Finland, when you learn the language from school, I learned it for 2 years, and still it's different from the one they speak in the streets. So you can see
Big Daddy, Prince Daddy, I think you are misunderstanding
it's not
something.
easy.
You think
How
we are
You have
many
telling
of
to go
how
back to
many of
school
Mr.
now,
Triumph
Mr. Remy.
mates
You have
in
to
the
go
same
more.
time
Prince
can
Daddy? Remy, sorry, Prince Daddy, I think you are
let
also
me quickly
mistaking.
ask this. Okay. What I'm
You
trying to
think
say,
we are saying that people should isolate themselves and not associate with other? That's not what we are saying here.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
think
not
that's what
saying
you
that.
think we are saying.
I'm trying to say that somebody can learn the language and learn the
Remember what I
tradition or
said,
culture
Mike,
of
the
a
other
different
day.
but the
people and
percentage,
become
the
proficient
percentage
and
of
efficient in
people,
it.
the percentage of people learning it and using it, if you compare to generality of the people that are learning that, is quite low, quite
Yeah,
small.
I don't disagree with that point, Remy. But my point here is that one is capable of learning a language in addition to the culture and become like a natural speaking person of that original language and operate in a very efficient way. Let Mr.
Of
Try and
course.
speak to that if he's there.
But you must know that we don't have the same brain. Some people can
Well,
learn as quickly
okay,
as
and I like that point. So why do you guys make an argument that if you learn Yoruba, all of a sudden you become a genius at everything
No,
else?
no, 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 no. You missed the
That's not
point.
what we
No,
are saying. What
Nobody
we
is
are
saying
saying
that
is that
now.
no one said that.
In that. What this is the point we're making, Prince Daddy. There are hundreds of people that if you write might be having a hard time going to medical school because he was written in English. But that same guy that I think has a low IQ, if that same textbook is written in Yoruba, we'll pass. We'll do well.
Let me
See,
explain it to
so hold
Babati.
on, hold on. Let me answer real
Babati,
quick, Mike. I agree. I agree with what you said. Hold on. I agree with what you said to a point, Baba T. But again, of course, if your natural surroundings, I tell people, you learn the culture, especially the African language. Our language is very demonstrative. If you say, "Give me that cup," you're pointing to it. "Give me that this," you're pointing to it, right? So it's very, it's not abstract like a lot of ways, like learning a language in the classroom. But see, that goes to a certain point. Somebody that's not organic to that place can learn the language and learn the culture also and become as proficient and good at using that
but
language to
he
survive
has to live
in
in
life.
that place, but residing in that place, right?
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. That's the point we are
You
making.
you can immerse yourself
That's
in
the
that.
point we are making. But
Just
listen, let me make it simple. Let me explain it in simple form.
Shomolu,
Wait,
they're speaking English. It's not the
wait,
same
Baba,
thing.
Babati, give me a second. Prince, that this is what I'm trying to explain to you. We're not saying a language is just one superior or anything. We are saying in an environment where the traditional language is this language, where the general language is this language. It's a nation. That's the language that should be the language of instruction. It should be the language of education. For example, you and I live in the United States. The traditional language here, official language, is English, right? When you're born, you're taught English, right? You start speaking English, you learn English in your environment, your neighborhood, everywhere, it's English. So now imagine that now when you start school, you're going to school, and the language of instruction in school is Chinese. So we go to the neighborhood, we speak English, we speak slang, and now we go to school. We're now learning in Chinese in the United States. How would that work?
Okay, I have a quick answer, a question for you, or a response also. I, Assuming you have children, are you assuming that your kids are deficient by any way because they're learning English in the United States and they live here?
No, 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 no. If my kids, listen, if my kids are born in the United States and or they learn, of course, the language of the country. Of course, I wanted them to go to school and be learning Yoruba in school. No, I be learning, and the language of my instruction in the United States should be Yoruba. They will be confused. It will be the same as confusion in Nigeria. So what the argument is not superiority of a language. That's not the argument. We are talking about the environment. The language of the environment should be the language of the instruction. That's the point we're making.
I completely agree with you. But now, in the Nigerian context, for example, what if somebody grows up in Nigeria and they've always used English as a means of communication, and everything is it's all in English? Why should that somebody?
They don't.
Because it's a foreign language.
Prince Daddy,
Because that's a foreign language should be less of a should be deficient in learning or in competing with somebody that speaks Igbo or Yoruba in learning.
Prince Daddy. Wait. Let me answer that. Prince Daddy. Unfortunately, we call English official language in Nigeria, but people don't speak English every day. They speak more of their traditional language, followed by pidgin English, followed by English. It's only in few environments. It's only in few environments where everybody speaking English all day. Most families, most household, most environment, when you get in your house, your parents are speaking Yoruba to you or Igbo, your traditional language. And when you get around your extended family, they are speaking your traditional language to you. And when you get in your village, your community, they are speaking your traditional language. But the only place you have to speak English and is school. And when you pick up a book, you understand? So you are using a language you are not fluent in to learn. That's the point we are making. They just say English is official language in Nigeria, but if you go to the north, they are speaking Hausa all day. They're not speaking English to each other. You go to Osun State, all these things, they're not speaking English to each other all day. They're speaking Yoruba.
Even
you go to Abia, they're not in Abia State, they're not speaking English to each other. They're speaking Igbo.
So how can you now say that because you exclude some people that ordinarily, if you had that same text in their language, you would have done better. You exclude them because they're not. So that's what you're saying.
Why do you think in the north people don't want to go to school? Because now they have to start learning English in school. These people are like, what is this? But if you say the school, they are going to school and they're already speaking Hausa, they know that they walk into that school, they think they're going to be here in Hausa. They don't have a problem with that. They all rush into that school.
It's easier for them now. You
are telling a kid they never learn English in his life.
What you guys saying is so commonsensical. What you're saying.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you my story. I didn't hear the word in English until I started school. And I remember as a kid, I was so traumatized. I was just looking at the teacher, what are they saying? But you understand? It's so traumatizing, dude. I became so.
You now become the local star because you're speaking. Nah, it shouldn't be that way.
I think the northern part of Nigeria, apart from maybe they like to speak the language, the religion aspect, especially northeast and northwest, also bond them together easily. But from our own side, we are liberal thinking. And because of our liberal thinking, sometimes we accept, okay, you can just do whatever you want or something like that. But like I said, and Mike also corroborated, when we are growing up in the primary school and secondary school, I know that some of my classmates, they will deliberately sit at the back because they don't want the teacher to call them. It's not that they don't understand. The problem is that they cannot speak English very well.
They will laugh at you. You lose so much confidence, man. Like actually,
but what you guys are talking about is just a mode or method of instruction, and that's our problem. That's our problem.
100%. In school, we don't learn most of the things because we don't understand language. We forget most of the things we learn in school in Nigeria.
They should have treated English as a subject, just like I said earlier.
Exactly.
We learn from our local language. That is fine, but you treat English as chemistry and physics, and we learn it along the way.
When I first started, because that is one of the reasons why I did not do sciences.
It's only those Ajebo children are sitting in front now. Those ones are already learning English now.
In chemistry, and when it started saying all this, what do you call it? They have a code for all this chemical formation or whatever. I was lost. I don't know what he's talking about anymore. And another thing, she was a tough teacher, and I just can't understand it again. I don't get it. But I'm at home when it comes to economics, all of that. I feel very comfortable, and my teachers are quite good. They're friendly. But those ones that are teaching us English, mathematics, anything about literature or science related like physics, chemistry, because I first want to do sciences. But those teachers, they don't know how to, maybe is partly my fault and partly their fault too. They don't know how to impart knowledge. It's because all these numbers, all these formations they are doing that I can't grab it easily. And all my other brothers are into sciences and my sisters, and they think I will also go the same way with them. It's the language itself make a lot of people to feel WAEC. I'm telling you, because they don't understand and grab the language very well. I've seen a lot of people, they will tell you, I don't understand the question.
So there's language, and there's comprehension. You know that, right?
Yes, that's the problem. They don't get it because it's not their mother tongue. They don't understand it easily. It's not that they are so dull like that. The English language itself make a lot of people to drop out from school because they cannot comprehend. They cannot go to same with other.
You are not fluent in the language. Not what you speak all the time.
No, but you know what happens? Doesn't mean they are dumb. But what happens in the school system? Once you struggle with English, even though you are good with what you come away is dull. So
that's the
problem. I remember a friend of mine. No. Do you know what? In primary school, I used to have a very friend, but Olaolu, very brilliant chap. It was good though, but when we got to secondary school, it struggled. I'm like, how can a senior boy in top primary school, how can he get to secondary school and have issues? And it just kind of fell off. Turns out they had, he had reading issues, but it wasn't even addressed. I mean, so the system is not even, man, that environment, even Benga that was, don't talk about Kiri. That one, Benga was different because Benga is my friends today, but that guy, he's Oman, but do you know how he treats himself? So in our school back in the days, we used to have this debating society every week. You go up there, you can debate any topic. And this guy will go in front of people and will be saying whatever. People will be laughing at him. Prince, by the time he got to SS3, he was our main leader for debating for the school. He literally trained himself in front of people, being made fun of for 2-3 years. And he didn't care.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
This guy was like, I want to play. Next thing you know, is the one winning stuff award for school. The same guy. But that one had to go through that in front of the crowd, being made fun of. But that's just him doing that. But many people are scared, like Mike was talking about. They will go back to the back of the class, but nobody focuses on those people. They're kind of ignored by the system. Like, I'll let you forget.
But I think you all will agree that compared to the West, our mode or method of our instruction is not up to par. It's quite way below par. Because in the West, they have a way of disseminating knowledge or teaching to them.
The profile, Mike,
I agree with you.
The profile kids. Hold on, the profile kids. Hold on, the profile kids. Learn that. No. Hold on. Am I echoing or something?
I'm listening. Continue.
Who is that?
This guy just came in, man.
I'm saying that we don't profile kids in high school to learn, to understand their learning style, if they have any disability, impairment or whatever, reading comprehension issues, stuff like that. We don't focus on those things. And I'm saying that language is also a barrier as well. Of course, you have different issues, but language is also one of the barriers. But the system itself is not geared to solving problems. So if you don't have your parents in the PTA, or very influential in the school, nobody pretty much cares about you. So that's just the way you fall by the wayside, and that's it. So, but language is very important. I will support Michael.
There's no way you can develop your vocabulary in a language if you don't speak that language all the time.
Right.
And if you have a society where you don't speak a language in your street, in your house. Most of us, we don't speak. Your mama is not speaking English to you now. Your parents are not speaking.
Mike, hold on. You went to school in the morning. came back in the afternoon and you're playing Fuji music. Pasuma and Obese. You know, English. But no, or about keyboard.
Understand what Prince Daddy is
So
about to
look
say.
at
He was saying
look
something.
look at
Please, Mr. Remy. Please, Mr.
okay,
Remy,
go
just
ahead.
few seconds. Okay, because Mr. Remy was saying something. Because I remember back when I was in Nigeria, they thought I was Olodo. And today, all my friends are begging me today because of the system I learned here. I beat people even here. They gave me a system that they don't do in Nigeria. I learn easily. I beat them. I got 100 over 100. I can send you my examination. I'm well recognized in the country now. But I was telling them that back home, the system is not enough. We do copy, crammy. No, I learned things here, and today I'm enjoying it. If people think that I'm a class student back home, I say no. But here in Europe, I'm a class student. Before they call people, they call me out. So you can see that's the thing Mr. Prince Daddy is talking about. I understand what he said.
I
Even
totally
my mom
agree
was
with
saying that
you, Mr. Triumph. I totally agree with you because here in Europe they give everybody opportunity to express themselves.
Thank
And
you.
There's something I like. They do. They always
They'll be beating you back home in Nigeria.
on group. They always focuses on group,
noticed
forming a group and telling you that everybody must work hand in hand. They don't focus too much on individual, and they don't even focus on that you are the top student. They like form a group and they continue to have that group throughout this time you stay in your university. They continue to change you so that you work with everybody in your department or in your
why different to Nigeria? But once you do your commentary,
in Nigeria,
you see A, B, C, D.
Is good.
A, B, C, and D is for the smart kids. So if you are,
Mike is a bully. Mike will stay at the back of the class. He's so stay at the back because so they are already classified. Those ones at the back, and the irony part is that those one in the front, they also look.
I don't know where you think I'll be in the back of the class.
Example, right? What I'm just trying to say that to now make insult to make it more bad for you. Those top students in front of you in the top class, then they look at people at the back and their life is gone. They can never become somebody. Because that is the impression created in Nigeria. But when you now look at it,
I sit in the middle. I sit in the middle because we know ourselves.
At the end of the day, people at the middle, at the back, are those ones that form the society later. They are those ones that will always make it because they are more open-minded. They can socialize easily. Those ones that are super good students, some of them in Nigeria, they will find themselves into the academic.
They don't go out.
No, into the academic.
Let me be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, yes. I was always in front of the class, but do you know what is that you hang out with? Guys in the back.
You hang out in the back.
Yeah, the cool ones now. Let's go and drink palm wine. We go and drink Elmo in secondary school. Because they were cool. You see all the guys in front, they are boring. They are too nerdy. It was not fun.
You know that my maths teacher be a hell out of me. That teacher I will never forget, and it's also my class teacher. So you can never. We will start by my class teacher is already waiting for you after the National Assembly. We always do in the morning, and it's already waiting for you before 8 a.m. in the class. And what is he going to do? He's looking at the class whether it's dirty or not dirty. If it's dirty, it will beat all of us, and we are 35 in the class, and it will give us this cake. Just imagine every morning, Monday to Friday, you are being cake. You have not started your class at all. This man will give everybody 6, and it's not tired.
Those people, they will bring their frustration from their house.
Michael, let me ask you, school, let's
grammar school now.
I went to grammar school now.
In my school, we have this guy called what's his name? I've forgotten his name. That guy is the only guy that he thought your uncle was a student, you are a student, and your nephew was a student. He's been there for so long that everybody in your family knows him. They've gone through his class. Like we all know him. That guy, I know his name. The late Shobayo in Grams, agri teacher. To ban no you are finished. Like you don't you just like
I have had my math teacher. It always come with like 6 kankere. One is for so different. Like
no. Hey, Remy, hold on. No. The guy used to get his cane from the Fulanis. They order the stuff. Like his office is full of cane. Like in batches. Like this guy has issues, man.
So there's no way if you are brought up like that.
There's one.
Your
There's one I
senses,
remember in my school too.
you beyond your parents also get access to that teacher. You know the iron part of it. I'm sorry, Mr. Trying to talk. Sometimes when we're in the assembly, maybe you will come late. Before you even know it, all those literature teacher, history teacher, they will just say, okay, math teacher, that math teacher can beat the whole of school. I'm telling you. He will beat everybody. He will cane everybody. Doesn't care. He likes to cane, really.
Was anybody in school, secondary school in Lagos when Abacha decided to put Soja in all the secondary school?
No.
We call them commandant.
You know, let me tell you guys. So back in school, we used to wear jeans. We would wear jeans and oversized t-shirt. So the purpose is that when they are beating you, that big shirt will be absorbing the cane. So when you fall back, you will not get the full force in your back. So we used to call it Gatsby. You will do Gatsby under your shirt. So like when they are beating you, you don't feel the full man. That was some abuse, man. That was child abuse shit back then.
It's child abuse.
Very well.
But the way when I came to but the way the black American children behave, I think that way they think that's the way, man.
It helped me a lot too. It helped me a lot too.
So you can say that most of us here, we went through the same system, but just opposed to now, they don't beat them or cane them anymore. Do you think because of that because I remember when I was growing up, mere mentioning of my math teacher is already giving me a lot of shivers. My father would just say, I'll call your math teacher, it's enough. It's enough for you to behave. but nowadays, nothing like that anymore. Everybody, do you think
now they become obedient? Look at this obedience. I just wonder, like, is that discipline Nigeria anymore?
Let me respond to your question. I think we swung to the other way. The pendulum swung too fast. Yes. There should still be some form of discipline. You remember, especially in public schools, you're getting people they come from polygamous homes, broken homes that have issues. So you're pretty much the parents of these kids. So people don't factor that in, like in public schools. So and you don't have. You must also encourage your counseling department to cater for these kids. So you cannot have a school system where you don't discipline kids. It's not going to work. Let me give you of what I'm saying. So the famous Shobayo that in the history of the school, when he beats you, you cry, you beg. I had a friend called Dakbo. Dakbo used to steal the food of juniors in boarding school, steal their provisions. So they now caught him. So like he was kind of bullying them. So they now called him on stage to beat him up. We now called on Shobayo to beat Dakbo. Dakbo laid down. Shobayo gave him 12 strokes of the cane in the back. Dakbo rose up, took out his handkerchief and dusted the cane in front of everybody. But that man is like, oh my God, never has it happened before. Do you know what happened? The whole chat, they gang up against him and they beating him. Like, how dare you dust in the cane of Shobayo in front of people? What do you mean? They beat the guy so bad, they will buy. He had
yes.
You know what they call
they always do like that now.
You know
they always do like that. And all the so-called female teachers too, they are so wicked.
So my point is this: that is extreme form.
Yes.
The other part is where you have that
it helped us really. Praise Daddy. The system and the beating of which word will I use? That discipline system, it helped us a lot. Because look at me, I'm a very stubborn guy. I'm very stubborn. I don't come to the classes. That was then. Today I like books. I used to run away, and we stay outside. We come
people
after
come from broken homes
we
now.
come after the assembly in the morning at 7:45. All of us will go out. I don't come back again.
Let
When
me
before
try
the 2 o'clock in the evening, I go back home.
I'm sorry to cut you short. Maybe it's a different environment. When I was going to school, people come to school with lebe to school.
Yes,
I'm telling you, it's not like a regular. I'm telling you, lebe. They come with
what is lebe?
I don't know lebe. Oh my God. Lebe is a form of
it's knife.
That you know
Knife,
that's
little knife.
that's suya meat now. That's suya knife. That long.
Yes, yeah, knife. Yeah.
For what?
You forgot that some of them are 10 years older than you, because that time you cannot even look at them because they are like your big brother.
How
do you know? Maybe it's the one that is even the big brother then.
Let me tell you something.
No, that is the truth.
Maybe it's even the one that is even the big brother among the class, among the competition with them.
Yes.
Hold on. In my junior school days, you dare not call your seniors brother. You call them uncle because they have irungbon. They have full moon. They like that. They will be dating copper. They are dating the copper that is in the school. Because everyone their age mates. They are dating their copper. So we call them daddy.
In college, Baba T, where?
In secondary school.
Secondary school. They attached you back in the days. They were like people finish school maybe they're almost over 20 plus years or maybe 25 years old back then. It was like people like 16, 17 years old. Back then it was like past 20 years old back then now. People are like they will come to school with lebe. You will see Oruka.
Yeah, those one will push for.
I'm telling you, like it was some crazy stuff back in the days, man. Like if you go and beat anything, like just
the 90s.
Just slap
Baptist Academy.
Like now I'm planning. As I'm going home next month, I want to give the school a gift.
Those Igbobi boys.
Igbobi boys. No, they are well known in Lagos. Everybody's afraid of Igbobi boys. I don't know. But Mr. Prince, that it was fun during those days.
It was fun, though. No.
It was fun.
Hey, Triumph is actually Babachi speaking. I know you think it's me, but Babachi speaking.
No. I'm saying that back in the days, like once, even if you're a smart kid or a smart student, whatever, you could go hang out with the boys at the back of the school, drink more. You know, you just hang out with them.
I don't drink. I don't smoke, but I'll always be there.
Of course, I know Emu now, Remy.
Back in the days, back in the days in the hostel, back in the days, every school had their bad gang that would defend the school.
When we want to fight, it is those people that will be in the front.
You will see. We had like in our school, we had one guy called Small. Small was our bad guy. He was the main guy for anybody. So the next school, like this had the grammar school, they had a Akpata. So every school had their main guy. Like this is if anything goes wrong in your school, you call him to defend you, and that's it. So once you hear your school is fighting that school, you know what's going on. Next thing you know, there's lebe everywhere. People just stabbing each other. What do you mean? When we play, we have a local derby in my hometown. Back then, high school football used to be a very, back in the days, high school football was very popular. No.
So it's true.
Internal sports.
When BB, BB, the school this guy went to, former president went to, OBJ went to.
And also
when they are playing the guy school.
That school is behind my father's house in Abel.
I'm telling you, when they are playing the guy school.
Are you talking about Ogun State all this time?
Because I am from Ogun State.
I didn't know you guys are rugged. I will make go to I said Lagos to be talking.
I'm telling
you. Everywhere in the southwest, everywhere in the southwest, it's the same thing.
Now it's not okay now. Back in the days it was crazy now, but now it's all safe now. But back in the days, people were like, I'm in school. For safety.
But the fun of it is that with whatever all those students, everybody also do their work, you listen to your teacher, because those teachers, they don't joke with you. That discipline is there. Even as their property just mentioned, is the one that the teacher will also beat him, no matter what. They will beat him.
Do you know, Remy, the worst thing that can happen to you in secondary school is if you piss off a teacher and does not beat you immediately and say go and kneel down in the staff room. I don't go. If you go to that staff room, all the guys that are pissed off in that school, that boy, I know him, he's very stupid. Bah! Before he even gets to you, everybody will beat in that staff room that you've pissed off from you. Everybody will beat that staff room.
But see, I don't know whether it's the same thing. Any teacher that is English teacher,
Greek, biology,
they're always wicked.
Agric biology.
They're always wicked. English literature, English and mathematics teacher, and my history teacher is also as wicked as anything. His math is so sweet. That's why I know all about Oyo Empire, Songhai. If this man speaks, you will listen to him from morning till night. His math is, it will be like he's there in that century. He's in that. Oh my, they are good teachers, okay? You will even using that man, I will never forget it. His math is so sweet. When he teach you, you will love it. He will be telling you that he is there. The way he talks, the way we break everything down, you will be surprised. Oh my God, how does this man knows everything? And he will not bring any note to the class. It's like he has put everything in his head, and he will give you note everything. He is a good teacher. But I always afraid of this in my literature teacher, because that woman is, we call him my check, because every time
let me give you an example. There was this guy that I took his summer class in junior school. I didn't pay the summer class. So he said one day, Mama Kai boy. 3 years later, SS1. Biology lab, say assignment we forgot. We were not told. They say, yeah, Mr. Might come and beat these kids. And say, finally, I want me to tell Lenny. The guy beat me so bad. Even my enemies, they were consoling me with my leg. The guy beat me like, oh no, my mind. Oh no, I'm telling you. Man, public school, man. First secondary school was fun, man. It was fun.
And do you know the irony of it? When they beat you, they don't care whether you are a girl or boy. They beat you the same way. I've never seen they will not say, oh, it's a girl, take it softly on her. No, they will beat the hell out of her.
I know you don't. I know as a boy back then, you don't want to cry because of the girls. You want to show like you have to. So back then, I'm not going to cry. So my friend back then, Edu, so they were giving us six each now. So they've given me 5. Okay, my law. We break down here. Sorry, sir. But fuck off. Don't take the whole work. Close share now, Edu. Educated. Sorry, sir. Yeah. Man. And do you know what in secondary school that I hated the most in class? I hate the class captain, because they will say who's the non-maker is based on who they like and who they don't like. If they hate you, they will always put your name.
Of course, now
they will always put your name.
And it's the girls in class that will give in to be writing vernacular name, and she'll be right. If she does not like it, she'll put your name 3 or 4 or 5 times. Oh my God!
They won't call your name 3 times.
3 or 4 times. They don't.
But now it was fun back then. I used to believe it was fun. If they can bring the discipline back to the school, I believe it will reshape back Nigeria.
Man, they forced you back then. No, you must. Our own school, because you must join a sport house. So I was in the yellow house. You must
but
join
they
every
don't
house.
do it anymore now.
And we have. My school was very big. We had squash. We had handball. We had basketball. We had all the kind of long run. So you must do something. You must be in a sports club. So you are very active in. You must do maybe literary and debating society.
Yes.
Art, finance,
cultural
dance, something like that.
You must to one. No matter they force you to one.
Yeah.
So, I remember all of us will go to Rotary Club. Club, because once in a year they do that party. They invite. We pay money to invite. And we know the schools that are hot. Understand? We know the schools that are hot, so they don't want to bring people that are different. You understand? But it was good those days. It was good, but now it's better. It's better due to one thing is that the world advances, so the country too advances the same thing. And they say in child abuse to beat a child now. And when you
Man.
because all those principals they want their money now, so they will not like to beat the children. Children complain to their parents and they will not want to come to your school anymore, and you lose money. These days they keep quiet. You understand? They keep quiet because government are now handling giving back the schools to privately, giving back to the owners like churches and things, and everything have changed. You understand? Have changed,
But
and it is now affecting the
what happened
society.
to toasting skills? Back in the days, you must try your toasting skills now. You now spray perfume on the
If you
later.
cannot, if
You
you
now
write
spray
it up
perfume on
on
it. You now
I
say,
used to listen to music. I used to listen to love music and write those words out
now
there.
find
I
one
used to
junior.
do it.
Yeah, go and give that
What
letter to that girl over there, and it's
I
me.
used
That
to,
said,
I used to do
You
I
never
used to
see
do
a
that
girl tear
also.
never read your paper at all, just tear into pieces and throw
just
it at
they even slap you yourself. One day I was slapped by one this girl. I was that girl. I did not know she was my senior. I didn't know, so I didn't do until senior. And she go here down.
boyfriend. Go to I
Now
must
it
think
doesn't
it's
matter these days, but formerly, but early those days, it was a big deal to toast your senior. Now they will shout at you, ni bombe. You understand? So lives have changed now, and everything now. That's the thing we call this democracy. That's why as you people say,
But
democracy will change
Tram,
everything.
sorry, in your old school, did you have that? Because in my old school, we have what we call a school mother, school father. So if
No,
you're a junior, if you're,
when I was in
if you're a junior, you must
Switzerland.
have a school. You must have
Yeah, I
a
know.
for protection.
I
If you don't have
deliberately
one, they will
My
bully
school
you.
father, was my teachers. Was my teachers.
No,
Because
no, 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 no.
I
No,
went to
no, no,
only
no.
boys school. I went to only boys school. I
Oh,
went to only boys.
only boys
So
care. Sorry,
boys,
sorry, sorry,
secondary,
sorry.
primary, secondary. Only that
Wow,
was it.
you suffered.
Because it helped. No, no, no,
There
no,
are
no. I
those ones
remember.
that always beg only girls school. They'll be lurching around their school looking for girls.
Man,
That
you
is
know what?
poison.
Man, you know what? Remy, do you know this? Do you know this school? BGC. It's a all girls Baptist school, one of the biggest in by then. So when we are off of school, when we are done with exams, you still come to school for like 2 or 3 weeks when they are marking the papers. We just stay in front
To
of
come and beg.
their gate now. For those
Come
girls when
and
they
beg.
come out, just wait for
That's
them. Be there. Pick one of if you toast one or two, one must say yes. Not on your name. One must say yes. I'll just keep toasting and toasting and toasting and toasting. What says yes? Just be there, just every
Whether
time.
fine or no fine. Whether
I'm
the
telling,
person
like man, those are beautiful days, man. Those are beautiful days. We should walk home more.
And
We
it
should
was
walk
it,
home and
it was in
stuff, man.
Nigeria. I learned how to iron my clothes very well.
Oh,
yes, so
those cold one, the coal iron.
But
You know the one we put
but it
coal
was
in.
fun. It was fun.
Oh my
that
god.
one destabilized my shop.
When there was no light, no, that's what is
No,
the
like,
second.
and you don't know, you just press it and
But
just
see,
give it that
I've
special
gone
mark.
far.
You wear it like that for some months.
We used to
For
put
months.
this thing on our clothes back then. They call it bulu. You know bulu to make your clothes
I
whiter
know.
now.
Yes, blue. When it's white,
To
when
make
it's blue,
it
white. We put it in white.
Yeah. To make it
Blue.
blue. Yeah.
Oh
Just,
that's
no.
interesting.
and back then we didn't wear we didn't
But
wear
see, can I ask you this
we didn't
question?
wear
You
In the
didn't wear
comment section,
trousers,
put
you
your
only
age.
wear
Let me know.
shorts. Whether you are now wow.
no we used
It's
to wear
only
these boots now. We used to wear boots now. We didn't wear sandals. No.
you wear boots when you are the
For
you
big
are
boys
the
now. For big boys now. Just wear
you are
boots.
the big boy, you understand. You know
Yeah.
that, Babati, I don't know whether you go to this one. I will never forget every Friday or Saturday party. Every weekend there must be a party. It's either my friend is doing birthday or the friend of that. We always organize parties.
There is always something now. There is always even the girl, and the girls back in the days. If you were that guy that always has something going on, they want to hang out with you to take them to where the action is. It was just like so back then. As a big boy, you must have 3 things. You must have a watch. those not the watch in school, those metal watch, you must have a handkerchief. Those
Yes.
handkerchief now, it's a sign of big boy. Handkerchief. Then you must do Gatsby, those oversized shorts and a boot. That's a
And
big boy.
sometimes you must float when you are walking. You are
Yeah.
floating. Hey,
You have your friends with you, the same thing, like everybody's a crew, man. You must have a crew now. If you have a crew of guys,
yes,
then girls
now.
will like you now. Like, that guy is my guy, is my
Everybody, but
boyfriend.
that crew that time is not for this one they are doing now, rituals or
Nah.
I like it that time. All
I,
of my
I,
friends sit down, we talk about sports, we talk about politics, and when we say again, hey, Babati, that's your sport, go after her. She will answer, go. My first time of toasting again, it's my brother and my friend that push me. You have never toasted. They follow. They push me, and the moment I get to that guy says, they push you. That guy said they push you and you are coming. You have, but the problem I have that day, I cannot go back. Because if I go back to my people, they will even mock me more. I have to mutter something one way or the other. And I was so lucky. At the end of the day, that girl now became my girlfriend, my first girlfriend. But I talk, tire. That girl just didn't.
Remy, back in the days, if you can speak grammar, girls love it. You can speak English. So if you can speak, just use one of and speak like grammar.
Just they wire me. And when I go back, they tell me how it is. I cannot tell them. That girl did not agree, but I cannot tell them he did not agree. I just tell them, say, I will be seeing her, and she said she will be seeing me too. Blah, 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 like that. My brother and I said, don't worry. I know her sister. My brother is dating her senior sister. So you can see from that angle. My brother told me, I know everything. Don't worry, you will get her. And I get her. It's true. So they push you. They will push you. They make you have that confidence.
You build your confidence now. You build your confidence in school. That's just what
your senior brother now, it helps. Because when you have a elder brother in the school, nobody will touch you. Nobody will touch you. I remember my younger ones, the two boys, they can be proud. They were using everything I used. I worked for. You understand? During those days, they use it even to toast, even to become a president in their club meetings. I was looking at them. I say, "But these are not your ideas." They say, "Bros, forget to." They walk. I can't laugh. I was just laughing. But it was good. It was good that even till today they used to tell their wives, they are married now, tell their wives that it was through me that they get exposed. I say I'm not like that.
Mr. Time, do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? My wife now, and she's American, but she went to our school. Do you know? I didn't even know that she was one of our juniors that we were trying to toast, and she abused her. She called us senior pangolo back in the days. So I was just when she bought, I'm like, so that was I didn't even remember what we were just talking about, high school this and whatnot. So it's a good to me. Public school in Nigeria, secondary school, if they've done right, it's still better than private school because private school is too it's too bourgeois and boring, Gary.
Too superficial. Okay, not real.
Public school.
Not really, now. You don't learn any survival skills, and
you just like
the best education again in Nigeria is the survival skills. Not all these.
It's only about if you have the money, because the private school are also divided into like 3 or 4 cadre. Some they just collect your money, they know they teach. But if you want to send your kids, you want to send them to good private school, you must pay the money. Good money.
The only thing they teach you in the private school is just a bunch of grammar.
It's English.
English. No knowledge.
We know they beat children for our school. The school is standard, and they will tell you from day one, we are not beating children. Don't beat them at home. Don't beat them at school. How can I instill discipline? No, we have a counselor. Me sometimes.
And there was this school in my hometown, but it was a private school. They used to annoy me a lot because those school, when you join that school, all the kids, they are forced to even if you live in the same town, you must be in their boarding school. So even if you are in the same town, they don't want you coming from home. So all of them are boarding. So kind of like
I know because in Ogun State that all my brothers they went to Baptist Boys High School and also Abeokuta Grammar School. So they stay in the boarding house, and when they come back home, they always tell us different story or another story. If I really want to go to boarding school, but when it comes to my own generation,
Man, boarding is fun. I was in boarding for towards my last year of school. Boarding, boarding toughens you up in terms of
yeah, my immediate senior brother always tell
just
me that, hey, my first brother, he was like senior prefect in our Belfast Grammar School, and he punished a lot of students. But immediately he left. Ho ho ho! Those one he has punished, they make sure that they use that weight for his junior one. They knew them now. They know he was their senior prefect. So they knew that once he's out of school, they're in trouble. Because he is very wicked. He's very intelligent, but he's also wicked. Those times, those periods, people are disciplined and they have principle. But nowadays, not every
lyrical. But I was the most weakest thing I ever had was this guy called Oridota. Oridota was one of the most wicked labor prefect ever. I mean, this guy was it was even worse than the teacher herself. You know, back then we used to if you're a prefect, you were almost a god now because you could do whatever, you could punish everybody. It was just
privilege, no, privilege, no, no, privilege. I was not a prefect, but I was the class, what would they call it again?
The class prefect.
Head class, you understand? So when they treat me bad outside the class, the class prefect, then when they come inside the class, I do the same thing and they cry, they beg me. So we did peace. So they don't touch me outside, don't touch them inside. So you can see it was 50-50. So that's why I maneuver my way out. If not, no. If I say no to them in the class, then when they get outside, they'll be waiting for me. Even at the gate, they'll be waiting for me. They say, come at the side. And the teacher will be looking at me. What did you do again? I say, nothing. They say, come on the side. And the teacher never say anything now. You understand? Because they have privilege. But it was fun. It was fun. And again, I know that there's one man I would like to see again, Mr. Telsi, the further math teacher. He beats me. I can't forget it. He beat me. So I would like to see him again. Understand? Just to tell him thank you. It was no wickedness, but I enjoyed it just like the way my dad brought me up. I remember when I got my job, for me to get this post, everybody brought their CVs, understand, their certificate in French. I don't have. Understand? They all went to school. I'm just a coming up, understand, upcoming. They just asked me a question for you to get this post. I said my father beats me a lot, so I obey a lot. Understand? The guy just looked at me, the Arash. I said the job is for you. Till I resigned, nobody touched me. You can see they told me that I'm well educated, and it was true. It's still working in me. You understand? That's why they say that the parents matters. Understand? That the way you brought up a child matters, because if I do anything, my father doesn't want me to mingle around people in the street, even to play. But I see my father from far distance. I start running to to my pretend, then open book as if I'm reading. Understand? But it was fun. Today, when I look at my children, I laugh to. I see that you guys need to understand too. But gone are those days. I know that sometimes my mommy tells my children that your father, I beat him, man. So when my children hear that, they don't want to come and visit my mom. They say, no, you will beat us too. Then I start laughing. I say, no, don't worry. She won't. She will just spoil you guys.
You know, did they discipline the children?
She just
France. Did they discipline those kids in France?
No. Highest I do. I just look at them and they understand. I don't beat my children.
How do the black children in France behave in school?
No, they're doing better now.
They didn't misbehave like the black ones in America.
No, mine is.
Let's make it.
If I tell you something,
try and put. Let's make a better comparison. The one in SA and the one in US. Oh yeah, they're not different. South Africa, those ones.
Oh, South Africa.
They are almost like the Black Americans here. I'm telling you, it's almost like the same thing. Like literally the same way they behave. It's almost that victim mentality kind of.
But unfortunately,
I don't know. Maybe it's because anywhere when Igbo people rule over blacks, they just turn into useless people.
I don't know where it is.
Oh no. Victim, the way South Africa, I've reasoned South Africa, the way they reason.
I'm just fortunate. But my children are mixed. My children are mixed. Mr. Mike, my children are mixed. You understand? They're mixed. You
Half
understand? My children
white.
are mixed. So
When you guys make money, next thing you do is marry a Igbo woman.
What?
As soon as you guys make money, all you European men, all the European footballers, all of them, Pogba, all of them, they all marry Igbo. Who's going to marry the
No,
black?
at least they won't. That's the even the blacks used to make fun of me that that the good ones the white takes them, the bad ones the that's what they used to have, and then I laughed. You understand? So it just character. You understand? Because I remember when I first of all came, when I spoke with all those ladies, African ladies, all of them never want to talk to me. They tell me that no, I'm not their type. But today when they see me, what the ballet. Walk on the ballet, they say that they made a very big mistake. What the ballet no new. So the level don't change now. What happens is that I tell them that it is the vision that matters, not the first time. If a man has a vision, nowhere is going to. That's the one you catch. Not the one because of his already. But many women want ready-made. You understand? What they make none. But they all fell into that trap. You understand? So my children
But
are mixed. You understand? They're mixed.
why do
And
you think that they don't catch them young like the Hispanics would do in America, where they see potential in you as a man and they help nurture that, so and they want you to get married early, so they will do everything early. They won't wait until they're 30. They're like pretty much in their early
Like
20s.
not they did like now my children, I told them already that the girl at the age of 22 23 she's married, but the boy is at the age of 25 married. You understand? So everything has been planned for them already. So what I do is that I learn something where I work. They they bring you up that way. They call it reprogramming. I learned it from my work, so I can reprogram anybody, even my family too. Somebody was telling me, I can't do it, I can't do it. She's not in UK now. She's a millionaire back home before she left. She made it. She was saying that the we used to. He told me that why don't I used to like talking on phone? I said no, just let me text. I have proofs later. So she just explained things to me. So now she's asking me how to make it now in Europe. So I tell her that first of all you get your papers. And I told her three things to do to get her papers, 3 ways. So she smiled. I said, nice. I gave her 1 year from today. That was last. That's what I saw. I told her that by this time next year, I want to hear that you've gotten your papers. So I gave her just 1 year. So that's it. You understand? One thing that back home, what's it called? Boris is right there. Lazy gone. Those people they are very, very lazy. I'm sorry to say it. They want free stuff. They want now. That's why many people they get to fall into traps with all these people that say that they see visions. You understand? All these false prophets. Understand? They say, you understand? They know that you want that money. Say, I see you that you have money. Bring money. Let me. You understand? So that's the problem we have back home in Africa. But if we can walk into start programming people's their mind, what you make you no, what you make you, but that's not it. You understand? But I know that many of us, they do stupid things here. So that's it. I remember when I first of all came, I was going out with my friends. My friend wanted to introduce me to selling of drugs. You understand? Then I smiled. What I did, he has money. He's living a big life. I said, no, I can't. And I walked away. Today, the guy is in prison. You understand? He's in prison. You understand? The wife and children are suffering now. And so one thing is that some people, most of us here, we don't have patience. We don't have patience. That's why when I talk to the Nigerian embassy here in France, they stand and listen to me. And they used to call me upstairs to come and take tea. You understand? I climb. All of them are staying downstairs. They don't give them what they want. I come the same day. I give my papers and I go away. They say, "Come and drink tea with me." They start asking me. They're happy. Like now, as I'm going next month there. I'm bringing a business deal for them. That there's something I want to do, but I know that if because we are in public, I should have sent the business here. Because I know that many millions of people are listening to us. They are listening to us. They listen to us. Understand? So I don't want to set my the business plans that I want to do back home before they will go and do it before coming back. You understand? Nigeria has money, but they don't have that business ideas. There are many opportunities back home. So that's just it. But it was good. It was good. That's why ìyàwó mi ni òyìnbó náà ni o. Ìyàwó mi ni òyìnbó. But one thing is that many people don't know except I say it out. Understand? So that's it. Because of it, you can see me. I don't go out like that, and I'm always doing my businesses. You understand? Businesses. So that's it. But it was fun. It was fun. It was fun. Are you people there? This silent like this.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. Just, I
Hello.
think what happened to Prince Daddy? I think I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, I can see silent.
No, we just
My Prince Daddy has gone.
It's after our show, so people can talk more, and it's not like I think sometimes when you're so used to the rowdy session, when you don't have that much, you kind of think maybe you're by yourself when you talk sometimes, but the after show is just slightly different from that. Yeah.
I know. This is the period I like being on, not during that 12 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the morning. Everybody talks and no. I don't like it. I just listen to you guys. But as from that 5 to I said I was on.
I think the way one man does it, he will give floor to one guy like that, and he just be, the one. I'm like, you have like 10 people on the show. You are giving floor to one guy for 2 hours. I'm like, So the rest of them are just hanging. I guess that's the way it's got to do it.
That's the style. Like AI now, wasn't there? Madam Zita now. She came and then she went. She did not talk. She have to go to work. You understand? So I know I know the best time for me to come on air, and then I just relax. So that's it.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike. By the way, the Yacth story thing is it true or is it just a rumor? I've not been following.
I didn't follow the show from the beginning, so I think I missed that part.
Yeah. I maybe somebody
but
just.
What I said.
Tinubu does not need the Yacth now.
No, what I said. No, he only there. I will tell you why. You understand? Only there. It is not for his own his official use. You understand? Like now, he has to have time to rest. Now. Do you know the stress in Nigeria? Do you know the stress in Nigeria? You understand? One thing does that I like him that he's not fresh. He walks easily, and now he's strong. When they touch the body, the hand they shake, leg they shake. You understand? Nah, I know they shake again. No, leg don't strong, gidigba, solid, none. So one thing does that you need that. One thing that I used to tell people that where you work is where you eat. When the job is being done now, everything's going fine. It's advancing, not all that fast, but how will I put it? Snail's motion. You understand? It is slow, but it is steady. Understand? Not Baba go slow like a body. Understand? Nothing moves, just stagnant. No, this one you know that everything is going, and he said something that if you don't perform, you are out. That's the way he did the Lagosian now. As I said a few days ago, that he wants to put people that he knows that he can deliver. Oh, everybody should want to bear that name, but my excellency. So if you misbehave, why did they sack you? It will be a shame for you and your family. So that's the one thing does that. I believe one day I will get in touch to Lagos State Governor. I will give him a plan if he wants it, yes or no. You understand? One thing is that I know that nothing is free. Just to come and meet him, the person will ask him that I should bring some money. You understand? I just laugh. You understand? Just to have an appointment 1 hour with him. You understand? But Nigeria is not done this way. You understand? So one thing does that. That's why I was asking Ekene earlier. Where is safe? He told me that Southeast is not safe. So I've removed it from my business plan. I'm not going there. So I will take South and Southwest.
I was going to be in the background. Okay, I'm going to end the show, but we'll be in the background.
Okay.
We'll go ahead, continue.
Okay.